Hello everyone. Sorry if you can hear me. Something going on here with the starting soon thing. Seems like my StreamYard is frozen, glitched up. I can't seem to get rid of it. I don't know what the fuck happened here. Oh, here we go. Okay. Allow me to play my little intro video I was going to try to play, and then whatever happened. I don't understand what just happened. Pardon me. Quiet, Bella.
流金谷乃天下咽喉，这古道之下埋着天下至宝玄铁髓，刀、药、生火、续命，样样离不开它。而白鹰谷一小姐买髓只收白鹰金票，控住了。
So now you are seeing here, the Chinese are telling you petrol has been essential to the world political economy, and it has been based on, what does it say? 1 million.
That's like AI writing. What?
AI writing.
Why don't we just watch it once through, and then we can analyze it?
Just allow me to preface this real quick. This is something that I was watching last night, and for lack of something better to open up with, see if there's anything for a conversation starter, I figured this would just make a good intro video while we wait for people to show up. As you can see, today it's just going to be me. Abby's been having some issues with, she's been having some issues with her mother's health. So she's not going to be here at all tonight. We're probably going to just have a short show. I've added the link, the StreamYard link, if anyone wants to join me for a discussion. Really appreciate whoever wants to hop up with me here. Otherwise, there's not really going to be, you can't really have a open panel discussion without a panel of other people to talk to. So I can't really have much of a discussion with myself. I could try, but I'm not sure how much of valuable content that would be for the viewers. So without further ado, allow me to play this for a little bit. Found this to be a nice little cartoon that explains the Iran-U.S.-Israel conflict in 5 minutes. So let's take a look.
控住了钱，控住了钱，便控住天下。
波斯战在圣火窟深处炼制邪火，还有胆拒不拆除地下核心炉，着实可恶。
报告盟主，属下已截获波斯战最高命令，现下正是拔掉这颗眼中钉的最好时机。
好，我白鹰盟坐镇武林，今天就要替天下清理门户。听着，没人比我更懂斩首战术。我要这地界从此为我白鹰盟号令侍从。
谁在那儿？白鹰盟，你们！
君臣，不死之后各自为战，趁火不灭，亦可燎原。不应该老寨主已死，波斯寨群龙无首，早就该乱作一团。他们现在不过是回光返照，虚张声势罢了。他们的破烂家底儿绝对坚持不了3天。白头鹰，接下来我可就不客气了。
报，波斯猫疯了，放了一堆破木可做的木马。
破铜烂铁，何足道哉？看我的防空金针，全给他们打下来，一只苍蝇都不准飞进来。盟主，不能再打了。怎么？我刚才算了一下，他们的破木鸟造价顶多2两银子，可咱射出去的一根防空金枝造价数百两啊！这不是打仗，是拿银库喂狗啊！你闭嘴！堂堂白鹰盟，岂能被几只破木头吓住？继续射，射到他没有木头为止。
盟主，地面山头出现大量工事和人影，像是 像是准备要强攻。
摸黑偷营，天堂有路你不走，地狱无门你闯进来。传令，夜空惊雷准备，对准那些碉堡给本座炸平了。就这么12枚惊雷，8400两，炸了一堆稻草人。白头鹰，你自诩名门正派，竟对无辜稚童下此毒手，此血海深仇，我波斯猫全族不死不休。
为了报仇雪恨，波斯猫族封堵了西域玄铁髓的唯一交易通道，断了白鹰盟的买卖。
波斯猫，你疯了！道锋粮断，你们这是与天下所有生灵为敌。商会的各位，助我剿匪，除此大患。
白头鹰，你一刀再快又如何？收了一线天，我就能断你活路。谁敢帮他，我连着一起打。
凭什么？神仙打架，凡鸟遭殃啊！先交钱的是我，先入股的是我，为什么先断供的还是我？
饿了半个月，商会那群软骨头也该熬不住了吧？骆驼他们是不是已经在门外跪着，捧着金子求本盟主出兵护航了？
盟主没来，一个人都没来。
当家的，商会那边静的不正常。按理说，商会应该急得跳脚才对。难道全饿死在外面了？会长，走这条路上新道虽然慢了几天，玄铁髓不走一线天，从北面草原绕过来，但再也不用看白鹰的脸色，只是不用白鹰盟的金票，咱们用什么？江湖从来不是打打杀杀，江湖是人情世故，更是买卖生计。商会内部早就通了气，以后买卖直接物物交换，或再铸新币，天大地大。咱们找新的盟友，走新的道路。
白鹰盟以为刀快，便可胁迫天下，殊不知青山不改，绿水长流。武之极致不在歌，而在止。
Okay, pardon me. So that was just my little intro video I wanted to open up with today. I just came across this new podcast last night, Resistance is Fertile podcast. They've got a Substack as well. I'll have to check them out and see what they're about. Yeah, I guess that's if you guys are interested in checking out the rest of that video, it was called Straight Sun Tzu, Let White Empire Retreat, and the channel is Indica. So how's it going, everybody? Hope you've had a good weekend. Hope everyone is doing all right. I know Abby's been having a really rough time, emotional roller coaster this past weekend. You know, the whole year she's been having a hard time with personal matters, people being sick or people being in need. So another thing about that video that I was sharing at the beginning, I appreciated their critique. They were talking about a lot of things in that video, but one thing that they discussed that was timely and relevant was Richard Medhurst's little thesis about, I don't know how much you guys have been watching Richard Medhurst. If you've not, if you don't know who he is, go and check him out on YouTube or Rumble and Substack and all Twitter, all that stuff. I'm sure he's around. You got to look around for him, but he's been a very respected and diligent analyst as so far. But then recently on the last broadcast that he made, he dispelled the rumors that Netanyahu was dead. He made the counterclaim very confidently that Netanyahu is perfectly alive and well, going to press conferences and whatnot. And for whatever reason, independent media or just media in general have kind of lost their fact checking, their balanced approach and whatnot. They're just kind of starting to believe whatever we want, I suppose, being a little bit too manipulated by algorithms and taking people's word for it. Because I have to make my retraction. Last week, I was celebrating this likely demise of Netanyahu. So I appreciated Richard letting me know that actually getting a little carried away with that. On the other hand, he was also giving a parallax view, you might call it. A lot of people are saying, you know, the Iranians have got the upper hand on this. The U.S. doesn't really have much of a strategy here. They don't really know what they're doing. And Richard was saying, actually, it looks like the Americans have kind of cornered the oil and gas market. And as much as we feel like we're ready to watch the end of the empire, it's not over till the fat lady thing sings, sort of thing. That video that I shared, their opinion on that matter was a critique of Richard's position as being somewhat counter-revolutionary, being a little bit defeatist in ignoring the material conditions of the U.S. empire. The hegemony, the dollar hegemony, has been crumbling, and we're just now objectively at a point where I guess the reach has exceeded the grasp of the empire. And so when we go with these narratives that yet again they're going to the U.S. is going to win this conflict, even though it looks like they don't know what the fuck they're doing. Inadvertently, what we end up doing is repeating the narrative that the empire actually prefers us to. And so we can kind of go through that critique that they did of Richard's if you guys are interested, or I really don't really care what we talk about. If you guys have something you prefer to discuss today, that's what we're here for. So allow me to share the link again. I don't have whatever administrator privileges that I need to be able to pin the link. As far as I can tell, every time I try to, it doesn't give me the option. So here it is in the chat. Feel free to come on up and have a discussion with me. If I don't really have anyone wanting to have a back and forth conversation with me, I'm probably just going to wrap up shortly today. So, I mean, I'll probably stay live for about an hour or two just to give people a chance to come on. But we're going to have to try and find something to talk about that's not just a waste of time. I appreciate doing these shows, but true to my the method of my madness, I don't really like to waste time talking about things, just shooting the shit just for fun. There's plenty of other places for people to go to do that. I try to, if we're going to have a discussion, make it a meaningful discussion that advances our kind of understanding if possible. If not, at least we tried. I don't want to just have fun. You know what I mean? I think the time for just having fun is kind of over. I mean, that's not necessarily true. We always have to maintain some sort of room for enjoyment of life, or else as much as we think becoming serious about everything and throwing fun out the window is going to be the most effective means of accomplishing our objective, then as long as we I kind of lost my train of thought there. I see Pam Mulatto is here trying to join me, the only one persistent enough to come on for a chit chat. I'm not really feeling like having this conversation with you in the first place. More so without Abby, she would be the one more willing to consider bringing you on. I think we could just do the same thing as far as a little vote in the chat if we want to have you back there. I still think that the average everybody else isn't really interested in hearing from you. At the same time, I feel like the audience is probably interested in hearing from someone other than the people who have been there at the last few shows. Appreciate talking with Lance and Extra Bulla, whoever else has been kind enough to join us. Unfortunately, it seems to be the same faces every week, and if you guys are the only ones wanting to come up, by all means, we'll just have to do that again. But really hoping to hear from people that we don't necessarily talk to on the regular. New viewer, if you want to hop in the chat for the first time and have a discussion, feel free. So I didn't exactly clarify which is one and what was two. So if say let's say one if you want to bring them on, two if you don't want to bring them on. So let me see what you guys are saying here. A man can dream. I'm not tripping off your hope. Yep, that's what I said. I don't mind being wrong about that. That just means I'll get to celebrate his death twice because it's inevitable, unless I happen to die first, which is unlikely. But who never know? You never know. They're cornering the oil market. I thought the petrodollar was on the brink of collapse. Yeah, right, exactly. So this is when Richard said what he did on his live stream a couple days ago. I was somewhat surprised to hear it coming from him, and it makes you wonder a little bit about who's the Fed, who's cognitive captured. I don't want to go casting accusations about Richard being a Fed, but he's got some. Why is it that all these people in independent media have this background about like parents involved in military or in UN kind of workers? Like his parents, from what I remember, were among a group of people who received the Nobel Peace Prize, like a UN group of people that received the prize collectively. So to me, this is almost like a professional managerial independent media, you know what I mean? So, however, they have the skills that the rest of us, like the amateurs, don't have. You know, they got the time and the money. They've gone to school for journalism and whatnot. I feel like Richard probably has. Don't actually know, but now I'm just sort of talking about nothing here. So, yeah, Lance, if you want to come up for a little while, sure. You don't feel like you need to hang out all day, but would appreciate seeing what you had to say today. Jackie should come up and dispel the rumors that she's AI. And Jacqueline, yeah, I don't see her here yet today, but it would be nice to see her apparent 4 feet tall and whatever little voice that goes along with that. What are you saying, XD? Thanks for joining us, everybody. They're inhibiting the oil infrastructure for other countries, but this is still going to be a short-lived victory for the U.S. Their decline is inevitable. Right. It is one of those things where, I mean, we've seen, from what I heard, the American dollar was experiencing a bit of a rally at the beginning of the war, but it's weakened again on hearing Taco Trump chickening out about we're going to go after your energy, whatever, your facilities. And then he walked it back and said, okay, we're coming for them in 5 days because of the mutual threat that he's getting back from them, you know. So I agree in that in the short term, it's possible for a little distortion in the data to make it look like the U.S. has maybe accomplished something here, but let it play out, give it another 6 months, and we'll see that it was statistical phenomenon likely, right? The bleach was leached into his brainstem. Everyone likes to make fun of his Slim Shady look or whatever. Not sure what it is. I think if I had a theory about that at all, he's having these legal troubles, being persecuted for being half Syrian, half English, whatever. What he did was maybe just do the tactical thing of, if you dress up in such a way, you'll be more, you won't be so threatening, whatever. You can appeal more to their whiteness. I don't know if he's cynically decided to do that, or if I'm just, you know, seeing whatever I want to see. So Cookie's saying he's at work. He'll jump on after 6 if you're still on. Okay, cool. That'll be an hour and a half. So depends on how much we get other people coming on. In the meantime, I'll have to find something. I'll have to find like a video or something to play while we're waiting for people to join. Wesley, good to see you. Anyone believe Palm Beach Pete? Who's that? Pete Hegseth? I'm not sure what you mean specifically about this time, but pretty much every time he says anything, the answer is no. I don't really believe anything he says. And hello, Jacqueline. There you are. Still watching JB, but we'll listen to this whilst making a cuppa and having a sticky. No problem. Feel free to. You might have more value in JB's show today. As you can see, I'm solo tonight. Abby's been having some family troubles with her mom tonight. So not going to be much of a discussion unless you guys are feeling like hopping up here. How's it going, Extra Bola? Always good to see you. So in the meantime, I'm going to just find something in the Discord that was shared recently. Just hang on. I saw that Golden Monarch had shared a video, so maybe we'll see what he was sharing. I hadn't watched it yet. So we can watch it fresh together for a little bit. It's like 40 minutes long, so we'll just maybe get started and turn it off when it gets boring or when someone else hops on to discuss something else. So let's see what this is about. The Genius Effect. Stablecoins take the stage. Future of Finance 2026 from the Milken Institute. Oh, I forgot to hit the play button.
But Lauren, I will start with you.
Thank you, and I'm so pleased to be here. My name is Lauren Beliv, and I'm policy for Ripple.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks for being here, and thanks to the Milken Institute for hosting us. I'm Robin Cook, and I lead the federal.
Actually, Rondo, no, I did not really look any more into those. That stuff's kind of beyond me. I'm not really tech savvy enough to understand it. I need maybe to look into that with somebody who can explain it to me. But I found it, just what I could understand, I found it interesting, food for thought as far as like long-term food for thought, the sort of skills worth learning, even if it takes time. So feel free to, if you did some looking into that, let me know what you found out if you want to start my education today. So, but no, I didn't really take the time.
Team at Coinbase and am our legislative counsel.
Morning, everyone. Michael Greenwald, Global Head for Financial Innovation and Executive Relations at AWS, and couldn't think of a better venue to have this conversation today.
Good morning. I'm Gene Ludwig. I'm the CEO of Carry Networks, which is a new tokenized deposit solution. Looking forward to the panel.
So I see we've got someone here. Not sure who this is. Well, let's find out. Hello, how are you? Who are you? What's up?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. What's up, man?
How's it going? Have we met before? Have you changed your screen name or anything?
No, it's my first time on here.
Okay, nice to have you. Nice to meet you. I'm Michael. I don't know if you want me to just call you Cage.
Yeah.
Cool. How's it going?
Good, man. You? I haven't been watching, but I heard something about like that tech savvy you're gonna ask somebody about. What was that?
Heard something about that. About what?
You said like I'm not that tech savvy. I'd have to like ask somebody who knows about what. What was it? That's like the thing I heard. I just.
Oh, okay. About these decentralized communication protocols. We were last week. We were having a little discussion about, if we're trying to get off of like the social media and all this big tech where all this surveillance is happening, we maybe actually have to like build the infrastructure ourselves, build the actual communication networks in a way that doesn't use like the corporate infrastructure. So we came across a YouTube video that was actually being recommended to us at the same time. I mean, at least me and Rondo had the same video recommended to us through our algorithms. And it was compelling as far as you could use this like radio equipment in ways that you could set up your own localized network that doesn't that you can control yourself and everything, but it's the tech aspect of how to do that. Like a lot of us don't know how to, like, wouldn't be able to teach ourselves at all how to do something like that.
There's something called the IPFS network, which it's kind of running like similar to cryptocurrency. It's a blockchain. So like pretty much, there's not one server. It uses a bunch of different nodes or different people's computers or devices in order to maintain it. So it's decentralized in that way. So you can't just like shut down a server. It's like it's kind of like in the I don't know if you remember like back like torrenting.
Yeah.
Now there's seeders and people are they host the file to be downloaded and it's a bunch of different people's devices and it's kind of like that.
Yeah, I used to do that a lot. The torrenting was a big money saver.
Oh yeah.
But I kind of fell out of I didn't keep up with, how they were like banning different websites and you had to kind of keep up with the times a little bit and figure out what links were fresh and which ones were obsolete. So, and then I just never really, and like the different downloading platforms like BitTorrent versus uTorrent versus whatever, I just got kind of tired of keeping up with all that. And then now I'm a little bit out of date with that stuff. So.
Mm-hmm.
But it would have been probably valuable to keep doing that. As far as I underestimated, it was sort of like YouTube kind of dragged me back in as far as it was all free content as much as like I could find anything I was looking to download onto my computer. I could probably just find on YouTube without having to download it. Just have to deal with the ads. But that probably was still not worth surrendering to that because now they're getting all this data from me, using it against me. And like the feed is shit now. Like most of the videos like are not something I'm looking for. They're trying to push on me anyway.
If you could pull up what I put in the background, it's a really great resource. It's in the private chat. It's called Anna's Archive. It's on the IPFS network. And yeah, there's like over 60 million books there and like 90 million plus papers. And it's like the world's biggest library.
Okay. I actually have heard of this. I had looked at it briefly and then not really explored it enough. So yes, Anna's Archive's a bit familiar, but if you want to explain it to us a little bit, so
it's decentralized and yeah, there's like books on here. They're hard to find. They go for thousands and thousands of dollars. But it's like the Library of Alexandria in a modern day form, just on the internet.
I see. Cool. Yeah, 93 terabytes, 88 terabytes, all these different sources. Looks like Duke's U. They got some archived stuff from China, or
they have everything on there. It's crazy. Yeah, it's great. And then I use let me show you. I did a tutorial using Anna's Archive and then how to run it through like this AI thing that breaks it down. Like you can learn like a lot, like a vast amount of information. But yeah, the lady, I think I was on some channel with her and she's like, "Oh, subscribe to the channel and like you're a co-host." I think she mentioned you're from Canada, right?
Yeah.
I am too. I'm from Toronto.
Oh, okay, cool. Well, welcome to the show. I'm not sure if you watched a few episodes or you're saying this like the first time you're tuning in.
First time I've ever been on here, and yeah, and I don't really watch stuff. I just like hit the link and join. So.
Okay, cool. Well, that's fine. We have a show on Thursday that's more about news and politics. We try and talk about like current events. We try. Not only am I Canadian, but I also consider myself communist. And so we talk about socialism and capitalism in the world today.
I don't have any political stance myself. I never voted before.
Right. Well, that's not necessarily something that rules you out of being a potential communist in a way that we're not advocating for voting. We feel that voting has been a waste of time for a really long time. It's just that people feel that our alternative proposal of revolution is unrealistic or extreme or that kind of stuff,
Why do you believe in communism?
Well, because I feel that capitalism is a oppressive, a horrible, inefficient, immoral system, and we really shouldn't have to tolerate it. and I learned enough about.
choose or poison type thing. You'd rather have that kind of poison. Okay.
This is the thing about growing up in a Western country, where what they teach us about communism is we have this impression that it's a pick your poison choice. It's a Hobson's choice. It's not a real choice. It's just two types of evil at the end of the day. But to me, that's the perspective of a capitalist describing communism, and maybe you could say fairly that communists describing capitalism, there's the same problem. We have our bias where we consider it to be so
What about
brutal.
none of them? What about none of the above? I've been to a communist country. I've visited a communist country before. Cuba.
Okay,
I went over there.
Cuba. Yeah, I never managed to get to visit to Cuba. I have wanted to. Unfortunately, it's tragic to see what's happening with Cuba lately. Have you been following what's been happening?
I heard there's blackouts and all types of like shortages. Apparently, the U.S. wants to go in there and fuck with them. I don't know what's going on.
Right. So, but I'm not. You probably, like a lot of people, don't know too much about the whole background, the history of all that. But they've been like under an embargo from the United States for over 65 years, and so a lot of people like to point at Cuba and many other communist or formerly communist countries as failed examples of communism. But it's rather unfair to disregard how the U.S. has been sabotaging all of their attempts at making a successful system. They would have been a very prosperous country had the U.S. not actively treated them like a pariah for so many years, you know?
What's the flag in the background you got there?
That's the Soviet Union communist flag, the hammer and sickle.
Risky.
It's not the formal official flag of the nation back in the day, but it's
it's like a sickle and a hammer.
Right. Yeah, that's the standard symbol for communism.
Yeah. Are you Russian?
No, I'm Finnish and English background.
Okay. I put a tutorial.
But my grandfather did fight the Russians in what was called the Winter War, which was basically World War II for the Finns. But they fought a separate war against the Russians at the same time as the Russians were fighting against the Germans. So the Finns were, I don't know if you would say they're formally allied with the Germans, but they were at least informally allied with the Germans. So they fought on the side of the Nazis without fighting technically on the side, similar to how Ukraine is fighting on right now on the side of the European Union without technically being on the side of their same side, whatever. So that's a little shame in my past. I think it's a national shame for Finns in general that they picked the wrong side of history by opposing the Soviet Union and they threw themselves. They felt they needed to first ally themselves with Nazi Germany, and then after Nazi Germany was defeated, they've only done what every other European nation has done and allied themselves with the UK and with the United States, which has just become the Fourth Reich to replace the Third Reich. Right? To me, that's what NATO is. But if a lot of people don't know the history, then that sounds like a sensationalist claim, you know? So to me, communism is very necessary, especially now today, because Nazism, fascism has only made a resurgence. It's stronger now than it ever has been, you might argue. And historically, what defeated fascism was communism. And so I don't understand why people don't make the connection that the antipathy towards communism in the West has led to fascism being accepted instead. And all the consequences of like having a fascist economy, that's not a real economy, right? They don't really have real economics. They have brutality and oppression, as if that can be a stand-in for economics. So I see Abby joining us. I wasn't sure if she'd be joining us tonight or not. So here we go. Hey, Abby. Decided maybe not to take your mom to the hospital after all?
I checked her blood pressure again. It's gone down. I'm waiting for her healthcare coordinator to call me back.
Your mic is a bit off.
It looked like it was through the roof, but now it's 172 over 99, which is still high, but it's not as alarming. Like it's not as, I'm not as scared. You know what I mean? I just been going through it, man. I just been going through it with my. It might be stress because her godchild, you know, was in the hospital. Well, her blood pressure was already high, but then when she found out about her godchild having a stroke, and I mean a major stroke.
Which happened like yesterday
like,
or the day before yesterday, something like that.
No, like Saturday. She went in Saturday. They said was it Saturday or Friday? This weekend, okay. And they said my aunt called me and said, well, she woke up at 2 a.m. She finally woke up at 2 a.m. And the first thing she said was, where's me? And I was like, what? Out of all the people, because she has grandchildren, but she asked for me. So he asked her there.
So this
I don't
he's
know. Who was on the phone?
Sorry, yeah, he's a new viewer. Has never been on the show, never watched the show. So.
Oh, and here I am bringing you my problems.
No, that's okay. I wasn't expecting to have to do the whole show by myself.
Send in love and energy to Mom, yeah?
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Yeah, I think we were on somebody else's channel. You mentioned this, so I subscribed back then. I seen your live, so I figured I'd join.
Okay, maybe part of like the Truth Zone circles and whatnot.
I think it was on Bob or something.
Okay, I don't know some of these other channels.
I don't know Bob. I don't know who that is.
I don't know. Honestly, I don't even remember where or how I found. But I think you were on a panel.
I feel like I remember your. I feel like I remember your name though. I think it might have been from Truth Zone though.
Could be. I do know him.
You don't know Truth Zone?
Yeah, I know him. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I think that's where it's from.
Well, I'm just glad you're not a troll. I'm happy to talk to someone.
No.
Look, I gotta tell y'all this. This almost broke me.
Remember, Abby, sorry to interrupt, but yeah, I remember you saying, oh, here's my channel, like, oh, I put mine in there in the back, you put yours, and then and you said your co-host is Canadian, I'm from Canada, I remember Toronto.
Oh, that was just the other night.
Yeah, the other day,
yeah. I remember you. Because at first I thought you were did I think you were racist in the beginning?
Yeah, I think so. I don't know. You know, it's kind of crazy.
And they was like, no, they were like, no, Abby dude, he good, chill. That was you, right?
Yeah, you're going off a little bit. That's funny.
The last few people joining us have been, whether they're black or not, they're still racist, and as far as I can tell. But
I must have just been feeling myself. So for everybody in the chat, hello to the chat. I did put up the link is pinned. So
thank you for that.
Look, I gotta tell y'all this, okay? Because this broke my heart. I ain't gonna lie. My aunt's like, I have a bunch of aunts and uncles, but a bunch of aunts. She's 78. And she told me, I just been waking up depressed. I'm just depressed every day. There's just stuff I'm learning about the Epstein files and what these people are doing. It just hurts my heart. I said, Auntie, that ain't got nothing to do with you. Like you have no control over that. She's like, but these people are in control of our lives, our government, our system. And look at their behavior. Girl.
Can't say it's got nothing to do with her if they're in control of our lives and our system. She's got to be there.
She was so crushed. And she's never talked to me that way. So that hurt my heart.
Well, that's proof that people are waking up now more than ever. People who never would have woken up otherwise.
Well, they say ignorance is bliss, right? The more you know, it's like, yeah, this is, you know, we're living in, and the types of people that happen to be around, you know. Yeah, it is a kind of it's messed up in that, but yeah, you can't let it affect you in a negative way. Like, the most you could do is probably educate other people.
Yeah.
Let them know about it.
Exactly.
Or demand
That's the most you could
accountability.
do, which is why we're here.
The information
Right?
is not just meant. This is the type of information. It's not just meant to be shared and then, oh my God, that was crazy. We need to literally demand accountability until we get it with this kind of stuff. So what's up, Michael?
Yeah, you know. Oh, what happened? He's gone.
That is why we're here. So have you guys bonded over your Canada link yet?
Yeah, we can talk about that in a minute, but let's say hello to Michael Pan. What's up?
Hi, Michael.
Hey.
We got two
Hi,
Michaels
Abby.
on, yeah.
Hi, Michael. How you guys
Yeah,
doing?
so we call him MP.
MP. Just call me. I'll tell you what. Just call me Musa Mel. It's easier.
Who?
Call you
Musa Mel Saeed. It's
That's easier. Wait,
Musa Mo Saeed. I think
Musa-
that's a bit more difficult than MP.
Say it again.
Yeah, Musa Mel. So spelled Muzamil. Figure like
Musa Mil.
yeah, like
Musa
Ismail.
Mil.
Yeah.
Okay.
Are you converting
gotcha.
to Islam now?
No, but make it easier.
Assalamu alaikum, brother.
Yeah, salam alaikum. Yeah, so it's interesting. You guys mentioned that unfortunately, it's going to take people the hard way to correct things, right? And I've always said this, a long time ago. I mean, before Donald Trump is spreading like a rapid wildfire. When people become too comfortable with the system, eventually they're going to become victims later on. And so it's always better to embrace it before you can resist it.
Well, there's also something called implied consent. So not speaking up, you have to make it very clearly that you're against that and will not tolerate it. If not, it's implied consent, and just saying nothing and doing nothing is like kind of opting into your own demise per se, or allowing it to happen.
I don't appreciate how they interpret. They legally say that we're acquiescing if we don't do anything, but it's not necessarily. I wouldn't say technically in reality we're acquiescing, but according to them, as long as we haven't actively resisted, which would then give them the excuse to lock us up, then we've acquiesced.
Yeah, it's implied consent, and it's the game they play. They have to tell you what they're doing. They can't. It's like one of the satanic, if you want to call it, Satanism is pretty much just egoism, and many people are involved. It's not some like red fucking thing with horns. But yeah, and they have to make it very clear to you what they're up to. And then if you don't resist and you just go along with it, then it's on you.
Right.
That's how they think.
So we can get back to that now. I want to speak on what Cage was saying. Before that, though, Bad Cookies is here. Bad Cookies, Black Life has been clowning the fuck out of you all week, showing me videos of people dancing, talking about look at Cookies. Next time I see him, I'm gonna call them Sweet Cookies.
Nice.
Sweet Cookies.
Before you got here, I was asking if anyone wanted to join us, and he said if we were still on by 6, I think it was. He's at work at the moment. That he would come on and.
Oh, good. And Black Life will be here by then too, because she got it in for you now.
Oh, Michael, did you get a haircut? I noticed you got a haircut. Looks different.
Yes, I did.
Oh, nice haircut.
I got a haircut too. You didn't notice my haircut?
Oh yeah, I noticed too. Yeah, Abby. Yeah. Yeah, I just got a haircut. I just got a haircut today. My hair grew back. My hair grew back.
Everybody's getting a haircut. So.
Yeah, no. Let's see you on camera.
All right.
So,
yeah, it's a 0.
Oh, you got a hair shave.
Yeah, shaved. Yeah, including the beard, including the mustache and beard. Because every time I get a haircut, my hair grows back within 1.5 weeks, quick. You know how usually when people get a haircut, where they say
are you Korean?
Month. Yeah.
Korean, yeah.
I'm sorry.
He said, "Are you Korean?"
Oh, Korean? No. I'm actually a mix. I'm part Japanese, Aborigine, and Taiwanese. So you could call me Oriental Mud. In other words.
Oh, yeah. I studied Korean. I don't know why I always go to Korea, but yeah, I studied Korean martial arts Hapkido growing up.
Yeah.
And
I know.
it comes
I
from
only know like
from
basic words in Korean. Arigato, 안녕하세요. I can't remember. 안녕. That's the only basic word I know how to say in Korean.
Oh
I thought arigato was Japanese.
Yeah, it sounds Japanese.
Arigato gozaimasu is Japanese. Yes. 안녕하세요 is Korean. There we go. Means like how you doing in Korean.
Wait, do you speak a second language?
Who, me?
Yeah.
I am pretty fluent in Chinese, but I can't really speak it fluently. So I can understand.
And Mandarin? You mean
you mean
Ni Hao,
Mandarin?
like a Mandarin?
Oh
or
yeah,
Chinese,
Mandarin. Yeah,
or-
Chinese has multiple languages. You have they are
Chinese is not a Chinese isn't a language.
You sounded like a dumb American. I'm pretty fluent in Chinese. I was like, Chinese
Chinese
ain't
isn't a
language.
language.
No, what I mean is,
Cantonese and
when I say
Mandarin.
when I say fluent, I can understand. I can understand what they're saying, but when it comes to responding, usually I respond in English, or I kind of have to ask like a translator. But for the most part, I understand Mandarin.
Mandarin is
Yeah, my best friend growing up was
Mhm.
spoke Mandarin, so I know a little bit Mandarin and that. Yeah.
Do you know
Mandarin is
Cantonese?
Mandarin is much more spoken than Cantonese, from what I have.
Yeah,
it is.
Do you know Cantonese?
Who, me? I don't know Cantonese, but my parents do.
Oh, they didn't teach you. You know,
No.
I find that quite interesting. I haven't forgotten about the conversation that I want to have with you, Cage, but I find it quite interesting that people who migrate to like, well, I'm just gonna say America because that's what I am. They don't teach their children their native language. And
This is
I
common.
just don't understand why. Like, why wouldn't you do that? That doesn't mean your child isn't going to assimilate into the country, but why can't they learn their native language? Like, that's crazy.
You mean like native language from their home country, right?
Correct.
Yeah. You know, it's interesting because I noticed that a lot of
Oh, is that Cage? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Musa, I gotta see his face.
Well, I'm glad to
make it big so I can see his
someone,
face.
Willing to share their face. As much as it's important to
got
guard
it.
our privacy online, I just feel our privacy doesn't exist anymore. Like the state knows who we are. We're not hiding from them. So appreciate you guys.
Cage, you got it cute. You giving me like Kid Rock without the meth.
I don't know about that.
How do you know he doesn't have meth?
Kid Rock? He looked methed up.
No, Cage.
Oh no,
Sorry?
not Cage. I didn't say Cage.
No,
I said without the meth.
Yeah, I'm saying, how do you know that? So.
Kid
Oh,
I guess
I don't know.
I don't
know.
I don't do hard drugs. I grow weed for a living. Is that
His face looks he doesn't look like he does drugs. His face
He
looks
doesn't look
pretty-
like he's tripping
very
out.
cute.
I feel like it's the benefit of her.
My mother,
to
my mother told me never to trust people who wore sunglasses inside.
I wear my
the thing
sunglasses
is,
at night.
the thing is that with the sunglasses, they're prescription. I have really bad vision, so they're prescription. I don't just wear them just to wear them, and also I'm around high intensity lights all the time.
Oh, you have
So-
you have eye sensitivity.
No, but I'm like I'm in my grow, so I grow over here, and like the lights are very bright, and you need to wear eye protection or you'll go blind. So.
Well, I think actually in general, those of us who are content, whatever streamers, the blue light from the screen is actually bad for our eyes. So
It is, and this has a filter on it. It has blue. It blocks the blue light as a whatever on them. So
gotta get those special blue light filter glasses. But I think sunglasses will at least do partial filtering of it. So
it's a coating. Like I opted for the coating. There's a coating on them that blocks the blue light.
My glasses are transitions, so they just turn when I go outside. They turn into sunglasses when I go outside.
Oh yeah, the transition lens is good. That's fine.
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah, like
let me
here,
see.
like for
Lance,
example, like
those
I'm
glasses
always
look really
around.
nice on you, Lance.
Here's like the one of the grow tents for the clones, right? So like, I'm constantly around like light.
Nice.
You know, like, so yeah, you kind of need to wear them. Oh shit, it'll mess up your.
Is that
your eyes.
marijuana?
Yeah, it's legal in Canada. I have a.
It's purple, or is that the light?
It's a staple crop in Canada.
Yeah, like I have a license with Health Canada, and it's all
But
legal.
but is the leaf purple, or was
Yeah,
that the light?
It's the light. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Like yeah, this one like look, you
Ultra
can change color. You can make it like.
Oh,
red.
I see. Okay.
You can make it red.
Nice.
Okay, I got confused for a second.
Oh, look, we got lots of people joining us today.
Yeah, I don't usually use. I just use
your
this for
boy
the
is here,
clones.
Truth. He dropped.
Hello, Truth Phone.
Hey, Truth. Your boy
What's
is
up?
here.
Who?
What is it?
Cage.
That ain't my dad. I don't know him.
Yes, you do.
No, I
Oh,
don't.
come. I've never met this guy in my life. I have no idea who he is.
I don't know that weirdo. I don't know who that is.
I think he cleaned my window last week.
See how they be tripping?
He live in a shoebox. I don't know him. He's a white peasant.
See how they be tripping?
How you doing, Abby Doo?
I love you too, Truzo.
Abby Doo.
True.
How you doing, Abby Doo? I like them glasses you got on. Look at you, girl. Looking all spooky. Look at you.
Thank you.
What's up,
How are you today?
I'm doing fabulous. Well, shout out to you on your panel and your show. Yeah, shout out to everybody.
It's me, but you're glitching there for a minute. Shout out to you though. Thank you for rejoining us. We're having a little bit of a tense discussion last time. I'm not sure if I'm feeling like coming back to your show. I don't know how much
Here he
there
go.
would be.
Here he go.
So.
You don't feel like come back to my show.
You
I
had to
don't.
bring that up?
Yeah, I don't. You know what? So many people say they're not gonna come back, but it's all good. If not, you'll be in the shadow realm. You'll be in the bushes watching from the background, so it's all good. So you still tune in.
Yeah, you go ahead.
Even
and
though you don't
assume
type
that
in the
I'm
chat, you
watching
still
from
watch.
Nothing narcissistic about assuming that everyone still can't stop thinking about you. You know what I mean?
Maybe nobody really cares.
Man, ain't nobody talking. Listen here, Jack. You a lazy ass Canadian. Stop talking to me.
See,
why do you constantly talk shit?
Why did you bring that up?
This is not. Well,
because
it's
shit.
Man, shut your bum ass up. You know what? Check this out. You know what? I'm gonna mute up.
Yeah, good idea.
Man, shut your dirty ass up. That's why that bitch. That's why that white bitch left you.
Well, that
Because
meeting
you look like
lasted
a
all
brute.
3 seconds.
That's why that
not
white
even.
bitch left you.
That lasted
Alright,
like
man.
1.5 seconds.
You're out of your mind.
Piece of shit.
You're out of your mind.
Two Canadian bums.
You're just gonna come up here to fucking troll us and waste our time.
Shut up. You started with me, punk.
He thinks he's a good troll. You're horrible at it. And you know the funny
Shut
thing
up.
is, People,
bitch, you got a dirty ass house. Why you keep showing them weed plants? You don't even have a room to sleep in. You sleep on a musty ass, stinking ass couch.
Okay.
Why you keep showing everybody them weed plants? You don't even have a room to sleep in.
Well, yeah, I have two. I live in a 2-bedroom, and that's.
And your lazy bum ass co-host started with me, Abby Dude. You see what he did?
Starting to mute you a little bit because you're just back here just to fuck around. You're not really here to actually talk.
No, you started with me, you lazy
Having
piece
a good
of shit.
what are you doing today? That you came in here going off.
Hold on. Michael, you did start with him.
No, because you want to ask why I gotta bring that up.
I don't know if I'm gonna come back on your show.
Because
you
it's
don't
the
have
fucking
to announce that.
Room. It's the elephant in the room.
But you don't have to announce that.
You go ahead.
Yeah, because he want my attention. Nobody really gives a shit if he ever comes back again. Abby Dude, I'm only here for you. I don't like this guy right here. I'm only here for you, Abby Dude. I respect you. I like you. You need to get rid of this. You need to get rid of this goddamn clown.
All right, no. Okay.
Kick him to the curb. He's a piece of shit.
Okay, hold on. I gotta mute you. I gotta mute you.
AKA Kendro. Look, bro. You said people put your family on there.
Man, shut the fuck up, Cage, you bum. I ain't talking to you.
You started with trying to break information. You started all, with your little YouTube.
Man, mute this punk ass bitch's mic. He saying.
fucking idiot.
You
You have to let people talk, or you're not allowed on the show.
Hold
It's
on,
a
hold on,
discussion.
All right, no,
hold
but
on,
It's a
hold
discussion.
on, hold on,
Can I
It's
hold
say
not
on.
something,
Truth
please?
gets to talk over
Hold
everybody
on,
else.
hold on, hold
Yeah.
on, hold on.
It's supposed to go to a
Michael,
vote.
you did start with him.
Yeah, you're not
You
listening
did
to
start
me.
with him.
It's the fucking elephant. You're not listening to me. Again, it's the elephant in the room. You think that by not bringing it up, it's not going to come up. I don't believe that. Okay? I know for a fact that within 5 minutes, he'd be bringing it up whether I do or not. Okay? Maybe that's not a fact. Maybe that's an opinion. But that's what I feel. Okay? You
All
go
right,
ahead and have a
may I
different
say
opinion.
something? Because I've known
Yeah, go
True Zone
ahead.
for years, right? So yeah, the other day he told me like how he became this way online. What happened was some people like trolled him. They put his like family members on there, crossing the line, obviously, and then from there it's like his like villain arc. After that, like he just started trolling everybody. He has zero like restraint, right? It's just that's what he does now because it was done to him, and now he's like doing it to other people for no goddamn reason. Because they brought his family up and
Well, I
his wife
appreciate
and all
that.
this shit. So yeah, that's not usually what
I never
happens.
heard.
I've seen it across the board with people online. That's usually what happens, right? And then
That is
people get
exactly what he does. He's tried to bring up my personal life too and use whatever I've told him about myself against me. And so it gets to be you can't talk about your personal situation because it's being weaponized by people who don't really want to have an honest, open discussion. They just want to have fun trying to break you down and reduce your self-esteem.
all right. So like, obviously you
You
never
go ahead
liked
and
when
have
that
fun.
happened. You never liked when that happened to him. So then why perpetuate that to random people that don't deserve it and they're not messing around with you? Like why do that? There's a time and a place for everything. Like I don't see the
Exactly.
benefit of that. So people.
It's that fucking golden rule.
To be fair, though, and with respect,
go ahead, Lance.
To be fair and with respect to Truth Zone, you do look like you could use a shower, Michelle.
What did he say?
You look like what? Sorry.
You could use a shower.
No.
Oh,
Everyone needs a shower here. I took one earlier.
Hola,
I'm
niños.
bringing him back.
¿Cómo están hoy? I'm practicing Spanish because
Thank you, Abby. Do. Can you hear me, baby?
I hear that Tripp's plates.
Abby, do. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Oh,
Hey,
You said
True.
what you tell Nasser? He looks like he can use a shower. Yeah, he can use a shower. He need to wash his ass before he get online again. But shout out to everybody up here.
Here right for you right now. I'm sure you'd like to see that kind of stuff. That's the kind of content you like to create. You know.
Matter of fact, you gonna be now. I'm trolling you next. You better watch yourself.
I'm saying you look like a Dollar Tree Dr. Dre.
Who said that?
I think is that extra bullet talking about
That joke was so corny, I can't help but not laugh. But Nostrum, you better watch yourself, boy, and watch where you talk about True Zone before you be my next victim.
Watch yourself. Take your own advice.
True
Have a good
Before I
day.
throw your ass off the internet.
A
that
victim
kind of waste
on
my
the
time.
internet, man. You're weak, bro. Misery
Before I
loves
throw your ass off the internet, boy.
Okay, everybody stop. Everybody
Listen.
stop.
Come on.
No, I'm gonna stop, baby. I'm gonna stop.
You
Tell me to stop again, I'll stop.
And y'all stop too. Both of y'all
Right.
stop too.
All right,
Everybody
go ahead.
stop.
Let's have a topic because this is
Okay, let's have a topic. Let's get into it.
There you go.
We're gonna say capitalism is prevalent and it's a positive. That's the conversation I want to have.
All right, make your point. Wherever, prove your case.
What you mean prove my case? Because businesses thrive in a capitalistic society, whether it's solopreneurship or entrepreneurship.
Somebody, buddy wants to speak.
Man, shut the fuck up while I'm talking, punk.
I can't see the names. Okay, he's even putting
Shut the fuck up while I'm talking.
Nancy's raising his hand.
Why don't you be
Who's
quiet?
raising their
Don't be
hand?
telling people to shut the fuck up on the panel, or you can get off the panel because this is supposed to be a dialectical discussion where we're not just treating.
Man, I don't want to have a conversation with your drug addict ass anyway. You fucking bum, you loser. Shut up.
Then go the fuck away. I don't fucking need to waste my time with people who just want to waste time. Okay, that's not it's a conversation with comrades, not with assholes who think they're the fucking shit. Okay, go take a shit on yourself.
Dialectical sounds communist.
Go take a shit on yourself.
That's what he likes to fucking do, right? He just wants to be
take a
like
shit
this
on
fucking
yourself.
a robberist. All he wants to do is go in circles.
I can't say
himself.
I can't see the name. So what's sir at the bottom left corner? What's your name? I'm sorry, I can't see names on it.
That's
That's Lance. So
Yeah,
I have to
Lance,
move this.
okay.
I I have to move this banner, and then you'll be able to see.
Okay,
Yeah.
you're from the GTA, is that correct?
Yeah, I'm from Toronto, born and raised in Toronto. Yeah, from Eugene originally.
There go the names.
I'm an hour up north on the 400 from you.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So what? You're about around like past Woodbridge and that.
Say that again.
Past Woodbridge and Vaughan.
Oh no, an hour.
Oh yeah. So like yeah. So you're up by what Barrie kind of.
There you go. There you go. But now that I'm on the list, I don't want to disclose my location.
It doesn't matter.
Oh shit! There's a drone at my window.
Not again. They're watching, brother. There you go.
So I wanted to share an anecdote. I had one of these miraculous days. Have you ever a day where 5 strangers come up to you and just start telling you their life story? And 3 of them were totally fascinating. Have you ever had a day like that? Because that's what I had.
It does happen. For some reason, random people open up to me in a weird way. It's like, yeah, it's just like random people on the road. It happens.
So
I like days like that.
One of them wasn't random, a stranger. It's a woman that I hadn't seen in 2 years. So she's like 90% Ojibwe. She's an alcoholic, so I can relate to her. And she's in and out of homelessness. So I hadn't seen her in like 2 years. And today I meet up with her. It was just like around 2 p.m. And I'm waiting for a bus, so I couldn't talk too long. Anyway, so we were talking about YouTube channels. And I happened to mention Abby Dew. And it turns out she's been watching you guys. And she really,
Oh wow.
And she
Like a
loves,
coincidence, huh?
loves
For real?
Well, she hasn't. She lost her phone.
That's
like a year.
pretty awesome. If you're here right now, hello.
Yeah.
Hey, look, Lance, look, the 401. How about that?
Hang on a second. That's the 401. Wow. That place.
Yeah.
That place is getting bigger and bigger.
What was that? Oh.
It's the biggest highway in North America.
Yeah.
That's the highway that comes to the bridge that crosses the river here in Windsor to Detroit. I'm not thinking that's as far as the oil prices these days. That traffic actually for this time of day, that's 5 o'clock right now in Ontario. That should be rush hour. That does not look like it's very much traffic. So
I know it's actually pretty running smoothly today. Surprisingly.
Yeah. The 400 is right behind me. It's a block away, and the traffic really has thinned out over the last year. It's stunning.
What's up, old man Barker?
Yeah, so Michael, how often do you commute to Detroit, Michigan from Windsor, Canada?
Never. I don't
Never?
have enough money to travel. I've been there a few times when I was a kid, when my parents could afford to bring us over there for a little, not really vacation, but just for like a little weekend trip or something, right?
Uh-huh.
You can see downtown Detroit, right over the lake. But yeah, what is it? The Ambassador Bridge, I think.
Yeah.
Right there.
Well, it's going to be the Gordie Howe Bridge now. I'm not sure what's going to be happening with the Ambassador Bridge. I think they really should probably decommission it and tear it down. It's almost 100 years old, but it's in control of some American billionaire. So they until it becomes a bad enough investment that he gives it to somebody else, there's not much we can do about it.
Yeah, so the commute is like very long, right? From Windsor to Detroit, it's like what, 4 hours driving, right?
No, from Windsor to
it's right on the border, man.
On the border.
It's only if there's a lot of traffic that's clogging up the bridge and the tunnel at the same time. It might take you an hour and a half to get all the way into Detroit. Well, especially if you get held up with customs searching your car and shit. But on a good day, you can get across the border in like 20 minutes, half hour.
Oh yeah, wow, in Toronto, I can drive. I can go on like the 407, which is an express toll route, and I could probably be at in Buffalo, New York. You know, or I could drive to the border at least, in under 2 hours.
Yeah, because I noticed that I can never tell if someone's from Canada or Michigan by the accent, because the Canadian and Michiganian accents sound pretty similar.
Yeah,
it's right there. It's border town, kind of.
Well, actually, that's a fascinating topic. I was talking about this with somebody the other day.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe Mike, you can help me, or Mikhail. The way that I've understood it is that accents change from river valley to river valley. And from my perspective, I'm pretty tuned into accents and language in general. So when you cross the bridge, when you go to Buffalo, it changes immediately. It's a harsh New York accent, and it gets kind of harsher all the way you get down to New York City. And I can pick out New England, Texas, all these different accents. But I can't tell you what part of Canada, unless they're from Quebec and they speak with a French accent.
I can. Like people, the Western people from Canada have a distinct accent compared to people from our end, isn't it?
In theory, Mikhail's accent should be remarkable or significantly different than mine. And the same for the Ottawa Valley, the same for Manitoba.
You sound like you're from Ontario. I could tell right away that you were.
How do you? Because I just have no concept with Canadian accents.
Some of them can be tricky. To me,
it's a bit tricky. Like, do I sound Abby? Do I sound Canadian or which?
No, say about.
You sound stoned.
About.
Say it again.
What are you about? What are you about? See, it comes out when I say about.
I think we all say a boot. You know.
No.
A boot. What are you
No,
about?
Paige, you sound like you're from America. That's why I kept thinking your accent.
Out and about.
I'm from Toronto, right? Toronto is like a mixture of New York and London, kind of like England.
Every Canadian on the panel say out and about.
I'm out and about.
Out and about.
No, hold on.
Out and about.
That is, y'all sound like you're trying really hard to say it.
No, we're not. This is where
out and about. I'm out and about over here, you know, doing my thing.
And about. Like you're trying too damn hard.
A lot of Canadians have very American
go ahead
sounding accent.
Just go ahead and say it's a boot.
Out and about.
We would have to go out of our way to say a boot, but you're not listening when I say that. I'm telling you, that's what the Newfies sound like. The Newfoundlanders.
Oh, the new.
Okay?
Oh, yeah.
Go to Newfoundland, and then you hear them say a boot. But most of us, we don't really say a boot. Okay.
Well, they're mostly Irish over there. They're Irish descent.
You kind of say it.
I don't know.
You kind of say it. When you're not paying attention, you kind of say it. I'm just saying.
Maybe I'll have to take your word for it, but
Probably do. It's natural.
It's natural.
Abby, say about for me here.
About.
That's like you went out of her way to make it sound like about with that.
Yeah, see, when you naturally, it was not natural pronouncing a couple words.
Yeah. When I was in Toronto many years ago, it sounded more like it kind of reminded me of America than Canada alone, especially downtown Toronto. This was in 2002.
Oh, you've been over here?
Huh? I'm sorry?
Oh, you've been over here before, yeah?
Yeah, I've been to Canada multiple times. When I was like a baby in the 80s, and then into 2002. Yeah, that was the last time I was in Canada. It was for my sister's summer camp, piano. I'm sorry, no, my sister's music summer camp in 2002.
Oh, really?
And,
okay.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember. It was I'm trying to remember the name of the university. I think it was McGill University in Toronto.
Oh, McGill, that's in Hamilton.
Oh, sorry, Hamilton. I'm trying to remember. Yeah, I'm sorry, Kingston. Sorry, I think it was called Kingston University.
That's Queen's University in
Queens.
Kingston. And McGill is in Montreal. Sorry,
McGill was in. Oh no, McMaster's in Hamilton. My bad.
McMaster, yeah.
I know when I'm comfortable and I just talk, you can definitely tell I'm from the South.
Mm-hmm.
So
absolutely.
So is your accent typical Louisianan? Like you said, you've moved around. Like you've been in Minneapolis, I think you said, and New York.
I've lived in Houston. I've lived in Rochester, Minnesota. Minnesota.
Kodak.
What is it?
Kodak.
Why'd you call it Kodak?
It's the home of Kodak, right?
Oh, IBM and Mayo Clinic. I don't know about Kodak. I didn't know Kodak was there, but I know.
Is that the camera company?
IBM. Yeah, it sounds like the camera company.
Yeah.
But I know the two big companies were IBM and Mayo Clinic. And then I lived in Durham and Raleigh, North Carolina, and then I settled in New York City.
Yeah, Kodak is in Rochester. I used to live in Kingston, Ontario.
Oh.
So our television, like when
I never knew that.
depending on what part of Ontario you're in. If you're in Eastern Ontario, you get Syracuse, ABC, NBC, CBS, King, and also Kingston. Sorry, Central Ontario gets Rochester, and Western Ontario gets Central Ontario gets Buffalo, and Western Ontario, I guess, will get Detroit. But,
On the radio,
Yeah,
isn't it?
yeah. Unc said when he gets mad, his redneck Mississippi comes out. When I get mad,
Southern
it comes
accent.
Well,
So would
I
you say
mean,
your accent is Louisiana? Did you grow up?
no, I would not. Like even Dark Matter said Abby's accent doesn't sound like the average Louisiana accent. It doesn't sound like the average
It
Louisiana
does sound
accent.
like that. You have some Southern in you. You can tell.
But you could tell I have Southern in me, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but it doesn't sound Louisiana. And maybe it's because I lived in so many different places. I don't know.
Well,
Right, but how about
the
when you were
modern-
born in Louisiana? You had like the Louisiana accent, right, Abby? Before you ventured out to other states.
Well, also my parents didn't allow me to they would correct me every time I like mesh words together or didn't enunciate properly. They would correct me. So I wasn't really allowed to do that.
Right. Because I know, yeah. 'cause
But
I
when I
noticed-
became an adult, I started doing that shit all the time.
Right, because I noticed
I
that.
think Jacqueline in the chat saying there's a bloke that popped on the panel with shades on. Is he a troll? No, that's me. I think she's like 15, 20 minutes like back. It's just-
Yeah, you might be behind a bit, Jack.
That's Cage, Jacqueline.
Cage, yeah.
That's our new.
Jacqueline lives in the UK, by the way.
Yeah, England.
I
right,
can tell by
exactly.
the word bloke. So-
Oh yeah. I thought it was pronounced block.
bloke.
It's bloke.
Yeah, it just means like a man or something. Means like a guy or whatever. I don't know.
Oh, I thought it was block.
It's just like calling someone dude.
Dude, yeah. So Michael Pan, you're in Taiwan, is that right?
No, I'm in Virginia.
Oh, okay, sorry.
By DC.
No, he's part Taiwanese, part Chinese, right? That's what
No,
you said, right?
Yeah, part Taiwanese, part Japanese, and part Aborigine. So
I mean, but technically, Chinese and Taiwanese is kind of the same, right?
no, we don't have the same. Our values and cultures are quite different, as a matter of fact.
No, I mean culturally you're different because Taiwan, but
What I'm saying when I say culture different, I mean Taiwanese culture is totally different from Chinese culture.
right. But I'm talking about like ethnicity.
Ethnicity, we're not. No, not the same.
Mm.
But
Well,
I'll
it
say,
depends on who you are, though, because I know there's a lot of Chinese from the mainland, or they're.
I mean, they moved to Taiwan.
Like they're
from
not.
China.
They're from Taiwan, and I mean they're from the mainland like since 1949 kind of thing, like a couple generations old on Taiwan, but they're mostly Chinese families, right?
Right. Because if you go to Taipei, Taiwan, most of the people speak Chinese. But if you go outside of Taipei or go to rural parts
What
of
you mean
Taiwan,
Chinese?
it's more like
You mean Mandarin?
yeah. So it varies. It depends on where you're at in Taiwan. If you go to like industrialized city like Taipei, it's mostly Chinese. There's a lot of Chinese people live in metropolitan parts of Taiwan. But if you go outside of Taipei, like Pingdong or rural parts of Taiwan, most of the people speak Taiwanese, and the culture is very different, and the food there is quite different.
Oh, so
from Taipei.
so there's a Taiwanese language which is separate from
Chinese.
Mandarin and Cantonese.
Yes,
Yeah, it's their own dialect.
own dialect. Yeah, because my mom, when she was young, she was forced to learn Chinese at a young age. I'm not sure how old, maybe like I want to say maybe like 6, maybe 6 years old at that time.
When you keep saying Chinese,
Mm-hmm.
what language are you talking about?
Oh, I'm sorry, Mandarin. Sorry, let me be clear,
Oh,
Mandarin.
okay.
My mom had to learn Mandarin at a young age. So in other words,
And
she had to be bilingual in
the
Taiwan.
the Taiwanese language is like Hokkien or something.
I think so.
Like the majority of people speak Hokkien, I think, right?
Yeah, Hakkanese, yeah.
So this shows the I think the American influence on the island of Taiwan over the past several decades. that you would, even being a Taiwanese person, refer to the Chinese languages as Chinese and to the Taiwanese language as Taiwanese, even though they
Right.
technically have different names. This is because I think the U.S. has been, I think it's fair to say they've been making a concerted effort to create, not necessarily create out of thin air, but to create a divergence between like a difference between the Taiwanese national identity and the Chinese national identity, whereas the Chinese on the homeland are trying to kind of forge a single unified national identity for Chinese, even though there's a whole bunch of different ethnicities, right?
Right. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, and you'd be surprised too. Even like nowadays, more Asian countries don't welcome Chinese, especially on a tourist visa, like Thailand, Japan, because tourists are creating a lot of mess.
Well, it's, I
And
think, trying to protect, it's this
what I'm saying
the
is like in
Chinese is
public.
trying to protect the Chinese national culture and identity. Isn't it fair for every other nation? It reminds me similar, like the language situation with Russian and Ukrainian. They're
Right.
very similar. I'm sure like the Taiwanese and the Chinese languages are very similar.
I mean, yeah, they're similar. I would say similar in some ways, but they're not similar in terms of dialect, because you can tell, who's from Taiwan and who's not. Like especially in Taipei, Taipei has a big Chinese population, and not only that, but Taipei is known for expats who move there every year. I've seen it on YouTube. I've seen a couple people who moved from, I think, from England, Australia. Trying to say maybe.
Expats are people that travel to these countries, right?
Yeah, they're usually like in like major cities, especially like in Asian countries. But it's very rare you see them in like rural parts of Asia. Very rare.
Well, they go to the main hubs and the tourist
Yeah,
hubs usually.
yeah. And the food, yeah, and especially the food in Taipei is quite different. And I'd say the food in Taipei has been recently has become more gentrified.
Gentrification of the food.
Yes, meaning like when I was in Taipei the last time in 2006.
It's the way he said it. Gentrification.
Yeah.
I didn't know you could gentrify food either.
Oh yeah, if you have a lot of expats who move into like one city, right? Because then the owners have
Yeah, you
then the
can
owners
gentrify food.
yeah, that means the owners will have to be forced to cater to the expat needs in terms of the food.
I see. Okay.
So
Yeah.
It's
like
like
Americanizing
it's
it
like
as like fake
basically.
Chinese food.
Yeah.
it's like Chinese food here in America. That's not real Chinese food.
No,
Like
it's not.
I've been to a real Chinese restaurant in New York City. That
Uh-huh.
shit ain't the same in
Nothing. It's
any
not
way.
no General Tao chicken for you, huh?
Right. And because yeah, my mom told me when she went to Taiwan last time, I think maybe like a year ago, and she was because she's from Taiwan, and she was a little disappointed in the food quality in Taipei, especially. And she was surprised that the chefs made General Tso chicken, orange, yeah,
Orange chicken, sesame.
sesame, shrimp lo mein, broccoli, chicken.
That's not Chinese food.
No, it's not. And then
No,
I
it's
understand.
American. It's like fast food. It's like a fast
Yeah,
food
it's like
burger.
fast food Chinese fast food, especially like fast food Chinese, basically.
Right, but that's the capitalism for you. Everyone, you talk about the gentrifying of the food. It's like capitalism reduces the quality of food like across the world. I
Mhm.
see this is the problem. The more capitalistic the society, the worse the food quality gets.
Yep,
That's
that is true.
Yeah.
And then they become like a
Well,
franchise.
it's all about
unfortunately.
your bottom line. Like, who cares about quality? Like, you're gonna get it out as quickly as possible and use ingredients that are the cheapest. It's a gross. You're net and you're gross, right?
Right.
It's all about money. So yeah, we're gonna produce least amount of quality in order to get a return.
Mm-hmm.
I know a lot about Chinese food, actually.
Uh-huh.
I always get the number 3 combo and the 7.
There you go.
But thanks for telling me about a little bit about. I know nothing about Taiwan, and I didn't even know there was a Hokkien-ese language.
Yeah, Hokkien-ese. Yep.
I bet you a lot of your clothing is probably made in Taiwan.
Yeah, I'm sure every bit of plastic. All my toys are made from Taiwan.
Or the processors in your computer, anyway.
Yeah, that too. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to go take a walking tour and read up. It just fascinating.
Yeah.
But I'm practicing my Spanish right now because I hear the flights to Cuba and hotels are going to be half price this winter.
Oh, to Cuba? The only time I've ever been out of Canada is to Cuba, actually.
Oh, yeah?
I've been, yeah, Veradero, Havana. Where I stayed, the hotel I stayed, it was like Al Capone's fucking. It was down the street. I didn't stay at that one. It was Al Capone's mansion that was turned into a hotel.
No kidding. Wow.
Did you have to fly? Did you have to when you flew to Cuba? Did you have to? Was there
No,
like a layover or
No, it was
direct flight?
Direct. It was like only 4 hours to get there.
4 hours. Oh, cool.
Yeah.
That's not bad.
Americans do that. Americans have to come to Canada to go over there because of the embargo
Really?
and that.
Oh, okay. Because I just thought Americans just could fly directly to Cuba.
They don't like Americans, but they love Canadians over there.
Oh, interesting. Why do you like Canadians? I'm
Because
from
we
Cubans.
bring them money that ruins their communistic system, right? you give
We
them like
tip,
5.
we tip better than Americans.
Yeah.
Right.
My dad loves Cuba and that. Like, so what we would do is like we'd bring like a suitcase filled with like random stuff, like just like toothpaste, like essentials, like clothing and that, and give it to everybody.
Historically, they like Canadians because we've always we've always been a workaround for the American blockade, and so I think they've always tolerated us at the very least for that.
We just bring them essentials.
Anytime we go to the Caribbean islands or any place like that, we just go to the dollar store and just buy a bunch of toothpaste, toothbrush, soaps, just all
all
kind of
that
stuff,
kind of
and
stuff.
put it in
Exactly.
Ziploc bags and hand it out.
Yeah, that's what we do. We go to the city and then just hand it out to people that need them, and they're super great. Like they love.
They're very appreciative.
Yeah, it's hard to get that kind of stuff over there. Like over there in Cuba, they drive cars from like the 50s and stuff.
Oh wow.
That's because of Saint. You didn't know that, Mike.
Right?
You didn't know that. What you said, Musa Mill.
Musa Mill.
Because of the sanctions that America
Yes,
has
sanctions
imposed
imposed
on
by
the embargo.
Embargo. Yep. Yeah, and not to mention, America didn't want to see. America does not want Cuba to have a very sustainable and effective healthcare system.
Michael, your boy's in the back.
Oh, they do actually.
Actually, Cuba has a very sustainable medical system. It's so sustainable that they
don't because they're not there. The doctors aren't there to make a massive amount of income because it's communism, right? So the doctor makes as much as the janitor.
It's so sustainable.
So if you want to go and be a doctor, it means you love to do that job. It's not because of money.
I've actually worked. I've worked with.
Well, let me wait. Hold on. Let me finish. Let me say my statement. I was waiting for Cage to finish, and then I'll bring it to you, Lance. I was just going to say it's so sustainable that Cuba often sends doctors all around the world in times of crisis, and a lot of people don't realize that.
Yeah, actually,
they tried to send them to New Orleans for Katrina, and Bush refused to allow them to come. But go ahead, Lance.
Well, I was just going to say I've worked with physicians who have told me that the best doctors in the world come from Cuba.
They are.
Well, think about it. Because of the communism, right? Like you can make as much money being a janitor or a garbage man or woman as being a doctor. So people that go into that field, they actually just want to help and they want to, they enjoy that.
And the ones that go abroad, they get
Michael, can you look at the private chat, please?
Yeah, I was gonna ask you if you're wanting to bring Pan Mulatto back on again this week, considering we were discussing.
I was gonna ask you.
Well, because last week you had said we give him whatever a timeout, and then maybe see about bringing him on after not letting him on for a whole.
He said he wants to talk about Taiwan.
Yeah, no, Mikhail, I love people today. Bring them on.
I feel like we can give him another chance, and if
bring him on.
It can be revealed very quick. I just want to say, like, if he within 2 minutes starts acting like the dickhead he was.
No trolling, no.
We're gonna kick you right back off. Right?
No calling people out of their names. No, none of that. Or you got to go.
Pay attention
so
to
bring him on.
It's not all about you, man.
And I wanted to say also that Cuba. Are you bringing him on? I wanted to say that Cuba was offering medical classes to become a doctor for free, but the stipulation was you could not brain drain and go somewhere else. You had to go back to the zip code where you came from and practice in your community in order to get that free education.
Really, I never
So
heard of
they
that.
mean
I
what
never
they
heard of
say,
it.
and they say what they mean.
Never heard about that. But yeah, the Cuban people, they seem like really nice people to me when I
Yeah, they
visited
seem
over there.
yeah, they seem very
thoughtful
committed too,
people.
I noticed. But the ones who moved from Cuba to America, they want a different
Yeah, we don't
medical
like them.
experience in terms of they want to make what 3 times, 4 times the salary they made back home in Cuba.
They
In other
moved
words,
because those were the white Cubans, and they
right.
love
Canadian,
they love capitalism.
a Canadian dollar will change it, bro. Like you can go there, give them like $100 bill, that'll change your lives. Okay,
Yeah.
They didn't want to share, so they came to America.
They do have a little bit of an issue with the older generation is the ones that are much more because they got to experience like communism during when it was more prosperous, right? And after this 65-year like embargo, after the collapse of the Soviet Union, Cuba really has been struggling, and so the younger generation has not seen communism working for them as effectively, and so they have a little bit less confidence in it. But let's not leave Pam Mulatto waiting for too long. Welcome back. How are you today?
I'm doing well. Thanks for having me up.
Hi,
And,
Ben.
hello, how you doing, Abby? I hope all
What's
is
up,
well.
man?
Hey, what's up?
What's going on?
You want to talk
Actually,
about Taiwan?
well, yeah, that's literally the question I came up with. Do
You
you
have
all
some mic,
support?
you have some mic shit going on in the back, but you know.
Yeah, it
Well, I live in
sounds. It's like
I
the
live.
air. You sound
I,
airy.
yeah, no, I live in the tropics. I'm at the beach. The wind is blowing. But allow me to ask this, and I'll mute up. Do you all support China taking over Taiwan?
Me personally, I don't. I'm against that because
Yes.
Taiwan's been struggling to have a true democracy and trying to be independent from China.
Exactly. I was asking the communists on the panel because I respect you as a Taiwanese and your right to self-preservation. But
Can you?
I think every nation should have sovereignty within being their own nation. Anyone trying to impede on that, it reminds me of like the Ukraine and Russia bullshit.
May I ask Luther Mill? Can you answer that again? Because Black Mike was talking to me and I didn't hear your response.
Sure. Oh yeah. So me, So I definitely do not support Taiwan being part of China because Chinese people. I mean, if you given Chinese people's history with taking over so many countries in Asia, like Vietnam, Taiwan. Yeah, Chinese people have not changed, and their goal has always remained the same. But their strategies have always changed, over time to be more, covert, smile in people's faces. I don't support China. Don't support Taiwan be part of China because Taiwan's been struggling for democracy for so many years and counting.
I'm gonna need to go get me a shirt. So
And
that
that Taiwan wants to take
I'm
back
just
its
trying to-
independence and take back its language. And it's
Okay,
almost not
Jersey
that
Shore.
different from the African continent who's trying to be independent from Western rule.
Well,
Yeah, that's an interesting thing, and back to I had one thing more to say about the Cuba thing. Over there, it's like one of the few places in the world you'll not see Coca-Cola or McDonald's and shit. I'm sure they have their own versions of it.
Right.
Now, I want to hear the host answer the question. I want to hear the host, Mike or Abby. Do you all support China taking over Taiwan?
So okay, what do you want to go first, Michael? Or?
Sure, just because I think he's going to get the answer he's expecting from me. I do not support the separatism of Taiwan from China. It's been a very long-standing years, for decades, the entire international community agreed that Taiwan is a part of China. The US agreed and everything, but while they agreed on paper that international law says that Taiwan is legally a part of China, at the same time, they still continued over decades to try to do everything they can to create this independence movement. It's not a genuine grassroots independent movement. It is completely astroturfed by the Americans. They're trying to bring liberal bourgeois democracy, and that is what people people who aren't as educated about what the difference between communism and capitalism is, they like to think that there is just democracy, that there is no such thing as bourgeois democracy. But it's not true democracy that they will be having. The problem is that this is a problem, universal problem around the world. Not every ethnic group that is seeking independence it is necessarily a good idea for them to have their own state. So a lot of times it just creates a lot more conflict than it resolves. You know, it creates more discrimination than it resolves. A good example of this would be Khalistan in India. So while there's just as much of an independence movement there to create an independent state, carve it out from India, it would create a lot more conflict. And as a state, it wouldn't exactly be very viable. So for it to have its own sovereignty is the whole point of independence, but it will not be having actual sovereignty. It will be gaining the opportunity to become a vassal state of the Americans, to be used as an aircraft carrier, like an island aircraft carrier against China. That is not part of the conversation for a lot of people who are just focusing on the idea of self-determinism. Well, we don't really, and a lot of us especially, we don't really actually believe in self-determinism. Well, we do in theory, like with a nation, or what seems to be a nation like Taiwan. But when it comes to like indigenous cultures all around the world, well, apparently they don't really deserve actual self-determination. So what is it, right?
So Miguel,
go ahead.
You probably don't support independence for Southwestern.
Because I want to hear Pan. Oh shit!
Hold on. Lance
hold on.
Whoever the Taiwanese is, I want to hear his response to Mike. So whoever is next, go. But clear some room for the Taiwanese.
You also asked for the other co-host too.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
after
which is
Lance,
let's not forget about the actual Taiwanese.
we won't. Trust me, we
Lance
won't.
was trying to say
Lance is saying something.
Yeah. I think what Lance is asking is if I support Alberta separatism, and it's the same thing. I don't think that that's a good idea. I don't think it's not self-determinism that they're seeking, but similar to what's happened with Crimea and the Donbass, they want independence temporarily so that they can then rejoin a different state. So in Alberta, they want to join the U.S. In Crimea and Donbass, they want to join Russia. They don't really want.
No, I don't think Alberta wants to join the United States. They just want out of Canada.
They're not a viable state by themselves. They don't have an effective economy.
Quebec and Montreal have been trying to do that for a long time themselves also.
The Albertans think that they can have a petro state, that they have enough oil that they're going to have a viable economy just with that. I think they're going to have a rude awakening. And they don't really even have the support. It's actually
proud. My family fought and died to have these, to have the rights of the Charter of Rights and all that. My family went to war for this nonsense.
What, World War I and World War II?
Both of them, yeah.
Yeah.
So people in the chat, I started a poll to ask you guys what you thought. Is Taiwan a part of China? So my answer, like, I was listening to you, Musa Mil, and you said that, like there's different cultures, but America, there's so many different cultures in America by itself. So just because culturally they're different, I would assume Taiwan would want the support of the Chinese military because they're a very small island by themselves. So why wouldn't they want to be a part of China? That's from my I don't know enough to know, but
yes, man. But look, like if we're deluding ourselves, like okay, this is all the world's a stage, as Shakespeare so famously quoted. All the world's a stage. Okay, I guaranteed this is what they call collusion, right? So all these people, they're all colluding together, and they're just running a game in order to prosper. Right?
But do you realize y'all not letting the Taiwanese talk about his own country?
Hold on, Pan. He's gonna talk about his own country. Trust me. We give everybody on this panel a chance to talk. We always do. So don't worry.
I was almost done. I was always landing the plane. What I'm bringing up. I'm saying what you see is not what's really going on in the background. Okay, And it's not. It has nothing to do with races or what country you're from, because these people, there's no borders when they're at a certain level, and it's not about oh, you speak this religion, or you have this religion, you speak this language, you look that way. No, it's classism, right? It's the haves or have-nots, and that as the elite, if you know, in
I
a
think we
certain
got
way,
a
and
communist on the
they're all
panel.
working together behind the scenes. I guarantee it. It's collusion. They're all working and they're playing this fucking game, running on everybody, and somehow we are hook, line, and sinker with it. Thinking like your vote does something. It's like no, it's a fucking dictatorship technically.
Right.
We got another communist on the panel. Go ahead,
Yeah.
Musamil.
Yeah. So to the pan Middle East, I did answer his question.
Mulattoism.
Sorry, mulatto.
Mulattoism.
I did. Yes. So I did address his question earlier. That no, I don't support that Taiwan should be part of China. Multiple times. It's because let me tell you from my experience dealing with Chinese, because I live in a very, let's just say, a very almost gated community, Asian community, in a gated Asian community, because especially dealing with Chinese people, I could tell almost every day in my life, Chinese people don't care about sharing resources with other ethnic groups of Asians. They don't. And I know how Chinese people think. Chinese people are really not that different from Westerners about just not only occupying countries, but taking over resources, gentrifying people out of their homeland. And history has shown that Chinese people have not changed their mindset over and over again. And it's not that different how that when Chinese people visit Thailand, right? Chinese people think that they can own Thailand, they can do whatever they want, urinate in public, and the locals in Thailand are not too happy about it. Because they're like, look, if you want to do what you did, go do it back home. Don't do it in Thailand, especially if they're on a tourism visa, which is like totally disrespect. And
Exactly.
also, right, and also
And Michael Payne, the reason I asked you to
Uh-huh.
repeat the reason I asked you to repeat your response is because I have to articulate this for Abby and Michael. Do you realize, Abby and Michael, that when you say you support China taking over Taiwan, you are literally supporting colonization? Do you realize that?
He never said that though.
It's not
That
taking
is what they
over.
said.
It's their own, it's technically their own
Read up.
territory. It already belongs to them. It's just been taken.
So that's
over
colonization. You're
because
supporting
the US,
colonization.
the
But
US
you
are
live
probably
in a
realize that?
colonization. It's called America. It was
Hold on,
colonized.
Cage. That's exactly that. And really, what's the difference between China taking over Taiwan and the U.S. taking over Venezuela or Cuba? Please tell me the difference. Colonization
Those
is
are
colonization.
established
Have you ever
countries,
heard?
right?
Well, let's have some order on the panel because you notice I did not cut you all off. Let's go one step at a
I didn't
time.
know who you were addressing with your question.
Yes, Michael, I'm addressing you, and I'll re-articulate it for the listeners. When you say, and you have a Taiwanese on the panel saying that he's against Chinese encroachment in Taiwan, Michael, my question is, do you realize when you say that you support China taking over Taiwan, you are literally
Nobody
supporting...
said that.
Allow me to complete the sentence. Don't be triggered, Cage.
I'm not triggered.
Respectfully.
I'm saying you're saying
Okay, so
people
mute your mic
Cage, let
because
him
that
finish.
didn't make sense.
Cage, let him finish. Let him finish,
just let
Cage.
Raymond Rollins finish.
Go ahead.
Exactly, because this is exactly what Michael said, with all due respect. And I'll repeat it just for the listeners. You have a Taiwanese on the panel saying he does not want the Chinese to encroach in Taiwan. Michael, my question to you is, do you realize when you say that you want China to take over Taiwan, you are literally endorsing colonization?
No, because the way that you frame the question is already wrong. Okay, it's not China taking over Taiwan. Taiwan already
maybe it needs a
belongs to
fucking New
them.
York minute to think about it.
Hold on,
Now, watch this.
Cage. Cage, you keep
I don't-
jumping in when
Now,
somebody's
Payne,
talking.
Michael Payne, is China and Taiwan the same country? Yes or no?
I would say this.
Two different countries. There's different
totally
names
different.
for it.
Let's checkmate.
You guys, I gotta call up some resources because you guys obviously don't know the facts. Because according to the law right now, Taiwan is a part of China. The same way that Hong Kong is a part of China. The same way.
Now,
Tibet
Michael Payne,
is a
you're
part of
Taiwanese.
China.
Now,
Legally
Michael Payne,
speaking. So you are
let
coming
the
up
Taiwanese
distorting
talk,
the
though.
facts
Hold on,
when you
let him
claim.
finish.
Yeah,
When you
let the
claim that
Taiwanese
China
talk.
is going in to encroach and take over, that's like saying that America is going to take over Alaska or Hawaii. when it's already legally part of the American jurisdiction.
Now, Michael.
So they have every right to go take over their own territory.
But America
hold on, one mic at a time, please.
Though. America did take over Hawaii, though.
Checkmate.
Hold on. Let me say something quickly, please.
But hold on, Abby, please. Let's have a clean conversation. We have a Taiwanese on the panel.
Hold on.
Hold on, Cage, please. Somebody drop Cage, please. Now, Michael Payne. We have a Taiwanese on the panel. Let's ask him. Hey, Michael Payne. Is Taiwan?
It's a simple.
Whoa.
You keep
please.
asking him the same question. He already answered.
And we didn't let him answer
you like multiple times, bro.
No, let's ask him. Hold on, Michael Payne.
Listen, Taiwan is a complex disputed issue. The people
hold on, but Michael Payne's only
claims Taiwan is an inalienable.
Are y'all afraid of the truth getting out?
While Taiwan operates as a fully
I'm asking, are y'all afraid of the truth getting out?
Officially, the Republic of China.
No, Cage actually interrupted me.
Hold on. Stop.
Yes,
people
please.
talking over each other.
Not a part of China.
And you notice I was
Too many
speaking.
people are talking over each other.
It's not a part of China. What is it again?
Musa Mill. Okay, I have
it's not
a
a part of the
comment.
PRC, bro. Which is
I
the
have a
China.
comment. Hold on. I have a comment. Eric said he don't like public speaking, but he wanted to chime in. He says China literally has some of the best minority policies of any country out there. What? Like you don't know shit? I don't know who he's saying.
But let's ask.
Bro,
let's
you keep asking redundant questions in a loop for no reason.
All right, but hold on. The actual Taiwanese on the panel said Taiwan is not a part of China.
You can checkmate
buddy. This other call.
Let him answer. Let him talk. Let the Taiwanese talk.
There's actually a large percentage of people in Taiwan who support reunification.
You're white. Let the Taiwanese talk. You're white.
Act like he speaks
now
go ahead,
Michael Payne.
Person. Okay, he's just another.
White,
he's actually more of an American than a Taiwanese.
Let Musa Mill respond.
Let me respond. Okay, because let me say this from my parents' perspective. Obviously, they're Taiwan native, and they've been following closely with Taiwanese politics longer than I have. But I'm saying, generally speaking, let me say this from a general perspective. I don't want to speak for everybody. My parents personally don't want Taiwan to be part of China, period, because of Chinese history of occupying so many Asian countries, including Vietnam. Because when you occupy people's countries, right, it's going to involve, like I said, military intervention, taking away people's land. And the Chinese people, and let me finish, have been doing this for several years and counting. And so really the Chinese have not changed their mindset. They're still stuck because the Chinese are not that different from Westerners when it comes to occupying and colonizing different countries. It's just that the Chinese, they're more covert in how they approach colonization, occupation, how they want to continue to make Taiwan part of China. So that's what's called Republic of China. But I do believe that Taiwan should have its own independence and be separate from China. It's not that different.
And you have that right. I acknowledge you have a right to self-determination as a Taiwanese. So my question to Mike is, why do you support colonization?
It's not colonization.
You live in a colonization.
The problem with
why do you support colonization?
I haven't really heard a lot of what Cage has been trying to say because there's been some interruptions.
Yeah, I see you trying to run. I'm asking, why do you support colonization?
I'm trying to ask for Cage to clarify what he's been trying to say.
You're trying to run.
Stop interrupting. We'll come to you.
Why do you support colonization?
We're all fucking
Stop asking
Why do you support colonization?
I'm asking Cage to give what his opinion has been. We've not been able to hear clearly because there's been too much interruption. We'll come to you after.
But why do you support colonization?
We'll come to you after, Pan.
Bro, you asked that question over 10 times now.
So what's the answer, respectfully?
Nobody's supporting.
You're just trying to direct the same. This is fucking
why do you
office bullshit. You're just trying to direct the conversation by being the only one who gets to ask questions. You're not the host of the show. Cage, I would like to hear what your perspective is on this Taiwan, Chinese, whatever.
So here,
go ahead.
And both of you need to calm down.
Why can't
both of you?
So whether Taiwan is a part of China is a complex disputed issue. The People's Republic of China, the PRC, claims Taiwan is an inalienable part of its territory, while Taiwan operates as a fully self-governed democracy, officially the Republic of China, ROC, technically. But It has its own constitution, military, and elected leaders functioning independently of the People's Republic of China. So it's its own place, right? It's like saying anybody that speaks English, right? Most of North America and all that. Oh, they're not. Are they ruled by England, or is the United States not? The United States, is the United States. Canada is Canada. Even though they all speak English, it is all based off of a little island or whatever the fuck that we call Britain.
So, Cage, when do you think we're going to see Prince Charles on our loonies and toonies?
Hopefully, no time soon. They actually maybe they can have their own island that over there with Epstein and that.
Actually,
and Andrew could be over there.
I just got a brand new toonie today, and it had a picture of a lizard on the back.
Oh, really? I haven't seen that one yet. I got a weird toonie that was like, yeah, it's collectible with the summon on it. We got the lizard. We got the lizard toonie.
No, it's a
Well,
reptilian.
please let Abby speak.
It's a reptilian joke. Hey, Mulatto, I'd like to say, Mulatto, I want to say something to you.
Are you missing teeth?
I want to say something to you.
Lance, are you missing teeth?
Why don't you respect your elders? Respect your
Stop
fucking
it.
elders, you idiot.
Stop it. Stop
Yeah.
it. Stop it. Stop it. Everybody stop it.
So, Mulatto, it's not your show, and you don't have the social skills to be on a panel.
Everybody stop. Now
Respect your elders. Don't disrespect your elders, man. Where's their manners at?
Hold on, Cage. You was interrupting a bunch of people too. So everybody just
not in a
stop.
hostile, disrespectful way.
Okay,
just
I'm gonna
wanna
tell
try
y'all.
not to
I'm gonna
interrupt.
tell y'all what the poll says. Is
You wanna-
Taiwan a part of China? 89% said yes. 11% said no.
So as far as democracy, if the majority of Taiwanese people decide that they want to remain in their best interest to remain as a part of China, would you guys, Michael Pan and Pam Mulatto, support the democratic will of the people if it so happened to not agree with what you want for the island?
So we're gonna go with Musa
All right.
first, and then Pan Mulattoism.
Why do we want to hear from Pan Mulatto anymore?
I want to hear from him.
Why?
Why not?
Well, that's not a really good reason.
I don't understand. Well, why isn't a good reason either?
Well, first of all,
why not? What?
He doesn't have anything.
He can't speak.
He doesn't have anything to say, and he doesn't listen to other people.
Please let Michael Pan go so we can just pass the mic around.
He thinks it's his show. He's giving direction.
Hold on. I gave the direction. I said Musa Mill first, answer Michael's question, and then Pam Mulattoism. Michael, you want to ask the question again? Just to make sure everybody understands what the question is.
Yeah, if the majority of people in Taiwan voted that it was in their best interest to stay with China and to not separate, would you support the democratic will of the people if it happened to not agree with what you want for the island?
For me, I can't not support that because it will just continue to do a disservice to people of Taiwan who wanted to have their own independence and separate from China. And also the polling. Also I want to talk that, and also the polling is kind of biased. I would expect it to be almost split 50-50 because also it's not capturing the age of the demographics. How that question was.
Before you
Yeah.
answer Pam Mulattoism, I wanna do a follow-up with him. So he just asked you if the majority of Taiwanese people voted to stay a part of China, would you support it? You said, me, I can't. Do you think it's like because of your parents' feelings?
No, it's because of it has been documented, historically, and the Chinese people have not changed. Even today, the Chinese people are still keeping a close eye on Taiwan. They're sending spy ships to monitor Taiwan's move, especially when Taiwan has a deep connection with the United States government.
Okay.
And so yes, and so the Chinese still want to occupy and colonize. So it's really not that different. What really has changed is the tactics Chinese are using. It's more covert. When it's very covert, it can be a very sneaky, let's just say a sneaky intervention.
So now I'm gonna let Pan Mulattoism answer, and then there's a question
I'd
in
like
the
to add
chat.
something quickly before.
Oh.
It's like the frog in the boiling water. Before it can jump out, you slowly raise the temperature, right? And then it's boiled.
Pan mulattoism is next. And then we
Yeah,
go to
so-
you. Wait, hold on. I'm going to tell everybody how it's going to work. Then we can go to you, Cage, with your response. And then there is a question in the chat from Golden Monarch that I'd like to raise to the panel. Okay? Go ahead.
Yeah, it'll be brief. Actually, and I heard Michael Payne's response. Respectfully, I have to tell you, as a Taiwanese, I know you're Taiwanese. You and your family abandoned Taiwan. You did not stay in Taiwan to protect Taiwan. So if China takes over Taiwan, you are partially responsible because you did not stay in Taiwan and fight for Taiwanese independence, with all due respect. Now, to the question that the host asked, of course, as an American, as a U.S. American, I want Taiwan to remain a strategic asset of the United States. So no, I would never, ever, ever, under any circumstances, I would never support China taking over Taiwan. No, I would never do that.
So both of you
Wait
just
a
revealed
minute.
that you're not democratic at all.
Wait.
Guys,
Hold on.
supporting democracy right up until if it is revealed that if it's actual democracy that doesn't really line up with what you guys want, is not
let me
democracy.
answer Pen Mulatto. Pen Mulatto, when our parents left Taiwan, they didn't leave Taiwan because they didn't want to protect Taiwan. It's because they had no future at that time. And this was going back into late 1970s.
You don't have to explain yourself to me, regardless. Y'all left.
Like I said,
No,
I was,
let him respond.
like I
All
said,
right.
I was not born in Taiwan. I was not born in Taiwan. My parents were. So they told me what happened, that they had to come to America because if they continue to stay in Taiwan, they don't know what the future was going to hold with China, taking over.
Exactly. They didn't stay and fight, brother.
No, it's not that they want to
Respectfully.
fight. It's because you have to understand. You have to understand, if they continue to stay in Taiwan, they not sure what the future is going to hold, and they would rather not die than to survive.
Exactly.
And but I'm saying
Meaning
that,
they fled.
hold on, Mulatto.
They don't
fled.
Let me
stand
say
a
this.
chance if
They came
actually
to America for, like I said, better opportunities at that time. I'm saying at that time. I'm just paraphrasing what my parents.
Brother, they
did
came.
as a
His
kid.
They
point
came to
is you're
pay
not.
taxes to the U.S. government.
His point is you supposed to fight for the land that you.
Right, but I'm saying
Exactly.
my parent, but like you have
That's
to
his
understand,
point.
my parents are baby boomers. They have a different perspective than I do.
Michael Pan, let me give you an example. Do you realize, Abby can relate to this, our ancestors were literally slaves. They literally fought the white man, got killed in slave uprisings because they understood certain things are worth dying for. Your parents did not understand that. They ran away.
I think
Like I
on
said,
this, we maybe
today,
just
like I
sorry.
said,
I want to
today,
quickly, Michael Pan. I think it's important if we ask if you know of your parents, what their opinion of the Kuomintang would be as far as motivations for them to leave. If
Your parents ran away and went to New York. Okay.
What I'm saying is when
Go-
Taiwan,
go.
okay, I don't think people know the history, right? With the Kuomintang were the fascists in China that fought against the communists in their civil war, and they lost, and they retreated to Taiwan. And so I'm wondering if Michael Pan's parents left Taiwan because they didn't like the idea of living under the rule of the fascists.
What about his lineage? What about look at
Okay,
your
but
little
we
New York
have a
accent?
fascist.
How did
we
you
have a
end up in New
fascist-
York with your family? Okay. Every time you point a finger, remember there's fucking three pointed back to you. Okay?
Who are you
Welcome
talking
back
to,
the mirror.
Cage?
I'm a little confused
I'm
what you're
talking to this
saying.
fucking mulatto, whatever mulatto.
You need to drink some water and sober up.
No, I think you need some fucking water.
You need to drink some
water.
water.
Why are y'all arguing with each other? Why is that necessary?
He's trying to criticize this guy because his parents, they left Thailand.
Yes, they ran away.
Taiwan.
No, he's saying
no.
okay.
Your lineage ran away to New York, idiot.
Yeah, see, Cage
Why
is
are you
just finding
calling
out
him
that Pan
why are you
Mulatto
calling
is
him
kind
an
of
idiot?
very offensive and ignorant with his
Mulatto
take.
does not-
What is he being offensive about?
When he's
What is he
being offensive, he's talking about Michael
his family
Pan.
ran
Michael
away.
parents
Their
ran away,
powers,
and
they ran away. When you're
My
in New
parents-
York, your family were not native to New York. Your family went over there and ran away too. Hypocrite.
I'm
Who
not
you
in New
talking
York.
to?
You're dumb and drunk. Respectfully.
You're an absolute and utter moron.
I'm not in New
Cage,
York.
Cage, what made you think he's in New York?
I know he's in New York.
How do you know
You're
that?
dumb. Yeah, I'm not in New
He's
York.
from New York. Maybe he moved away. Now,
I'm
he
not
ran
from
away
New
from New
York,
York,
bro. You're dumb.
He ran away from New York too, right?
Wait, where are you getting that from?
Your fucking accent is obvious. He's fucking from New York. Come on.
He's a fucking idiot. Respectfully, let's move forward.
Respectfully.
No,
Please, and he's
hold
drunk.
on,
He
hold
needs to
on,
sober
hold
up.
on.
Hold
on,
You're
hold
from
on.
New York, idiot. You grew up in New York.
Have
Are
no
you
way of
stupid?
knowing. We'll have to take his word for it, whatever he tells us where he's from. And I don't think, given what he told us about what his activities are, he's not wanting to
Yeah,
talk.
let me pull your IP.
Abby,
address.
hold on,
I see
Abby.
where
Do you
you're
see
at
how
right
crooked
now.
these white men are?
Are you dumb? I'm gonna pull your.
Thank you, Abby.
Oh, thank you, brother.
I'm putting you in the back too for a second. It's too much. It's too much. Y'all doing too much.
Yeah,
Like,
mulatto.
calm the fuck down. Who brought
Okay,
Cage
but
back up here?
I'm just saying, Abby, it's kind of hypocritical though.
Did
because
you do
you're
that?
saying-
Did you do that, Michael?
I did it
No, I don't know
myself.
how you managed.
I did it
How did he bring
myself.
himself back up
I
here?
did it. I have control. Complete.
So I don't normally. You shouldn't have control as a guest. So that
Right.
was a little strange that you were able to.
Yeah,
talk
how
right.
is he able to do that?
I'm
I'm
just
not
telling
sure
you. I didn't
how.
do that. I don't know how that happened. So
Maybe
He
maybe
might,
on the icon. He probably clicked on the icon in below.
he might be Thesis.
Y'all
I
need
don't
to
know.
calm
I
down.
think StreamYard's been doing some
Stop
weird
calling
shit
each other
lately.
idiots. Like, we
Yeah.
don't need to call each other names. That needs to stop right now. If you want to stay on the panel, okay? So when he was talking about, like, say what you were talking about, Michael, because we're living under fascism right now in America.
Right.
In my
No,
opinion,
Mhm.
I'm not leaving. This is my
Right.
land.
That's why I'm
And
saying.
that's all pan mulattoism was saying is like I understood what he was saying.
I'm just trying to ask because I didn't really get an answer from Michael Pan. I was thinking if he knows what their opinions are about the KMT, then they would.
Okay, well,
then
let's bring him
would
up.
give us a little bit of understanding as to why they left
Let me
for
say
America
this.
in the first place, right?
And
This
then
will-
I'm gonna bring back Cage and Pan mulattoism after
Right.
after Musa Mill gets a chance to respond.
Let me say this. My parents just told me general, so they didn't go in depth, like I said. So, like I said, I never had these hard conversations with my parents, but they just told me, briefly. So I'd have to go more in depth to get more information from my parents. But they told me growing up. I'm going by what they say anecdotally. So let me just be clear. I don't want to generalize what my parents said or put words in their mouth. But this is what they told me as a kid growing up. They didn't tell me like in full details, but what they did tell me is that they were concerned about the future of Taiwan being under the Chinese rule. And so they predicted that they're better off packing their bags and making a move to America because Taiwan in the 80s did not offer a lot of opportunities for my parents at that time because they're baby boomers. Maybe for the millennials, Gen Zs, it's probably different. But I'm just speaking from my parents' perspective.
That's just a little
Now
confusing.
I'd like to go.
Right, I'm just saying it's what my parents told me. I did not ask, them for like further. Did not really ask them for like follow-up questions. Did not ask them follow-up questions or go more in depth. But I'm saying this is what they told me as a kid, growing up. Maybe I was probably like, maybe like 8 or maybe like 10 or 11 years old. That's the only thing I remember. Like I said.
I was wondering if Mikhail could give us like a 2 to 5 minute history of Taiwan. It would really help me a lot.
I'm not sure if I know it quite deeply enough to give a real history lesson.
Question. Yeah, you know what? Maybe we could do some research and have Michael as a Musa Mill as a guest. Well,
right.
It don't sound like you know that much Musa Mill.
Well, but I'm just
saying.
saying.
Like I said, I know generally. Like I said, I don't know that much. I said that's why I said earlier. I said generally speaking.
Yeah.
In other
There's
words,
a question in the chat.
Well, before we move on, I'm trying to say something here. I was trying to say, based on what he said, I'm a little bit confused as to what that's supposed to mean, whatever. Like, given that it's your parents telling, like, whatever, a young child, they can't exactly tell you details that you're
because
not
I
going to
was
understand.
too young
No,
to
but just let me
understand.
finish, right? Because when they say that they're worried about the Chinese taking over Taiwan, that must have been a worry about an impending, whatever, takeover, I guess, that never happened. in 40 years since, right? So
right, but
because
it's more
because
covert. But
Taiwan was under control already of the ROC, right?
The Chinese have moved in already in Taiwan. They're sending spy ships to spy on people. I'm telling you what my parents know because my parents have access to Taiwanese news that I don't have. Like I said,
Hold on, but Michael Payne, you're a grown man now. Why you don't move back to Taiwan?
because I was
your
born in
land
the
now?
United States.
Let's let him
Mulatto,
respond before
don't
we're ready.
generalize me. Don't insult me. Let me finish, please.
All right.
Look, I'm not a native Taiwan. That's number two. My parents are from
He's second
Taiwan.
generation. He
That's
was
my
born
point.
in the United States.
Yes,
He was born
I
in the
heard
United
that from
States.
New York.
He's an American.
No, I heard that he was born in the U.S., but ethnically he's Chinese. So the question, pardon me, Taiwanese.
I'm not Chinese.
Unless they're
I'm mixed,
native
like I
to
said.
unless they're native to North
Can
America,
we have some
everybody's
order
an
on the panel?
immigrant. Oh
I'm
my
asking a
God,
simple question. You're ethnically Taiwanese. You don't want China to take over Taiwan. You're a grown man today. Why you don't move to Taiwan to protect your ancestral homeland?
Because I'm not
Why
a
are
native.
you in New
I'm
York
not,
right
hey,
now?
Oh,
Mulatto,
you're
Because he's an
afraid.
American.
Mulatto, let me
Afraid.
finish. God damn it,
Answer your
Mulatto.
answer, otherwise the question was a waste of time. All right.
Yeah,
He's
this
an
question.
He's afraid. I
American.
get it.
He's an American.
Let him answer.
Ethnically,
Okay.
he's Taiwanese.
If you're
Ethnically.
born in Canada or the
Let
United
me say
States,
this.
you are
That's
Canadian or an
look.
American, respectively.
Or in other
Right?
words, you don't care enough to
What the
move
fuck
to
is wrong with you?
Taiwan to protect Taiwan.
No, it's not
He's
that.
an
You chose.
American.
Mulatto, you
He's an
can't
Hold on,
predict.
Abby. I
American.
heard
He's
that
Mulatto,
part.
you cannot predict
He
my
has
move.
every right
Mulatto,
that any other
you can't really
American
predict
has.
my
Okay.
future about me moving to Taiwan. Whether I'm going to do it or not.
And Abby, can I respond? It'll be brief. Can I
keep
respond?
saying you keep saying the same thing. We already know what you're about to
Yeah,
say.
Mulatto, you know
Well,
what?
actually, no. When
Never-ending loop with
well,
this guy.
but can I respond?
And you asked him for an opinion about
Exactly.
Taiwan as an American,
Why does it even matter
as
to
a
you?
Taiwanese.
Now,
So
Abby, can I respond?
he can give his opinion as an American.
Exactly.
As an
Remember,
American,
He ain't
Mulatto,
got to
you
move
want
back
me
to
to? I think
Taiwan for
Mulatto.
what? He ain't never been.
but Abby, can I respond though? Everyone else is speaking. Can I speak? It'll be brief. My point is when Michael Payne. My point is when Michael Payne says that he doesn't want China to take over Taiwan, the
He said
truth
this
is.
already.
I said
Well,
it.
allow me to complete my point, and you'll understand what I'm saying. When Michael Payne says that he doesn't want China to take over Taiwan, he doesn't care enough to actually go to Taiwan and fight for it. So he's just talking shit on the
Where
internet.
did your answer? Where do your
He's
ancestors
just talking
come
shit
from?
on the
You ran
internet.
away and went to New York in America.
He's
Now
just
you're
talking
there
shit on the
doing
internet.
shit.
All right.
Respectfully.
Where
Now
are
you
you
said
from?
your piece.
Where you
Now
from,
let's
Pan
move on.
Mulattism?
Yeah,
Where
let
you
me
from?
answer that.
Your
Allow me
belief
to
is
answer
you
that.
talking shit on the internet, but
I
we'll
was trying to
you're
answer that.
talking shit.
But can I
Where
answer the
you
whole
from?
question?
Where are you
Can I answer your
from?
question? I'm trying to answer your question. Are you
Answer it.
asking?
I'm gonna
Are you asking?
DDoS you. I'm gonna remove your internet privileges. Like,
All right,
I'm about to.
Abby,
So
are
you
you
won't be able to
asking
go
me
on the internet
ethnically?
anymore. Watch.
I'm trying to answer her
Where
question.
were you born?
Oh, where was I born? Maryland.
So you're an American. Ethnically, where are you from?
Yes. Now, ethnically, I have Native American ancestry. I have African ancestry. I have European ancestry, etc.
Oh, hence the
So
name
where?
Mulata. So
So
you're a
where?
mixed race, yeah? Apparently, right?
Yeah, mixed race. Yes.
Okay.
So it's
Nothing
a
wrong
lot of
with that.
places you need to move back to help them out, because where
And I'm
in
one
Africa?
human, correct? I'm
So
only
what?
one man, right?
So your lineage
Musa
ran away
Mill.
and moved
You
to
just said
Maryland?
it. Hold on.
And
He's
so is
one
Musa
man.
Mill.
Exactly. And he's ethnically Taiwanese. He's not ethnically American. Checkmate.
No, he
If he
isn't.
was
If he
born
take
in
a DNA
America,
You
test,
said
then
he's
the whole
Japanese.
of
You said
America
he's
is
part
I got him on the
Japanese.
tape, bro.
Just American. Just like
Maybe
When
let's let Michael
watch this.
Pan tell us if he's an American or not. You've been
Exactly.
Go
When
ahead.
Pan,
Mulatto.
He's born in America. He's an
I'm
American
American
citizen.
by
when he
He's an
take a
nationality.
DNA
American.
test, he
Difference
has
between
no American
ethnicity
ancestry.
He's an
and
American.
nationality.
And when he takes a DNA test, he has no American ancestry. Checkmate.
So
He's
what?
he's just as
So
he's
he,
just as
so he,
I say
American
so,
as
checkmate.
you
so the
are.
Right?
point
I just
is,
want to hear from
so the
Michael
point
Pan.
is,
You're
so the
directing your
point is,
criticisms to Michael Pan. We're going to
so,
go to him now.
so the
Okay?
point is,
No,
he
we're
chose
going
the
to
U.S. over
Michael Pan now.
No. Be quiet. Be
Checkmate.
quiet.
He chose the U.S.
Go away. We are going to Michael Pan. You keep fucking acting like you can ignore what the fucking hosts are saying to you. You do that one more time, you're gone for good. I'm not letting you come back at all. No discussion.
Yeah, don't allow the mulatto come back. He's gonna keep continue to insult us and not even give us a chance
That's
to
what we
speak
had
freely.
already tried to say, but Abby felt that it was important to give him another chance.
I
That's
know.
what we
hip,
did.
the hip
Go ahead,
cross.
Mike.
Okay, but it's hypocritical and it's completely delusional. Use logic.
Mhm.
What the fuck? It makes
Right, and
zero
let me.
sense at all.
Rondo said, who is ethnically American? I could tell you the people that were indigenous to this land. So here's
Yeah,
the question. Golden Monarch
exactly.
says, if Taiwan truly wanted to be independent, wouldn't it have made more sense for Taiwan to never have received United States support?
Let me say this, and like I said, when Nancy Pelosi visited Taiwan, she made a big mistake. They ignited China to prepare military intervention. So no, I do think Taiwanese people, Taiwan. I can't say this for Taiwanese people, but this is just my own honest opinion. Okay, I'm not gonna paint this with a broad brush. I think Taiwan needs to have its own military and not depend too much on foreign countries' military, because it's always going to be a trade-off and always a hidden agenda. It's just like how the African continent needs to be independent and separate from European, I'm sorry, for European occupation in terms of the military and other resources. I'll put it that way. And I'm just saying this from, like I said, I'm not speaking for people in Taiwan, to be clear, and I don't want this guy to label me as if I don't know Taiwan, or as if I'm painting a broad brush, and I'm not. And so I just want to be very clear about it. I mean, I'll let my parents say what they have to say,
So
because
I
they
get
know
it,
how
and
they know
the
Taiwan a
fact
little
that
bit
you
more
hold
than I do.
your parents in such a high honorable regard is like very it's respectable, yeah. Like, because the elders, like, people don't respect their elders anymore. They don't respect themselves, really.
Mhm.
And these arguments are based off complete hypocritical nonsense. It's like ridiculous. If we step outside and look and observe our own being and how we're dealing with this stuff, it's out of this thing. There's no coherent sense to it. It's retarded. It's ridiculous, and actually, it's completely asinine, technically.
So
So,
I'm about to bring
um,
Pam Mulattoism up because there is a comment in the chat that is a very good comment.
I think Black Lives should come on, to be honest.
I told her to come on. I don't know.
Oh,
I
her?
told her the link is pinned in the chat.
Yeah.
yeah, we need some more feminine energy on there. For real.
Pam Mulattoism. Let me
Yes,
unmute you.
yes.
Okay. So this is the comment in the chat. Hi, Chris, by the way. Pamela Mulattoism said he was born in Maryland, which is in the North. African Americans, well, I don't consider myself an African American, but I consider myself
where's
an
your ancestors
indigenous
from?
American.
Are you
So
Caribbean?
anyway, hold on, let me finish. He says African Americans moved north to escape racial terrorism in the South. So don't ask Michael Pan why he fled, because your parents fled too.
And let me show you how
You want to
uneducated Chris
respond
is.
to that?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
And let me show you how uneducated Chris is. Anyone listening, just Google was Maryland
Baltimore,
in the
Maryland's not the South,
Confederacy.
then.
Yes, Maryland's in the South. It was a
What
part
is
of the
it? I wouldn't
Confederacy.
consider that the South.
It's below the Mason-Dixon line.
Below the Mason-Dixon line. That is
Yeah.
true.
Yeah, so he's a dummy, respectfully. But yes,
Respectfully,
what I'm saying.
Doesn't make your point any stronger. Okay.
Don't call names. We're not
But
calling
with
names.
all due respect, and you see how Abby,
Don't say that,
We're
because
not
that is not
calling
what
names.
you mean,
And
right?
you see I did not.
Calling names.
And you see I
We're
did
not
not get
calling
triggered.
names.
I'm
We're
not calling names.
people names.
I'm not
You
calling
called
names.
him a you called him
like
a dummy
5 seconds ago.
All right, I won't call
And then
any
you're
more
acting
names.
like, with all due respect, that is
I won't
disingenuous.
call any more names. Now, Abby,
Good.
you see how you asked me that question and I did not get triggered? Now let me ask Pan
You
the
did get
same
triggered
question.
because you did get triggered.
I'm
because
not
you called
triggered.
him a dummy.
I'm not even
not
American.
upset.
I'm not even
Why was that
American. I'm not even
necessary?
American.
So I'm
Genius.
just
It's called a
asking.
border state,
So that's
linking
the
the North and South.
That's
Okay,
checkmate.
so
It's a
what do you mean
slave state.
checkmate? You don't even know your own
So the
geography.
question is,
Literally everyone
Okay,
keeps
it's called a
asking
border
for you to
state,
get kicked
idiot. But
off.
yeah, I hear you.
Nobody wants you back. That's
No,
what
hold
can I
on,
address
hold
Abby?
on, hold on. Cage is calling people idiots. You going to the back.
I'm sorry
You
for
calling
that.
people
But
dummies.
saying,
You going to the back.
okay.
No. You go
Seems
into
like
the
Cage
back.
has some ability to override where he keeps popping himself
We don't
back
do
up.
that here. We don't do that here.
I'm sorry for the language, but it's technically a border
No.
state. You can simply
How
Google it.
does he keep bringing himself on? He is not a host on
That's
this
what I'm
show.
saying. For whatever reason, I think
Magic,
StreamYard's
lady.
glitching. Okay, then have respect. If we put you in the back, stay in the back until we bring you back up, or else we're going to take offense that you're doing exact same thing as Pam Mulatto, trying to take over our channel when you're a guest here. Okay.
Mulatto calling somebody stupid is like piss calling a fire hydrant yellow.
Right, which is why we don't need to get into that. It just gets to be a race to the bottom. Now we're just insulting him when he's not here to defend himself, right?
Yeah,
So
hold on.
ask you now,
Stop.
Lance, to
Stop.
refrain from the slippery slope. We'll just get right back into it.
Right.
I meant to
Because
say
you're not saying anything about Cage, who was doing the exact same shit.
Well, I think he was doing it in response to the disruption.
You're right, to Pan mutilism.
Right. So we can lay the blame with the instigator. That's fair. But there's also the, two rights don't make a wrong. Okay. We're just fucking childhood, whatever, playground rules here, where we all just get to pick fights with each other. And whoever gets the biggest insult on whatever the other one is the winner. That's not an actual argument.
That's for Truth Zone show. We don't do that here.
Exactly.
So why do we let people from the Truth Zone come up here then?
Just because we don't want a guilt of association fallacy where just because they spent time in Truth Zone's presence doesn't mean they're not allowed to be here. This is where we're going to quickly become undialectical with that kind of.
But everybody I've seen from that channel have been just like Mulatto.
No, I know, but Dulcie was on here the one time and she was not like that, right? That's where you just maybe it might be fair to say the majority
doesn't do that. No,
the majority
there's a lot of people
on that
don't
channel
do that.
But that's not fair to say to paint everyone with a broad brush, right?
Everybody doesn't do that on that channel. It's
Well,
not true.
let me rephrase. Why do you want somebody on your panel whom nobody on the panel or in the chat wants on your show? Why?
Well, I think to state the obvious is because he is the only other Black person to have come onto the panel today, and she values hearing from
Black voices,
fellow Black Americans, right? And there's nothing wrong with that. It's just, to me, I think it's been clear for a little while now that he may see himself as pro-Black, but I don't consider him to be. That's something we could talk about if you want to bring them back on. Okay. I don't know, but I think
I think Black Life is trying to come on, but
yeah, let's put Black Life on. Yeah,
she's still waiting, but you're not up here, Black Life.
Yeah, but
I
want to add.
What you're waiting on. You're not in the back or anything.
Yeah, I want to address the comment earlier. Someone
Thank
said,
you, Black Life. Everyone is welcome.
Yes, about.
I like to hear Black voices. I'm Black.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
There's a comment someone made about.
Why don't we get somebody white who's just as stupid and just as ignorant and just as disruptive as Pan Mulatto? Let's do that.
You mean who? Cage?
No.
Maybe in the devil's advocate, people such as Pam Mulatto feel like we already have such an individual in you, Lance. Okay, this is where we got to try not to be throwing stones in glass houses, right?
Exactly. Like everybody just chill.
So what
just
made
chill.
you?
Just chill, baby. Let's settle down. That's what I want to do. I'm sorry, Lance. Go ahead.
No, you've been doing it all night long, and you don't realize it. So I'm just going to point that out.
You said I'm I didn't hear you. There's also a delay here, so I apologize. Go ahead. Say what you were trying to say, Lance.
No, I'm good, thanks.
Okay. It is. Okay. We also, especially when Lance tries to speak, we have to, all of us, do our best to actually stop talking and let him talk because of the audio, the nature of his audio.
Yeah, his audio.
He'll always be overridden if he tries to talk at the same time as someone else. So.
Yeah, Lance, it's not that I'm trying to overtalk you. Your audio is low, so sometimes I don't hear you until I see or what have you.
It's
I don't
okay,
know.
Abby. He is our elder, and I'm sure there's lots of information to be garnered from.
Yeah, I'm not trying to I'm not trying to be disrespectful to you, Lance.
Welcome, Black Life.
Hi, Black Life. How you doing?
Hello.
And welcome, Lucky. What's up? Okay. Can we hear you, Black Life?
Yeah, I can't hear her yet.
I can't hear her yet.
Oh no,
So
this
while
happens with
she's
StreamYard sometimes. You might
while
have to
she's
leave and come
checking her,
back.
you might have to leave and yeah. Thank you, Cage. While she's
In the
doing
meantime,
that, I wanted to play this poem. If you guys don't mind, it's on
Abby.
Facebook, so it might jump. I'm sorry. Y'all
Oh,
ready?
Abby.
Yes.
Just quick comment. I had to make a quick comment when someone said
Sure.
there's this comment from your guest saying that about China reunifying Taiwan is peaceful, objective, and I pushed back. I said no, just because
Who said it so I can find
someone
it?
in the comments it begins with at E. Let's see very quickly.
XD said that. Yeah.
Oh,
Yes,
XD.
yeah, and I had to push back. Actually, I said actually just because China does a surveillance on Taiwan doesn't mean that the Chinese don't want to intervene. Or no, Chinese eventually want to intervene. It's just that the Chinese are more covert and secret. It's not that different how China, tries to how China in the past tried to hack into the U.S. government's computer systems, right? Because he doesn't know that he doesn't understand that Chinese people are very covert, very quiet about
Yeah,
how
you do it silently, right?
right, silently, right. I mean, because China has always put Taiwan under surveillance for so many years. It's just that the
Yeah,
Chinese do it in
I
a
was
very
bringing.
quiet way.
Yeah, Michael, not to interrupt, but I was bringing up the allegory of the frog in the
Mhm.
boiling pot, right? So instead of throwing
Oh
a
yeah.
frog into a boiling pot, it's gonna jump out of it automatically. So you put it into like lukewarm water and slightly raise the temperature, and before you know it, all of a sudden it's boiled. So that's like a very
Exactly.
covert
Right.
way of dealing with it. Yeah.
Right.
Black Life. I had to mute. You can unmute when you're ready to talk, but you have some like back stuff going on.
Oh, I'm outside. That's why.
Okay. So if you're not talking, just mute yourself if you don't mind, please.
You can hear it still.
Yeah, but you
It's
want
not
to
bad.
say something?
Oh, I was just trying to say hello to everyone first.
Hello.
Hello.
I
Welcome
see I
back.
had a little fire going on before I came in. But I wanted to come on and just say one thing real quick. I had a good chance to listen to the previous show where I got a little heated with the guest
And
that was
mulattoism. Yes.
Pamela, and
Y'all were cussing
I
it,
have
fussing back and forth. Yes.
yeah, but since then I had a chance to reflect, and I understand. Uh, I'm not saying I understand him. I just understand where I went wrong because I elevated myself a little bit too much, and I didn't
Yes, you
need to.
did.
I didn't need to. My point is, I appreciate the opportunity that you guys are trying to provide for everybody to be welcome, and that's what I was trying to say to Lance earlier when he was saying why you let so many the people from that other channel on and stuff, and I was like, because everybody is welcome on this show. I love the fact that if you have intelligent, insight, or if you're curious about something that is being discussed, you are welcome at this channel to come in, ask questions, meet the people in the chat because they're very loyal people in there and stuff. Like this is a open channel, but it's not open to, you know, to people being put down, badgered, all that kind of the negative aspect, the flip side of that. This is not like a sparring match. We in this particular channel is we not competing to learn. We're just inviting to learn. You feel what I'm saying? And
Yeah,
so
I hear what you're saying, but I have a question, if I can ask you,
Well,
please.
okay, and then Lance after you, Cage, because she mentioned his name, so he deserves a chance to respond. But
Oh
go ahead,
yeah,
Cage.
so my question would be, what if somebody's completely full of, number two, full of shit, and
that's
they're being disingenuous on purpose and playing a little game? Then
that's
what?
when the standards
How
kick
do you
in.
respond to that?
That's when the standards kick in of the you know, pretty much it's ran like a democracy is supposed to look. The people in the chat voice their opinion. The host have the ultimate decision of what they're gonna do, but it's a standard in a just like they say, it's a decor like how everybody's supposed to behave if you go into a brunch or how everybody's supposed. It's a certain way that you're supposed to react and carry yourself. This isn't the room for sparring and and that battle stuff, that battle thing. I don't think. I mean, I could be wrong. I mean,
You're not wrong.
There's other places you can go for that, just like in the real world. The internet is a mock of the real world. If you want certain things in the real world, you go find that certain thing. If you want to see, whatever it is you want, you can go find it. You don't have to force a spa to be a basketball court. You feel what I'm saying? Like, you don't have to mix two things that don't go together. It don't go together to be in this room, in this space, putting people down. I don't think
it's like oil and water. They don't really mix, right? It's not
it don't.
mixable.
You know what I'm saying? Like I say, bro. I love intelligent points of view. I love when I disagree with people and we could talk about it without your heart rate accelerating in the wrong direction. Because I'm not gonna lie, a good debate can make you feel real good too. You know what I'm saying? But not something that is belittling someone personal. You know what I'm saying? Like personal attacks and like there's another space for that. There's another space for that.
I'd like Lance to respond if he wants to.
Well, I think you're glossing over the obvious, that he's unintelligent, uninteresting. He takes control over the show. He's disruptive and he's demeaning.
Lance don't like it.
But see, when you calling him unintelligent, you don't know him.
Well, no, I do, because I've heard him speak quite a bit now. And are you implying?
I don't think he's unintelligent. I don't think so.
I don't think he's unintelligent. I think he's purposeful and intentional about what his goal
It's
is.
called being full of shit and fucking doing it
And
purposely.
he could be
but
that.
but that only runs like he thinks he's smart. He thinks he's smart, but it's not gonna work on people who really know what's going on. Okay, actually, it's kind of sad.
That's not us. I mean, that's not what we're in the room for. We're not in the room to judge.
Y'all doing it again. Y'all doing it again.
We're not in the room to personally judge anyone.
Maybe I missed something.
Thank you, Lucky.
I'm
Look,
talking in a generality, okay?
Here's another black person in the chat. Lucky. He said Pam Mulatto is good peoples.
He made some good points.
Y'all might not understand him, but
no, I understand him, and he made some good points. He's definitely not unintelligent. He knows exactly what he's doing.
He's intentional. He is intentional, just like some people on here come on here and intentional about saying certain things. If somebody's asking, if Abby or Michael is asking someone to stop something, it shouldn't get to 4 times. I'm a standards person. You hold firm to your standards, and that kind of stuff doesn't happen.
Lance is trying to talk. His audio is a little different. So
he's not disruptive then, in your opinion.
He could very well be disruptive.
What do you mean? Could very well be. What does that mean?
I'm saying that
he is disruptive. He has been.
Because we all had. Are you asking?
It's done with intent on purpose. Okay. Yeah. I could do that too, right? I can interrupt you and say.
Anybody can do that if that's your intention.
Anyone can. Like a child could do it.
So that's what I'm saying. It's not the space.
It's low level and it's
Cage,
ridiculous.
You've been interrupting. We've all been interrupting each other. Go ahead, Michael.
It's just having a conversation. But if you do it on purpose, doing it on purpose is a whole different matter.
I mean, the person.
I wanted to say a while back to what Lance had said a few turns ago. He said about him being unintelligent and uninteresting. Those are not categories for why you are or not allowed on the panel. You're allowed on the panel if you're unintelligent. You're allowed on the panel if you're uninteresting. You're not allowed on the panel if you get to be disruptive like he has been. And so that's where he has crossed the lines a few times. And we had established the procedure of having him kicked out.
But hold on, Kate, doing the same thing.
We overruled our own rules. We let him come back. And he has demonstrated.
You keep giving Cage a pass, and he was doing the same shit.
Can I ask a question?
So why?
No, I'm not purposely doing it. I have intent. I'm trying to.
So how is he? So why do you think he's not purposely doing it?
There's a big difference. I'm not.
Can I ask a question?
Okay.
Just because you don't agree with him doesn't mean that he's purposely doing it.
Doesn't matter. I'm talking about
Abby,
people's
can I ask
behavior
a question,
in general.
please? Can I ask a question?
Go ahead, Black Light. Go ahead.
To me, when you guys are saying disruptive or distraction and stuff like that, for me, that isn't the point. You could be like what he's claiming to be. I don't know your name, Gage, whatever. I didn't hear it at the beginning.
Page.
Okay.
His name is Page.
Okay. So I'm saying you could be disruptive. For me, that wasn't the issue. The issue is the personal attacks. The issues is the disregard to the host. The issues is breaking the actual standards of the show. You know
I
what I'm
was
saying? Like
pointing out the
he can be whoever he
I was
want to
pointing
be.
out the
Hold on, she was
the
still
complete.
talking, and you just
Okay,
see.
I'm sorry, but I have to point it out. You know what I mean? And yeah,
But
you're
let her
attacking
finish, and
people
then
on here.
you let
Okay.
her finish, and then you're next. Are you
It is-
done, Black Life, or
No, I wasn't really. I was about to
go
say.
ahead?
I was about to say if let's say it would have been my responsibility to do the producing or whatever you call it to control the comments and stuff like that. Well, I would have had a standard, and he would have broke the standard and got put off if he would have reached a certain level. Like I say, 3 strikes for an adult. Actually, an adult only needs to be told once. After once, if they continue to do it two and three times, that to me is a pattern, and that's when I nip it in the bud. I'm saying if we hold true to our standards, it wouldn't have got out of hand. Is what I'm saying. But he was allowed to make personal attacks, just like True
Did
Zone
I
Life.
initiate that?
Say
No,
what?
I did never initiate that, and I never
I'm
did a
saying when
personal
you are
attack on
talking
anybody.
about some.
All I did
This
was
is
point out their hypocritical
wait a
behavior.
minute. Wait a minute. When
While
you
they're
making
attacking other people, now I'm the perpetrator. Okay,
no, when
this
you're
is
making
No,
ridiculous.
nobody
personal
said that.
judgment,
Nobody
I
said
wasn't
that,
finished.
Paige.
I
Nobody
wasn't
said that,
finished.
Paige.
I say when you're making a personal judgments, that's like a personal attack on somebody. Calling somebody unintelligent and whatever that other thing is you said. I'm
That
saying you
was
don't
not
know these
me.
people.
Look, that was not me. I never called anybody unintelligent.
I'm sorry. I didn't.
All right.
When I say
He
you,
did.
I
He
just
was
meant
calling
you.
him
I
an
don't.
idiot.
No, I did
I think
not.
you did.
Lance
Called,
happened to
yes, you
say that,
did.
not me.
You
You
called
guys,
him.
once
You
you
called him a
rewind this and
dummy.
go look at the
You
conversation.
called him a dummy.
It's all recorded. We could watch it back, and we'll find out after the show or whatever.
He called him a
I agree with
dummy.
Abby. I think he did. He initially resisted. He wasn't the instigator of the name
All
calling.
I'm saying is
But
that
once
sounds
you're
personal.
insulted,
I said it's
it's
idiotic
natural for us
behavior.
to throw one back out. So what I was going to try
Well,
and say before I forget, that Cage kind of missed the last time to see what kind of interaction we had with Pan Mulatto the first time, and he was still really insulted and offended by the way that he presented himself. We were trying to respect our rules by we had not allowed him to come back last week because he was trying to come back on again, and we did the vote, and the vote was no, we don't want to hear from you. So we did a week without him, and then we decided we're going to give him like the 3 strikes, right? We're going to give him a chance to see if he can come back on and be politeful. Or he was more respectful and polite this time, but eventually he lost the ability, the patience to maintain his respect for the rest of the panel members, and he started doing exactly what he did the first time he was on. And so now I think we've got enough evidence if we do another vote, and we have to respect what the audience wants. If it's majority rule saying we don't want him coming back, let's not go through this again. It's just going to make us look weak. Okay, that's my speech. All right.
What's not
Yeah,
gonna make
and honestly, this is my first time here. I was
y'all just not
invited
gonna get.
here. I was invited here the other day. It's my first time here. I have no idea who you guys are, this community. All I do is, I'm trying to be legitimate, and well, I am being legitimate and truthful. I'm just trying to build and grow and hopefully learn something together.
Well, I hope you come back.
That's about it.
Cage.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm here, and and then, I don't know, but I've seen this. I've been on the internet enough to recognize this behavior. It's like not just over here. I could talk in a generality because I see the same pattern repeating everywhere, especially online, even in real life, etc. Yeah,
I just feel like if like y'all got triggered when he asked Musa Mill, like, well, it wasn't his place to ask Musa Mill that, because Musa Mill's an American. He don't know Musa. He don't know Musa Mill. But,
right.
but
we got triggered.
What about Buddy was calling Michael a coward?
Triggered.
Oh, because his family wanted to go to to the United States, the American dream, and go and like build something for themselves. And you're a coward. They ran away. Okay, look at your lineage. You're in New York. You don't come from New York originally.
First of all, no.
How do you know he's from New York? He's not.
I know he's from New York. Don't worry. How do you think I let myself back on the
because
panel?
we know you don't know that he. Okay, that much is clear. Nobody knows where he's from. He has not made it clear. We have not gone looking to find any information unless you did. And even if you did, you're not sharing whatever receipt that you have. You don't know that he's from New York. Don't say that. Okay.
Okay. Well,
Can I play this? Go ahead. Wait. Go ahead. And then I'm playing this after Black Light. And we're gonna change the subject.
Sure.
I'm
Because
just gonna
we talked enough about him.
Well,
And he's not here to defend himself.
Again, that's just what I'm saying. Any personal, you could tell the difference between information. You could tell the difference between questions. If something veers toward personal, it's out of bounds. When you are talking about someone
Here, I'll prove it
personally,
right now, okay? Here's his IP address. I'll put it in the private chat. There you go. Hold on.
I don't see anything.
Yeah, it's right there.
Oh, okay.
again, I don't know why people personal business is important on this station, on this channel.
I
I
don't
don't know.
just fucking make stuff up, okay? Like, I know what I'm talking about.
But it's not even relevant, man. It's not important. Nobody trying to find it. It's not important.
He's already been found, or he's been triangulated. Either way, it doesn't matter.
You're right. It don't matter. So let's refrain from talking about people's personal.
You didn't even hear about how Pam Mulatto confessed to us the first time about how he was personally responsible for ratting out a whole bunch of apparently illegal immigrants, allegedly, and that he wants to deport like up to 2,000 or something if he can get there. He's already deported hundreds. And so to me, when people say that he's good people's, no, I totally disagree.
Oh, see, he's a rat.
Right. He's just a snake or whatever, a rat. He's a piece of shit, right? But we have established that, and now we have disagreements on it for some reason, that people who call ICE on other people are not Nazi fucking sympathizers at the very least, if not Nazis. Come on. Like, we got better things to argue about.
Well, yeah, Black Life, you were there for that. You were the one getting in his ass about that. And by the way, the IP address is located in New York City area, just so everybody knows.
So,
but anyway, I'm gonna play this.
So
that's enough of that. Oh, Lance is trying to talk.
So I can't call Mulatto unintelligent, but Mikhail could call him a piece of shit. This is really interesting.
Yeah, he shouldn't be calling him that.
No, you're right. Like that's right. My bad. I shouldn't have called him a piece of shit or whatever. But that is how I feel.
And thank you, Lance. Thank you for pointing that out because I missed it.
Because Mulatto inflames the situation. He pisses people off. Whether it's intentional or whether he was born in a barn, I'm not sure. But I just don't see why you want him on your show, for God's sakes.
All right. I hear
wait.
I received it.
You guys want to hear his full? You guys want to see his address and his full name? I have that already. It's that easy, right? Because when you connect with people, it's like a handshake, right?
How do you do that? No, I want to know how you do that. That's what I want.
Don't worry about that, okay? I'm really good at something called OPSEC, Operational Security. I'm highly adept at it. So yeah,
I want to know how you pulling shit up like that.
I know everybody.
You know my name?
If I want to, I could.
Let me see. Put it in the private chat.
No, I'm not gonna. If you want to give me a few moments here, I'm gonna take a piss.
I want to see. Uh-oh.
All right, play your video, and then we'll get back to whatever after, okay?
Okay.
The news says we bombed Iran again. Not we like me. Not we like my neighbor who's watering his grass in basketball shorts with a cigarette hanging from the corner of his mouth. We, like men in rooms with maps and polished shoes and pens that sign things that turn into explosions. Most people I know don't want war. They just want rent paid on time, a decent sandwich, maybe a vacation once a year, somewhere with waterfalls and slow Wi-Fi. But wars start anyway. And it hit me today, sitting there scrolling past footage of smoke rising from somewhere I've never been. We are the ancestors now. The people in the history books aren't ghosts. They were just people buying bread, washing dishes, arguing about stupid things while something terrible was quietly being decided in another building. Somebody during the slave trade was probably fixing a fence thinking about dinner. Someone in Germany in 1938 was tying their shoes, not knowing their city would become a chapter students skim over 100 years later. Some native kid on the same continent was probably throwing rocks in a river before soldiers arrived with papers and rifles and a new idea of ownership. History doesn't feel like history when you're inside it. It feels like a Tuesday. And I keep wondering why we do this again and again and again. Every empire, every war, everybody piled on top of the last one. It all goes back to the same three things: greed, power, fear. Meanwhile, science keeps whispering something funny. Humans share 99.9% of the same DNA. The difference between you and the person on the other side of the planet is barely a rounding error. The color lines, the borders, the languages, the flags, the religions, the passports, none of that exists in the genome. We made it up. The wild part is that tiny 0.1% is actually beautiful. It's music, food, it's poetry, it's different ways to laugh. But somewhere along the way, we decided that tiny difference was enough to kill each other, like brothers arguing over paint in the same house while the roof is already on fire. And sometimes I wonder how different the world would be if we all admitted something simple. There are questions humans can't answer about God, about meaning, about why any of this exists at all. But people hate that. They want certainty. So they grab an idea, hold it like a weapon, and suddenly everyone who disagrees is the enemy. And now, everywhere you look, people are saying the world is ending. Nuclear threats, wars, countries screaming at each other across oceans. It feels heavy, like the sky might crack open any minute. But I bet a man on a slave ship felt the same dread watching the horizon swallow his home. I bet someone hiding in a cellar in Poland during the Holocaust felt the same end of the world silence. I bet during the world wars, people looked up at planes and thought, this must be it. But the strange things about humans is that we keep going. Cities burn, and someone still plants tomatoes. Bombs fall, and someone still falls in love. Empires collapse, and somewhere a kid still skips a rock across the water. So maybe history doesn't repeat. Maybe it just limps forward, dragging the same old ghost behind it. And one day, some kid in a classroom will read about us, about the wars, about the fear, about the leaders who thought they controlled everything. And they'll close the book and go outside into the sun, not realizing they are the ancestors now too.
Isn't that so interesting? So we are the ancestors now. We are going to be in the history books. So we got to ask ourselves, wait, why is Michael? Did Michael take himself off? He must have. I don't know.
I think by accident he took himself out by accident.
By accident? Okay.
I think so. Yeah.
I think he had a nervous breakdown.
It happens, you know. It happens, brother.
Now, who made him have a nervous breakdown?
Oh, he got to feed the dog. Okay.
Yeah,
So,
let him feed his. Let him feed his mutt.
Truth.
We got Truth Zone back.
Truth.
I hope that damn dog get ran over.
How is that funny? How's a dog
wrong
getting ran over
frequency, my
funny
brother.
to you?
Wrong
What the hell's
frequency.
wrong with you, man? Seriously. You think that's funny?
Appreciate it.
A dog getting ran over?
He told me to bring him up. I said, no trolling. He said, okay. And he did it any fucking way.
Abby.
Are you fucking kidding me? Like, come on, a dog being ran over, that's funny to you.
Hey, Abby.
That's not funny to me.
No, not you. I'm saying that's funny to Buddy over there. Come on now, that's ridiculous.
Did you
Like,
guys
dog getting ran
did you
over.
play
How's
the
that funny?
Chaz and Brad story for him?
Oh, I can. Hold on. I have to bring it up. But can we talk about that poem though? We are the ancestors. We are who they're gonna write about.
Abby.
In the history books. I will Black Light. I gotta pull it up. I gotta like email it to myself. I gotta pull it up on my computer. But can we talk about that poem that we just saw? I think Lance wants to say something.
Oh no, I'm okay.
No, but Lance, isn't that insane? How does somebody laugh about a poor animal getting hit by a? I hope your dog gets hit by. Buddy, maybe you should get put down like a dog, you animal. If you want to move like that, that's
Hello?
ridiculous. All
What?
right,
What?
not you. I'm saying anybody with that mind state should probably get put down like the dog you're laughing about getting hit by a car.
Lance probably didn't hear him.
No, I'm sorry. I had to go for nicotine and
Oh, you're
tetrahydrate.
lucky
He
you
didn't
never
hear
heard
him.
that.
He
That
didn't
really.
hear him. So don't just leave it alone. Just leave it alone. This shit was not funny
That's not funny at all. I swear to
at
God,
all.
True. I swear to God, True Zone. One more
He's
stupid
not
fucking.
here. He's gone.
He's probably listening.
I
One
put him
more
in the
thing like
back and
that,
he
I will
left.
ruin you and you'll be banned off the internet forever. Don't move like that. And you're not tough. You're not smart. Go clean a window. Enough.
That was not funny at all. And he promised me he wasn't gonna troll. And the
Well, he
first thing
trolled
he
you.
did was troll.
Well, the first thing he said was saying he's not going to do it. He's trolling you and coming up here saying, I hope your dog gets ran over.
Hello?
The fuck?
Yeah.
Yes, we can hear.
What a moron.
Insult, really insult.
It was that was bad.
Mm-hmm.
That was beyond.
I'll have to watch that.
Should I do it here? You know what? Here, you want to get rid of people online? Here, I'll give you a tool right now if anyone wants to go deal with it. It's called Rect Now. Yeah? And you can get rid of anybody right now. I swear to God, maybe put your link in there and get rid of all your little monetization. and
Put it in the
everything.
back chat.
Yeah, yeah, I'll give you it. Rect Now. It's a bot. Here.
Anyway, I wanted to discuss this poem. Wait, hold on, Lance, because the comments is all in your face. I gotta fix that.
Yep.
There we go.
If people really mess at you, Abby, here's the link.
That's okay. It hides my
Simply,
teeth.
you could pay for the full access tool, and then you can get rid of all these idiots like one by one, automatic right now. Hey, Truzo, you want me to do this
Paige,
to you?
I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Or you want my dog to get hit by a car first, or should I do that? I don't have a dog, but yeah, I love animals. I have more care for animals than human beings most of the time, really.
Really?
So, yeah, I do. Predictable. At least you know where they stand, right? Human beings are a little conniving, odd, sick,
Well, some of
self-absorbed
them.
people. Yeah,
Some
a
of
lot
them.
of them. Yeah, some of them.
I don't know what happened
So, yeah.
to you, Black Life. I think she's trying to come back on, but I don't know what happened.
Hey, buddy, you want to get wrecked right now? Like, come on. I don't do it to people, but yeah, you know how easy it is. Here it is. There, it's in the back. Go ahead if you want to go do whatever you want to do. There it is.
Oh yeah, Abby.
Yes.
Yeah, so that video, yeah, so the guy is correct. That's true that you guys are the ancestors of America. You guys invented a lot of things for this country. And definitely so you guys going to be written in the history textbooks. So for several years down the road. And unfortunately, like most public schools in America,
But
how do I say this?
he wasn't just talking about indigenous Black people. He was talking about the people in general.
Oh, in general,
that,
okay.
that we
Right.
are the ancestors that are going to get written in the history books. And what do we want them to write about us?
Right. And I initially thought that he was talking from an American freedman perspective.
No, he was just saying we are all of us. We
All of-
are the ancestors.
Got it.
All of us. So what do you want?
Well, I can see.
What do you want to hit the books to write about us?
Right.
I can see in 10 or 20 years high school history teachers showing this video in class.
Ah! And what they gonna say about us, Lance? Oh shit!
That'd be maybe in a psychology class for a complete.
Oh shit!
You know, what's the psychology behind this insanity that we're participating in? That'd be interesting.
That Rex side looks interesting, Cage. But
Oh yeah, it works too. I've tested it. It's crazy. You could like ban people off the internet, forever. Like, don't.
I'm not familiar with Telegram, so when it asked me if I wanted to open Telegram, it kicks out all my screens and just puts this tiny Telegram screen on. Is that normal?
I'm not familiar with Telegram either.
Don't worry about it. But yeah, you can get full access tools, and yeah, you can flood. They can't even like they'll have to change their number and like move like far away.
Wow.
You can get rid of them right now very easily.
Now the chat trolling.
I don't go and do it.
The chat is trolling Truth Zone, Cage.
I don't know.
Oh,
Hey,
shit.
truth though, do you want your thing removed right now, and we'll follow you around forever, and just make sure that you get hit by a car.
Oh my gosh.
Damn.
Y'all got to stop.
What's up with that?
Yeah.
Hey, don't throw the
Well,
animals.
you must not have heard Black Life. You must not have heard what he said.
He said, "I hope your dog gets hit by a car." What the fuck does
Y'all
the
must be
dog
singing
do?
that rap song Abby do love hearing.
What did the dog do? And he's like
Oh,
laughing, like
I
his little
hope-
demonic laugh.
Don't make me play the song, Black Life.
I'm thinking we should let Jackie have the final say on panelists.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's
I
beyond
just-
ridiculous. Come on now, man. That's come on.
Y'all
Bless
doing
you.
too
The
much.
dog, dude. It's a poor innocent animal.
Y'all doing too
I
much.
just go. So let
Wait,
let's
let me
elevate
find
the
this
higher.
video that you was talking about.
Who?
You, I gotta find it.
No, I wanted to ask if you played Chaz and Brad.
I know. I gotta like send it to myself. I gotta email it to
Okay.
myself. And
This was a way of like my friend said, this was a way of explaining what's going on with the war to people who are not very in tune, but they would be in tune to like those classic TV dramas like 90120 and stuff like that. So she creates these characters to explain it.
My finger's getting itchy right now. Should I prove a point right now or no? I don't know.
Oh, your fingers
Can we
itchy. Does that
Yeah,
mean
my finger's getting itchy
you got
right
some
now.
money coming? You got some money coming to you?
That's palms. The palms are the issue when that happens. I was saying my finger's a little itchy right now. It's like I might press a couple buttons to just get rid of certain people if they want to play like that. Yeah.
You might want to see a dermatologist, Cage.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's dermal, right? So like the biggest organ is your skin.
Mm-hmm.
If it would be technical.
Yeah. How long is the wait time to see a dermatologist, Cage?
I have no idea. I'm in Canada. Probably forever.
Oh man.
Not forever. But you know what's crazy? They talk about your wait times, but I'm a caregiver, Cage. You don't know that, but I'm a caregiver for my mom. The wait times to schedule appointments for her is long as fuck too, and this is private insurance. So
Really?
I'd rather the free shit if I'm gonna have the same wait time.
It's not free. If somebody's free, you're the product.
I mean,
and
no.
the amount of taxes you have to pay.
When I
it's
say
not- it's not
free, I'm talking about taxes. We pay a lot of taxes, but you know where our taxes go to?
We pay a lot more.
Our taxes go to war.
It goes to
Yeah,
blowing
more-
up
and
innocent
the rich
people in
people
random
too, for
countries
tax
for no
breaks.
reason. Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
Not only does it go to war, it goes to subsidies for corporations.
Mm-hmm. Yep. It is.
Our taxes go to war too. I mean, look at
It does, yeah.
We've given $24 billion to the Ukraine. It's more per capita than any country on earth. And
Yeah, while we have
Lance,
massive tent cities and stuff, and people starve
Yeah.
on
That's
the
right.
streets.
Lance is in Canada too.
Mm-hmm.
And Chrystia Freeland, I think it was in December, Carney announced another $2.5 billion for Ukraine. And then 3 days later, she resigns as a minister and goes to be Zelensky's private financial advisor.
They just recirculate the money, man.
Yeah.
I feel like the optics are ridiculous.
Wait, say that again, Lance.
So we had a minister, I think she was Minister of Finance. Is that right, Kate? Chrystia Freeland? You really should look her up.
I
Abby.
believe so, yeah.
It's something else, man.
Well, now we have Carney,
You
who's the
said
minister of.
you said
is-
Christian
Yeah, well,
Freeland.
I'll type it in the chat for you.
Krista. We have but look at our prime minister, right? He used to run the bank in the UK, and now he's over here.
Yeah,
circulating money.
It's a Carney carnival.
So, anyways, in December, Carney announced $2.5 billion to go to the Ukraine. And then 3 days later, she resigns as Minister of. Actually, she didn't resign. That was the thing. She just went over to the Ukraine and announced that she was Zelensky's financial advisor.
Lance, did you hear about what's going on lately? They did a gun buyback. Like I have my my PAL license as a person acquisition license. I'm a legally I have legal firearms here. And yeah, you know what they did like a non-mandatory buyback.
As
They
you
sent all the
should.
weapons, and they sent all the weapons over to the Ukraine and all that, like our guns, and uh, gun crime and all that is rampant, especially over here in Toronto. And you know what just happened the other day? Somebody had their PAL license. They broke into their home. I should play the video. They broke into their home, 3 guys armed, and the guy fucking shot the intruder and never got charged. So finally, we're having some sort of like self-defense laws here. And the premier, Doug Ford, which is like
Doug Ford. I heard about him.
Yeah, his brother was a crackhead. He used to be the mayor.
I was about to say any relation.
Oh yeah,
He was he was an odd. I have more than it. He was like, I heard you were gonna eat Olivia someone's pussy. I'm like, I have more than enough to eat at home. The dude was
He looks like
He's a great.
he looks like a Trump.
He's a great.
Yeah,
he's a great
Ford.
mayor.
Yeah,
He was funny as fuck. Yeah.
He's hilarious.
We watched a documentary about him. Remember Black Life?
Yeah.
Hey kids.
But anyways,
Lance.
Doug Ford, his brother that runs the Rob or whatever.
Rob Ford,
Yeah, Rob. He runs like it'd be like I guess the U.S. equivalent of what? Who runs the state? What is it called? A senator? I guess he's like the senator.
Governor, yeah.
Yeah. So over here he's like, you should have shot him more. He's like, he was like praising the guy. He's like, you should have shot the guy more if it breaking into their home.
There's a question. What province?
I have a question after that, please.
Ontario.
Abby.
Ontario. Yes, Lance.
When Canada was talking about legalizing marijuana, the Globe and Mail, Canada's national newspaper, had an article, and it said Doug Ford, our premier, should know a thing or two about marijuana. He used to be
he used to sell massive amounts of hash back then.
He used to be the biggest hashish dealer in Toronto. Yeah.
Yeah,
we had one of those.
Shit, go to them.
Bill Clinton.
The mayor of
Bill Clinton.
No, I'm talking about the mayor who was a crackhead.
Oh, talking about the black man.
You had a crackhead mayor too over there.
Yeah, you had a crackhead. He was a crackhead. He
Marion
wasn't just
Barry.
on marijuana. Marion Barry.
Washington, yeah.
And the people loved him too.
I got
straight up crackhead.
Can I make my 2 points?
Yep.
Rob was awesome there. He was a good mayor. Yeah.
All right. One
and Marion Barry was a good mayor. I'm sorry, Black Light.
That's all right. One of my points is we have yet, and I wish you and Nahilo would agree to let me be a guest on when you do this episode.
Of course we will.
Wait, I'm about to tell you what it is. I just got 2 things. First one is a deep on Bill Clinton and Mena, Arkansas, and just the Clintons. Period. Like you talking about Marion Barry and Rob Ford, they wasn't president. Fucking Clinton was president.
He was the mayor of Toronto. I don't know about the Marion Barry person, but yeah, Ford was. Don Bosco was a high school. He used to coach the football team.
I know who he is, but my point is,
Michael's in the chat.
Okay, so then my next.
Oh, sorry. I was just gonna read his comment.
Oh yeah,
Abby. For a while now, he's not really relevant anymore.
Isn't that your own comment?
I mean, no, because I keep telling him to go on his own channel so he can comment for himself, but he doesn't. He stays on my channel, and he just puts Nahilo in whenever you see Nahilo in parentheses.
Yeah, I get it.
Yeah. What did he say? Like what he responded to my
he died from brain cancer and stuff. But
yeah, he didn't die from the drug. Well, maybe he did.
Wait, who y'all talking about? His brother?
Rob Ford.
His brother is now the premier.
Yeah, he died. I thought y'all was responding to my first point, and then my second one was this: why are there still people handling Jeffrey Epstein's financials and they haven't been arrested. They haven't been mentioned, and they still doing business as usual.
Because
his brother's
they
nothing.
keep. Oh, go ahead, Cage.
I'm sorry. I'm gonna say like Doug was different, but Rob is nothing like his brother. Rob, he had like a $2 million net worth, and during the cough lockups and stuff, they own a massive printing company, and they made it so that everybody had to go to them in order to get the 6 feet apart stickers on the ground, and his thing went from 2 million within a couple of years during that bullshit to over 100 million net worth.
There was another thing, Cage. Our premier, Doug Ford, he promised a group of developers that they could develop the green belt. It's an area that was supposed to be not.
I know about the green belt. It's the ravines over here in Toronto. Yeah.
So, anyways, they caught him on video making a promise to these developers that he was going to open up the green belt for him. So recently, just last week, people have been demanding to see his personal emails, his text messages, but he's actually gone to Parliament.
They've changed the law in Parliament so it doesn't have to be which is ridiculous. I just heard about that.
Yeah.
Crazy.
So for other people, he's gone to Parliament to introduce legislation that protects their private communications. So,
which is complete bullshit. We need transparency. I know Rebel News covered that. Rebel News. David.
There's a chat. I'm gonna let y'all finish with this, and then I'm next because there's a chat statement and comment for Canada. Okay, so you guys finish your conversation and then bring it to me. Okay.
Well, that was about it, really.
Oh, okay. So Jacqueline lives in the UK. She says, I was listening to an old ep of the Political Matrix earlier, and the panel were discussing the nursing home scandal in New York under Cuomo. I was there, and we had something similar in the UK under Matt Hancock. And then she asked, was there, hold on, let me pull it up, sorry. Was there a nursing home scandal in Canada during the pandemic?
Yes, there was. There's a lady named Elizabeth Wettlaufer who's a serial killer. She has hundreds of bodies. She used to spike people with injected with insulin. She's one of the most notorious serial killers. And she happened to, people that have that. You ever heard of Elizabeth Wettlaufer? You look her up. She's injecting the shit out of people and taking their lives. Called the Angel of Death.
Name in the chat so I can see it.
Elizabeth Wettlaufer.
And then welcome to the panel. Oh, I gotta mute you, Black Light. So, thank you. You muted yourself, or maybe that was
Yeah, can we pull it up? We'll talk about it. Since we're talking about the nursing thing, I'll put it in the private if you want to pull it up quick. We can read.
Yeah, you can send me whatever. You can send me whatever.
Yeah, it's in the private. It's there. Yeah.
Okay, so I just want to welcome. I want to welcome a Truth Shall Set You Free. Now, everybody on the panel and in the chat. Oh shoot! Why did you just do that?
He may potentially just be here to troll if he's just someone from Truth.
No, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that.
I'm not a troll, brother. I'm not a troll.
Don't do
that. I just came to say one thing, but I'm not a troll, brother. I don't like trolling. I don't like trolling at all.
It is entirely possible that after
what. Don't do that, Michael. Don't do that. You don't even know him yet. Don't do that.
What I'm just saying is
I'm not a troll, brother. I don't like trolling at all.
And Pam Mulatto are coming on together at the same time tonight. It suggests to me that there's
don't do that,
Michael.
Michael.
Fucking let me share my fucking thoughts. All I'm fucking saying is, if they're fucking acting like, just fucking let me speak.
Don't yell at me. Whoa.
Don't yell at me.
What the fuck?
Whoa.
Don't yell at me.
If they're acting like this,
don't yell at me.
It's not surprising if they're going to talk about us or whatever behind our back on their own channel.
Don't yell at me. Don't yell at me. You out of pocket.
You fucking are interrupting me when I'm trying to say something important.
I think
yell at me. You out of pocket.
Hey, don't be screaming at Abby like that, brother.
Now.
I'm trying to say, if you're coming from that community and they're talking shit about us right now, and then people are coming over here thinking that they're going to have some fun, whatever, don't be doing that. That's all I was trying to
All
say.
right.
I kept
All
getting
right.
interrupted.
But don't be
No,
prejudging, brother.
no,
I'm not a
no,
troll.
you
I'm not.
projecting.
Thank you. I
We
appreciate it.
troll
I
over
just
there,
wanted,
but I'm
I
not a
was,
troll, brother.
so go
I just
ahead.
came to say that. I just came to say that something about Doug Ford. I believe that Doug Ford is Chris Farley. Y'all never knew that?
Absolutely, I
Just
agree.
like
Can I
him.
pull
I
up a
agree.
picture of him? Can I pull up a picture real quick, Abby? Do?
I don't know if you can. I don't know how this works. You might have to put in a private thing so I can show it.
All right. Hold on. Let me see that.
I have your thing about Elizabeth Wettlaufer too, Gage. I
Yeah,
have it
someone
up.
brought up nurses. Yeah, if you pull that up, I think that'd be
So
interesting looking into.
I'll pull that up while he's sending me what he has.
Yeah, since someone brought up
Do
nurses
you want to
and
read?
how
Do you want
the
to read
prepper
it,
there.
Cage?
I think you have a better reading voice than I do.
Okay, I'll read it. Okay, sure. Elizabeth Tracy May. God damn, how many names she got? Elizabeth Tracy May Wettlaufer, I guess Beth is her nickname, I guess, is a convicted Canadian serial killer. What? And former registered nurse who confessed to murdering 8 senior citizens and attempting to murder 6 other people in southwestern Ontario between 2007 and 2016, with a total, why does that keep pulling up? With a total of 14 victims, either killed or injured by her actions. She is described as one of the deadliest serial killers in Canadian history. And you're saying she held public office?
No, she was a nurse and abused people. She injected them with insulin.
Oh, we got one. We got one of them too. Did you know that?
I'm sure. Yeah,
There,
those sick fuckers are all over the map.
yeah. We got one of them too in America that was injecting people with insulin and causing them to die.
Yeah, you got to be careful with
Forget
women too. Women could be deadly as fuck also. You know what I mean?
actually
Don't put it past her.
exactly, but this was a man.
Hey, the good nurse.
Yeah, The Good Nurse. That's the movie, The Good Nurse, or was it a documentary? I don't know.
Oh, let's
There,
continue. Look at her.
there,
Look at the
there's
career
this,
part. Look at the
and
career
there's
part. It's very interesting. It's kind of insane.
I'm sorry. I let me go back. Okay, let
Yeah,
me go
well,
back to the
someone
career
brought it
part.
up, so that's like what came to mind right away. I'm like,
You
okay.
said the
Well,
career part. Okay, I'm bringing it back up. Doshi's here. Did I add her
yeah,
on?
you never know. Like, you know, people, especially if they have like some sort of power in a position. So,
Wait, what is happening?
Hey,
Yeah.
Abby.
Hi,
Peace
Doshi.
on the panel. Peace to the chat.
Welcome,
What?
welcome.
What's up?
welcome back.
What up, Dosey?
Oh,
What's up?
okay. I'm sorry, Truth has set you free. I gotta finish reading this. It won't let me let you up until
All right,
I
good.
remove this. Okay.
All right, good.
So career in 2007, Wettlaufer, am I saying that correctly? Was hired onto
Close
the
enough.
staff at close enough, at whatever care, a long-term care home in Woodstock. She was initially regarded by coworkers as caring and professional. However, throughout her tenure, Wettlaufer struggled with substance abuse and alcoholism. She faced accusations of showing up to work drunk, and at one point was found passed out in the facility's basement during the night shift. Wettlaufer was suspended 4 times for medication-related errors, then was finally fired in March 2014 over a serious incident in which she gave the wrong medication to a patient. After leaving the care facility, Wettlaufer had difficulty holding down a job. She was hired by the Meadow Park Care Center in London, but lost this job after checking herself into a drug rehab facility in the Niagara region. She took various temp jobs at other care homes Wettlaufer admitted to a neighbor that she was fired from one of these jobs for stealing medication and was hired from another job for making a medication error while high that nearly resulted in the death of a patient. She also wrote how they put that at the end? She also wrote poetry about her desire to kill. So we also have a nurse here. Let me see if I could bring you up now. We also have a nurse here that was she was convicted of, oh, what is this? How are they doing this?
Do y'all believe that's the same person?
We
No,
also
they're
have
two different people. They don't even look alike, like technically.
well, I just want to mention we also
Not
have a
really,
nurse.
no.
We also have a nurse here who was convicted of breaking newborn babies' bones, and they all black children. She was fucking them black kids up left and right.
With a light sentence, right?
Hey, Abby, have you heard of the Tuskegee, whatever experiments where they injected black people with syphilis and then watched them over like a 20-year
Of course,
period?
I'm black. Of course.
Yeah, I know. People, their experiment on fucking people is kind of retarded. Yeah.
Bro, that was very graphic.
I would maybe
But
say
can we let the new people on the chat?
yes.
Speak?
I just want to say briefly that I think we're making a little bit of a confusion, or not to make a confusion between or conflation between the issues with these serial killer nurses and what the person was mentioning about the nursing scandal, or I think it was Jacqueline in the US and the UK and Canada. That's a little bit of a different thing during COVID. The scandal was more so the entire nursing industry, the private nursing industry and the government-run nursing facilities atrociously mismanaging the pandemic. And
Oh, I know that. There's somebody that goes on my panel, and her name is Jackie, ironically, and she's a nurse. I'm not even joking with you. And she has like what she talks about is how like a lot of people were put on a ventilator, and it's like nearly almost impossible to get off the ventilator. And a lot of the time, it caused a lot more harm during the pandemic and all that. And ironically enough, like I said, her name's Jackie or Jacqueline, and she's a nurse. So
actually,
there you go.
Wait a minute. Wait. Hold on. Did you do that, Michael?
Yep.
Why'd you do that?
Because of what he said about my dog, he's not allowed to have any presence on this channel anymore whatsoever. All right.
Hi, Doshi.
He said he hoped that his dog get run over and laughed about it.
That's over. No, there's
So
no.
I put Rec now in the background. If anyone wants to use that, it's up to you.
You know what we were talking about? The whole thing.
So we see the people and we do no harm to animals. I feel you.
Not just the thing about the psychopathic joke about harming animals. The whole thing that we were made very clear several times tonight. When you cross the line is when you start to attack people, harass people. You're going after people's mental health as opposed to doing anything actual constructive conversation. That's the whole. He's directly coming after my fucking mental health by trying to make such disturbing comments about my dog. It's completely unacceptable. Go fuck yourself forever, True Song.
Leave the dog alone.
That's called bullying, bro. That's actually the verbiage for that is bullying, and you could stand up for it by just sticking again till you stand up.
I'll grab my 9mm and fucking completely rinse the magazine if you want to hurt an animal. You know what I mean?
It's
Enough of that shit.
internalizing. It's internalizing this genocidal fucking capitalist ideology, and he wants to go like he said.
I just said it again. I said if people want to fucking hurt animals or human beings or like little kids, women and children and an animal, then I will grab my 9mm and I'll rinse the entire magazine, reload it a few times, and keep doing it. Right. Very clear.
We're having
Can we
conversations.
elevate?
Wait, hold on.
Can we elevate the conversation?
Bring this down. Bring this down.
I mean,
not Cage. Bring this down.
To a whole different level. A whole different.
That's exactly what someone like True Son wants. Go ahead, Black Life. Sorry.
No, what's wrong with that? I will rinse my magazine time and time again.
Hey man, hold up.
No, you got to bring that down.
You doing the same thing?
I'm bringing it down.
No,
you're doing the same thing. That's too much.
And everybody's giving him grace, and I feel like it's the melanin
Somebody
for
needs to do
protection.
that. What? Okay, and yeah, if
Nah,
you know, good
you're
people
doing too
need
much. You're
protection.
doing too
Good
much.
people and beings need protection. Somebody has to do it. I'll take all the consequences that come with it.
All right.
I have no
Like I
issue
said,
with it.
I know,
if
but
can we get the conversation back to a intelligent perspective, or at least welcome the guests and allow them to ask some questions or feel a little welcome, because this is not the usual, my man.
Welcome back. My bad.
Yeah, I
It's
think
not the
it just
usual.
got deterred because of what's happening in the chat. But peace to everybody. If y'all want to go ahead, I know you're kind of talking about nurses, but if you could get me up to speed on what nurses y'all are kind of talking about when you're talking about mispractice and the different things. You said killer nurses.
Yeah, killer nurses. So there's 3 people on the channel that are from Canada. So what I was reading was a killer nurse from Canada, and then I brought up a killer nurse from America, and then also a lady that was breaking the bones of
A caregiver.
of black children, black babies in when they're born.
That
I
is
forget her
crazy.
name. Y'all want me to bring it up?
That's crazy, but
She crazy.
Jacqueline
Hey,
in the
Abby,
comments saying don't threaten violence. No one's threatening violence. I'm just simply stating what will and is going
all
to
right.
happen. That's it.
No, yeah, we all know what you were implying, and I think I appreciate what Abby
Jack
was
said,
saying about we're giving you a little bit more leeway than some of the other people on the panel. When
"Yeah, you are, because he
right,
got the
so
melanin for protection."
what we're trying to
Oh,
do, and
come on now.
no, not come on
Don't
now.
come
Whatever you
on,
just
don't come
meant to
on now,
say, right?
don't
We
come
don't
on
really
now. It's
know
true.
where you're coming from, right? So if you, I think you were just talking earlier about sharing something from Rebel News. So it sounds like you might have some kind of right wing tendencies.
Can
And let's get to know
I
each other a bit.
can
Okay.
I've never voted in my entire
wait,
life. I have no political ideology at all.
can I read what Jacqueline, our elder, in the chat is saying? Please don't threaten violence. It's okay to express disapproval over what Truth Zone said, but threatening violence is not acceptable. And that's your elder, Cage,
I never
from
threatened
across
anything.
the pond.
You're
Across
just
the
very
pond, shout out to
graphic.
the.
You're a little
I'm
bit too
not
graphic,
threatening.
a little bit too that's rated.
I'm very direct. If I wanted to make, first of all, be silent, it'll happen. I'm not making a threat. Okay.
Well, you want
All
to
we're
explain to
we're
me what
asking
you
you
were
to do
actually
is
saying
respect the
then,
panel.
because from the way that everyone read it, it sounded like you were saying that you're ready to go load your gun, and you're
But I
using
mean,
euphemisms
let's
about
not revisit.
racism.
Metaphorically
Not
loaded
revisit.
up.
Metaphorically, you're saying a threat of violence, metaphorically, and you're kind of acting a little cute about it right now.
Okay, well, it's not a threat. It's a promise. First of all.
Okay, well then it's a fucking like. Don't
in
play
my
dumb
book.
with us, please, right?
If
All right, it's a promise then. Okay,
All right, let's move
All
on.
right, y'all do what y'all gotta do. My boy don't care. I'm gonna say it like this again: if the host of a show is asking you for decorum, asking for respect of whatever standard they asking, you can't abide by it, get out.
Can
Alone.
I change the subject real quick?
I hear you, sister. My bad.
Musa Mill, you still there? Musa Mill.
Michael Pan, are you there?
Yeah. Oh, hold on.
Look,
Yeah, Abby, I'm here.
I want to show you something, because you remember how we had like a disagreement of you saying like feminine and pussy and shit. So I was watching this dude, oh, he's Lebanese, and he was speaking of how Israel is, like running through their country and just doing all this shit. And he's like, and they ain't nothing but pussies. And he said, and let me make this clear. I'm not saying pussy as in the superior gender. I love them. He said, I'm talking about I'm saying pussy as the
Cowardice or something like cowardly.
breakdown. Yeah, thank you, Cage. Breakdown of the word pusillanimous.
What is pusillanimous? What does that mean?
Okay. I'm gonna show you. Or, well, I could just pull it up right here, and then I'll share it. It's a Latin word. Pusillanimous.
We're getting into the etymology of it. Okay.
Yeah, we're getting to etymology. So now I'm wondering, can I say pussy now? Can I say you pussy? But nobody's gonna understand that because people ain't that fucking smart. But here we go.
I went up to 10.
So what does it mean? Sorry, Lance.
I'm about to show.
I went up to 10 women today and I grabbed them by the pussies.
What are you, fucking Trump? You Trump over there? Grab him right by the pussy, huh?
Oh, here's
grabbing them by the pussy?
Here's the thing. One of them asked me for my phone number.
Is it the minor or major, whatever? What labia are we talking about here? We got showing a lack of courage or determination, timid.
Yes.
Okay.
The
Well, there you
origin
go.
is
Well,
Latin.
that's what it, yeah, that makes sense.
But
Yeah.
it's kind of a coincidence. If you look at the origin part, this is kind of the philology we haven't been doing in a little while.
Pusillanimous.
The fact the pusillis or whatever comes from like puny, very
Cowardly.
small.
Look, there's the word cowardly. Fearful or faint-hearted. This is
That
exactly what I
makes
thought.
more sense than it being like how people compare it to a cat or the actual genitalia. Like it just never made sense
Oh,
that
come
that
on,
is
sister. Sister, cats have 9 lives and have a faster reaction time than a serpent. And
That's
milliseconds.
what I'm saying as far as
Wait, hold
that.
on. Let Doshi speak. She hasn't been on the panel for
We're
long.
agreeing. We're agreeing right now. So that's what I'm saying. When people have said, it's a cat and they're using cowardly for a cat. Come on now. We know the behaviors of cats. There's
The
nothing
cow will
about
eat you. The cow will eat you if you
There's
pass
nothing
away.
cowardly about a cat.
Yeah, the cats. They have the crazy. They're faster than a serpent. They have one of the greatest reaction times ever.
I love
So it's
cats.
So
All right. Well, keep your pussy to yourself, you heard?
So I'm going to
So
correct.
now I'm wondering. Oh, go ahead, Lance.
I just wanted to correct myself. I didn't grab anybody. I grabbed them all by the pupils, I guess.
Grab them by their mandibles, brother.
So now can I, like, I'm like, damn, I could use the word pussy, but nobody's gonna understand it because they don't know this.
Yeah,
I was today years old
Is this
when
the
I
word of the
learned this.
day? Word of the day.
This is the word of the day.
Yeah, that was very.
Pusillanimous. Okay. I never heard that one. Thank you for teaching me something new. Finally, God damn it.
Exactly, and if you go to m-w, I think it's m-w.com.
Pussy
That's
was
interesting.
Changes
I got to
it.
screenshot that.
Yeah, it changes it. Oh, I could
On
bring it back so
the
you can see.
Merriam-Webster.
Yeah, they have
Nabby
words of the
Cole
day.
came through as well. He's in the chat. Hey Carl, he's from he follows from True Zone's panel as well. Hey Carl, thank you for coming through.
No trolling, no trolling.
Oh no. Carl's
He's
not
in
a
the
troller
back?
like that.
Hey,
Oh, I thought
hey,
he was in the back.
can I show you
Oh.
some?
Hi,
Here, I'm going to show you
I
some
know
quick.
Carl. I know CJ. I know C Johnson 5. Hi.
Look, I have this massive dictionary over here. It's kind of fucking crazy. Like, look at it. It's old. Maybe I should look that word up in here. Look at it.
Oh yeah, look it up.
It's a fucking massive dictionary.
Pusillanimous.
All right, let me go to P. Let's
N-O-U-S,
find
I
it.
think.
I'm gonna find the.
Pusillanimous.
Talk to you in a bit then.
I think it's pusillanimous, I think.
Yeah, pusillanimous.
Pusillanimous. Pusillanimous.
All right, let me find
No, Lance. Pusillanimous. It's no M.
I think it's pusillanimous.
Oh, wait. It is an M. I'm sorry. Pusillanimous.
All right, let's find it. We're gonna find it right now. Okay.
I'm gonna put it right back up so you can
Now
see
you got to
it.
find that little thing where you can play a video or an audio soundbite of how to pronounce pusillanimous. I think
Sean said pusillanimous.
No, this is such like look at this goddamn dictionary. Like, look, it's so. Like they even have pictures of stuff in it.
Rondo got it.
Back
That's
when
right,
people
Rondo.
actually
That's how
did
you
all the
spell
work.
it.
It took that looks like a hand whatever. Well, it's printed, but
There you go.
before AI did all the work.
Yeah, look, here's an ostrich or something. Ostrava. The fucking ostrich in there.
Ooh, tell me you can find it. And then look up Bootylicious, because I heard they put that in
Hey, hey,
on the
hey.
dictionary too.
Come on.
Yeah, after Destiny's Child, they put that in the dictionary.
They
So
put
it's
that in the
official.
dictionary.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what the fuck?
What's up, Blacklight?
Hello?
Jack said, try saying it 10 times.
I found it. I found it.
Oh, here's P. We found P.
Wait.
Wait,
Can I-
Blacklight, go ahead.
I found it. This is, you know how we was talking about Good Nurse and the nurses stuff? It was one that I wanted to mention to you all to ask if you've seen it. It's called How to Fix a Drug Scandal on Netflix. It's about some lab techs that was
I
getting
know
high.
exactly, and everybody should watch that. Sorry,
And
that
look,
was a good one.
when I tell you it wiped out like all kind of results from all kind of cases because them girls was getting so high at work.
Yeah, they were like doing everything and not like high, like, oh, they just going and smoking weed in the back. No, they doing all the heroin, the everything. They had to overturn so many cases because all of them were working in the lab and doing the drugs.
And look, not like she say, not like regular, like, oh, I didn't toke a little smoke, I didn't da da da. No, we talk about these ones like the ones you go to sleep up in Subway. You see them social media posts where people fall asleep because they on drugs in Subway and they fall asleep in the middle making sandwiches, like that. That's what I'm talking about.
That's a fentanyl. That's a fentanyl zombie.
All of them crackheads is because they worked for the court. But yeah, by every definition of the word, they were crackheads. They
was
were doing
exactly the same, right?
Exactly. Yep. And then they were even charging people that shouldn't be charged or putting it on them or saying, "Oh, we found this."
Exactly, man. Like innocent people, because these girls was.
I thought they was doing heroin.
They was doing whatever. Looked like to me, they was doing whatever.
Yeah, they were doing heroin, but they did them all. Like basically, they were just drug testing at that point. What was coming into the courthouse? Like it got to a point where one of them, she was just so far gone, and you know how it is, like with heroin and different kind of drugs, where they're chasing the dragon. They call it. Basically, they are looking for that next high because they'll never get the first high back. So basically, that's what she was doing. She was chasing the dragon.
Here we are. Okay, we're at PUS here. We're at PUS. Okay. Pussyfoot. Pussy. Okay, wait. Do we have it?
Pusillanimous.
Oh, here's pusillanimity over here. It's a state or condition of being pusillanimous, timidity, cowardice. Let's see, pusillanimous. Oh, here it is. Another one. Another definition. It's probably full screen. It's right here. I found it.
I heard Trump
Lacking
wanted to-
courage or resolution,
He wanted to
cowardly,
rename that to
faint-hearted,
Trump.
timid, proceeding from indicating a cowardly spirit. And it comes from the Latin word, whatever, petty spirited, very small, petty. Yeah, I found it right here. It's right here.
Nice. It just
in
the
there.
words are way too small. Even if you got as close as possible, there's just no way we could even. It's just gonna get blurry. So, just not the best camera, whatever. It's all good. But there it is, right there. Cool.
Michael.
Yeah, it's in here.
Hey, Michael.
Yeah.
Did you hear that Louisiana is renaming the Mississippi Bridge to the Trump Bridge?
Really, I did not hear that.
That's some
Fucking, I
foul
swear to
stuff.
God, this dictionary is like 20, 30 pounds. It's crazy.
Don't throw that at me.
I know.
What you're saying, Blacklight? They're renaming. I don't know what bridge you're mentioning.
It's the longest. I think it's that's not the longest one. It's the one after the longest bridge
Hey, you know what the longest? You know what the longest street is in the entire world?
No.
Young Street over here.
Yeah.
Used to live around there.
Well, I did see there's a big ass long path trail. I don't know if it's one continuous road. I guess technically it's a whole bunch of roads put together, but there's like a road from the tip of South Africa all the way to like Kamchatka, like far east Russia.
Yeah, but it's not a street.
No, it's not a street. No.
So was it Black Life that was mentioning? Oh Jesus, what were we just talking about before that?
Yeah, the bridge about.
I was
you named
talking.
the bridge
I was
after
talking
Trump?
about the lab techs, and then I mentioned the
Yeah,
bridge.
but hasn't the Orange Man already named, I think, 2 government buildings and some roadway or something after him? I think
I'm willing to bet he'll name anything after himself.
Yeah, I think there was a John F. Kennedy building, and it's now
Yeah, the
Trump.
Kennedy Center that everybody abandoned because of him.
Yeah.
So yeah, Young Street's 1,100 kilometers. It's
You
just
want to
one
hear
street.
something funny? That's what street I grew up on.
On
South Young Street.
Oh yeah.
Well, Young, I think, is in Toronto spelled. Is it Yonge?
Yeah.
Yeah,
We
Yonge.
used to call it Yonge Street. Yeah.
But Young, I'm sure there's Young streets all over every like western.
This is the longest one. It goes all the way from Lake Ontario all the way up to Minnesota.
But I'll bet you if you look up who their Young was, probably some kind of like officer in the Canadian Army, whatever colonial army that did the genocide of the natives.
Yeah, probably did. They're finding like crazy mass graves underneath churches and shit.
He was probably on the Epstein list. Yeah.
Back in the 1800 version of
That's
that.
the old one. Yeah.
I'm thinking that our governor Landry, y'all know who that is?
Yep.
Landry?
Landry's the one that was supposed to be a representative for the Greenland deal.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Trump had appointed him of being like a liaison for Greenland, but he was our governor. And I would think that there would be a conflict of something, but they tried to word it in a way that he could do both.
I see some
But
funny video.
he willing to do whatever, whatever.
There was some trick.
The
Yeah, man,
president
there was some
to
trick
show
where
his
they
loyalty.
called.
And I don't know who, like, I guess you have. I mean, I haven't really read up on every single power of a governor, but renaming the bridge.
I seen this funny video, and they're like, okay, I guess it's an
your
age-old
representatives
trick.
that
Like
elected you
Iceland
have a say
is
in doing
actually
it, and the
green,
majority
and
of them
Greenland's
probably
actually
all for it out here.
I see some video making
It's
fun
kind of
Trump.
hard living where you're not represented, right?
I see some video making fun of like the Americas and that, and they're like, "Oh, it's like
Y'all
an
agree or
age-old trick."
disagree?
Like Iceland is actually green and Greenland's really ice. Like, oh, look at the map; it looks green. Might as well
Hello?
take that, but it's really ice.
Hi, Black Life. I can hear you. It's just you guys were talking at the same time, so I was unable to respond to what you're saying because I didn't quite. And there, she
I think there was a lag or something.
Yeah, there is because they're in Louisiana and I'm all the way up in Windsor, Ontario. There is usually when we do a broadcast, there's a couple second delay. We have bad tech too, so.
Shout out to Windsor. Yeah, Lance.
I just want to do the most interesting story I've heard this week, and I don't know if you guys follow the price of oil or the Dow Jones, but last week the price of oil was gradually notching up to $100, and the Dow Jones was slipping by 1% per day. So on yesterday morning, Monday morning at 7:30 a.m., the Orange Man puts out a tweet. Well, actually, I guess it's called Truth Social. It's amazing how these psychopaths like to use the word truth. So he puts out a tweet saying that he'd been in negotiations with the Iranians all weekend, and it was going good, and he was going to stop bombing for 5 days. So right after that, in pre-market trading, the price of oil just drops $15. The Dow Jones goes up like, I think, 600 points. And then the Iranians denied meeting him or talking to him at all on the weekend. So some intelligent, interesting person on the internet did some digging, and they looked into pre-market trading on the Chicago Mercantile Exchange and the
Lance, do you trade? Are you the pre-market, right?
Yeah. I know.
It's
What happened? Where'd Doshi go? Where's Black Light?
She said she'd be right back, and Black Life was just dropped
No,
out.
sorry to interrupt. So some smart individual on the internet went and did some digging, and I'm sorry.
yeah. So they found that.
Sorry, Lance.
It's all good.
They found that a half an hour before Donald Trump tweeted, somebody had placed a $2 billion call option on the Dow Jones, betting it would go up, and a $600 million put option on the price of oil, betting it would go down. A half an hour before Donald Trump changes the markets with a lie.
Oh, bullish and bearish, right? People that play the stock market, I've studied it extensively. Like, a book my mother gave me in, like, as a birthday present back in like 2013, 2014 is like The Intelligent Investor by Benjamin Graham, whatever. Like, that's pretty an interesting one. But yeah, the market, it's bullshit. You know what I mean? Like, you need to pretty much, like, somebody must lose in order for you to win. So it's just like
Exactly.
so
Yeah,
like,
I agree with you, Kate. 100%.
It's just legalized gambling.
Mm-hmm.
That's all it is.
Yeah, it is, and it's not
and
guaranteed. It's
we
not
should have
guaranteed that.
oh
pensions.
shit, buy some actual assets like gold and silver. You know what I mean? Like,
Bring back pensions. This 401k bullshit is bullshit.
Let's
And
not
we've
even
talked
let's
about this.
abolish
We've
pensions.
talked about this before.
Right.
There's no need for pensions or none of that if the state actually just takes care of its people when they retire. Just like if you had a universal basic income for people who are not able to work.
No. Wait.
we have Bill S-206 being passed in Canada. It's in the House of Commons right now, and they call it it's not UBI, right? They have a different term for it. It's a livable basic income for anybody over 17 years old.
In Canada,
that's in Canada.
Yeah, it's being
Oh,
passed
it
right
sounds
now.
like universal basic income. That's what it sounds like.
Yeah. They call it livable. They call it a livable basic wage.
Well, what's wrong? What's wrong with pensions, though?
Well,
Capitalism.
Nothing wrong with pensions. I actually have a problem now with government pensions. It's coming to that time for me, and it's kind of scary to know that my financial future is now in the hands of the Epstein class, to be honest with.
So, Lance, tell me the difference between a corporate pension and a government pension.
Oh, so Social Security is your government pension in the United States.
Oh, okay. So, because my father worked for,
he worked for the state, right?
Was he in the military?
Both my parents were,
But don't you
figure out if both of their pensions come from government or not. It's like it's not government, but it sort of is government, I guess.
We have old age security.
My father,
There's government pensions here, but it depends. If they're working for a private entity company, then they probably have that. If not, then you have a 401k.
so here the United States Postal Service.
Oh, that's a federal government.
But
that's a federal
it is
government.
federal. It is government. Yeah. And
It
then
works for the Postal
my
Service?
mother
Yeah,
was
it's government.
right. So technically it's government, although the government like contracts out to them.
It's a state by
It's still
state basis.
It's still federal government program.
It is. It's
And
federal
then
government.
my mother was a professor, so
That's also a federal government
too.
thing. Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty government.
But doesn't
it is? Yeah.
Doesn't every American who works pay a certain percentage of their paycheck into Social Security?
Yeah, they do.
Yes.
Yes.
Absolutely.
That is a government pension. Technically, I think like the Postal Service or a branch of government, if they got a pension through that, well, basically it is a corporation. I'm not sure that would be called government.
Lance, do you play with the stock market?
I do, yeah.
Can I ask
I
a
can
question?
tell. Bullish or bearish?
Oh, definitely bearish. I've put quite a bit of stake on. There's if you want a stock tip and you believe my thesis, there's a couple of ETFs, So SPXS and TZA, they basically, if the S&P 500 goes down 1% in one day, you get paid 3 times that. You get 3%. So my thesis is that the whole damn thing's going to tank, and the only reason it's still near all-time highs is because it's artificially propped up. I mean,
Oh, the bubble will burst eventually, very soon.
Yeah, I'm hoping it's soon.
So
Good.
I know
And then
Black
you can
Life wanted.
profiteer off the.
Well, Scott Bessent, the Secretary of the Treasury, actually publicly admitted that the U.S. government was shorting of the price of oil, trying to keep it down.
I have a lady friend, KC, and she's big in like big pharma and all that. And now, they removed her for Indian people, so now she just like plays the stock market. So I know lots and lots about the stock market.
So I know Black Life wanted to say something.
Abby, can you guys
No, she's fine. You're fine. Well, hold on one second, Black Life. Technically, you're supposed to be bullish at a young age and bearish the older you get. That's what they tell you. Okay. I'm going to let Black Life say something. And then there is a comment in the chat from Miss Macy. Hi, Miss Macy. So once Black Life talks and we get through her comments, then we're going to go to driver Miss Macy.
Can I say something quick while we're on the stock market thing? Quick.
Go ahead.
Yeah, we created a bot. My friend, they're really, really good at program. They're younger minds and that. And we created this bot which detects it through the Fibonacci sequence of different patterns. Reading chart through artificial intelligence, and it kind of shows you how to move in a way when it comes to the stock market. It's really accurate. I don't play with any of that. I'm kind of old school and stuff, so I like just creating a product and a service and giving that to the public. And also, if I did invest anything, I just like silver and gold, palladium, platinum.
See, this is where you say you don't have any political ideology, but you are maybe unconsciously pretty capitalistic when you play the stock market games. But let's go to.
I do not do the stock market stuff. I don't gamble. Okay. I'd rather have something tangible in my hand.
Okay, I thought you were saying you invest in like metals and.
Yeah, physical gold. Yeah, the first time I bought a troy ounce of gold, I was like.
So I guess that maybe is technically not stock market. I kind of thought that is the same thing, but maybe
I don't play with that. I don't play with it. No, you can go to like literally buy physical gold and hold it in your hand.
Okay, let's not get too much on that. Let's go back to Black Life. That would be a good conversation anyway. But yeah, go ahead.
I just want to go back to some Black Life. Can y'all hear me?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we can hear you.
Yes.
I had posted a comment earlier. Can you go back to it, or it's too far back?
We'll be able to find it.
I just wanted to ask. It's too far back.
Agree or disagree?
Yeah, I can't. All right. These are the top concerns in Black communities, and I just wanted to ask your opinions as a panel, if you agree or disagree with it. High risk of incarceration, high poverty rates, limited generational wealth accumulation, unequal access to quality health care and education. I mean, they meant to put that there, they didn't. And ongoing exposure to police brutality. Would you say that's
your
top
comment though?
Huh?
Isn't this your comment?
Yeah, she wanted to talk about this.
I want to be able to see it. That is my
well, yeah. The game is rigged and it's not fair. And I grew up in
let her finish talking, Cage.
Yeah, let Black Life finish. I think she was trying to ask a question.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
Yeah, that was my question.
I know you. We all get excited. I understand.
I thought that was the question.
Life.
And
I just want to
isn't there a response that's needed? Okay.
I say we have a diverse panel, which is an awesome thing to have.
Mm-hmm.
We talk about everybody and the majority of foreign stuff, and we hardly talk about a little Black life here and there. You gotta it's like a sprinkle. So I'm sprinkling this in and asking this diverse panel, Do you agree that these are the top priorities in the majority of the Black communities in the United States?
I say it's more of classism, at least in Canada, because I grew up in one of the worst neighborhoods in all of North America. Jane and Finch, I was born at, and Chalk Farm in particular. People literally throw rocket launchers off the balcony. I thought it was Canada. Why you have a rocket launcher? An RPG. Kind of ridiculous. And they throw children off there, and before the cops would scoop up the body, they're desecrating that body and doing sexual stuff to it. It's beyond crazy. I'm not even joking. It's some other damn horror movie. And yeah, over there, it doesn't really matter who you are or what your color is. I'm not saying that this doesn't happen, but I think over there, like, yeah, just the fact that you live over there and you're around that area, you get treated like a piece of garbage. Like I got searched like every time I'm just trying to go walk to school. You'd be searched on a constant, like, harassed multiple times a day for no goddamn reason. And it's like ridiculous, you know. There's something called carding back then, Tavis and carding, and they ended up having to get rid of that because people got fed up with it and started suing the shit out of them because they're violating everybody's rights constantly on a daily basis. Well, yeah, they really do not care about if you're black or not, or you're really, the only people that treat worse are
I don't
indigenous.
believe that. I don't believe that they don't care
Over
if
here
you're
in
black or
Canada
not.
is different. No,
I
it's
don't
more
think
about
that
the
was a
Nah, I
area.
question.
don't
From his
believe.
No, now
observation.
I
I
live
don't
in a
think
good
that was a
area.
question.
Let's not interrupt.
I never get have any issue now. I live in a better area. I was saying if you live in somewhere like Chalk Farm, like around Jane, and these places, like you get harassed to
I
no
have
end,
Black
no
Canadian
matter who you are.
friends, and I don't agree with that.
So that's his
That's
I
perspective.
not.
didn't really
I
ask if
fucking
it made
I
sense.
lived it.
It
I
wasn't a
That's
know
my
it's
question.
his
perspective.
perspective. I
Right.
know it's
So
his perspective,
But
and
for the
that's
Black
okay.
Canadians, a different
I
experience from white
can
I
Canadians.
lived it. It's
disagree.
a lot different over here. It's a bit different. It's more about the
I
area
really
you
don't
live
think
in.
that was my question, though, y'all.
In
That
America,
wasn't my
It
question.
wasn't.
Wasn't about
It
Canada.
was about
Anything about
in
Canada.
economics.
I
economics in
agree with your
America.
question. Obviously, that's something that's unfortunately happening. Okay,
Yeah.
easy.
so I think she was
That-
trying to ask like the whole panel. Maybe we want to do the circle.
Yeah, I'll jump in.
Go ahead,
Yeah,
Mike.
so for
Okay,
me that
so we'll start with you. Like we're gonna go this way. So you Mully shit, I
Musamel.
forgot. Musa Mill, then Lance, Cage, you already talked, and then Michael
Mike,
and I.
Right. So yeah, so I definitely agree that yes, of high risk of incarceration, high poverty rates, limited generational wealth accumulation, unequal access to quality healthcare, ongoing exposure to police brutality, yes, definitely impact foundational Black Americans or American female slavery in America because it's systemic, it's generational, and it compounds for several centuries and counting. Because universal policy alone cannot close the wealth gap because they don't address the root cause of systemic disparities and also the destruction of wealth from American freedmen and to Cade's really Cade's Black Canadians and white Canadians may share the same experience, but they have a different experience because in Canada the racism is more covert, it's not in your face, whereas America the racism is very overt and also has to do with wealth, chattel slavery, going back to several.
Classism, really, yeah. Yeah.
Well, I'm not ignoring classism. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying, but what I'm saying is that you can have several educated Black Canadians, right, competing for a job. It doesn't mean that they're guaranteed to get a job because of their skin color, also their name, also how Black Canadians speak. I'm saying like at the interviews, right? And so, unfortunately,
Yeah.
Black Canadians sometimes had to code switch to get the jobs because the jobs in Canada are not given to Black Canadians is compared with white Canadians. Even though in Canada you guys may have universal health care, but there are disparities
Americans,
in health outcomes.
Americans.
Well, I'm pretty sure everybody here is wearing a zipper and probably had an X-ray,
Yeah,
and
but they don't store on
that,
they
that
don't store
black
on
people
the.
happen to
Hold
create
on,
that.
you're not following the protocol.
But
No,
what
I
I'm
am.
saying is, Cage, the playing field is not equal. You have to look at the starting and ending point. I'm sorry, starting and ending points are not equal. And so, Amos, I don't want to get off topic about in America. Yeah, so these disparities definitely need to be addressed in America, but it has to start. First thing had to start with lineage-based policies, which is cash payment reparations for American freedmen of chattel slavery because they had the wealth taken away by the slave. During these transatlantic slave trade, also the ongoing effects of Jim Crow,
We had the
segregation,
Underground Railroad over here.
redlining,
Try not to
and other
interrupt.
policies,
You
and the
keep
police.
doing it. You keep doing the shit.
Kate, let me finish,
probably
please.
strike
And
three right
y'all let them slide.
That's
No,
strike three
I'm
right there.
trying
in
to
my
tell
book.
him not to do that. So
Right,
It's strike
Kate.
three, Michael. Michael.
what?
Yeah.
Just like it would be strike three for Truth Zone, it's
Yeah.
strike three for him on the real. I'm keeping it up.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Y'all let him slide because he white.
So you want us to do
Come
the
on,
vote on?
my dad's an immigrant to this country. Like, what the
Yeah,
hell?
but your
Oh,
dad's
hang on.
experience
I'm
is
not.
different,
I'm not
Kate.
talking nothing personal. I'm talking about the standards of the room.
All
Three
right.
times, y'all asked him 3 times to not do something, and he continued.
Right.
I'm
So
done with the 3. After
And
3, I'm
y'all
just
let him
going to
slide because he white. Let's just be
And
real.
it doesn't matter who it is. It
Mhm.
doesn't
Let me-
matter. In my book, it don't matter who it is. But if Abby's feeling that way, she feeling that way for a reason. I don't know. I
all
wasn't
right.
here the whole time.
So I would suggest, can we now do the vote in the chat? As far as
No, he's fine. He could stay.
that was our
He could
procedure.
he could
Okay.
stay.
So then
I'm
you're kind
okay
of
with
just
him. But
you're
I'm
just
okay.
making
But I'm
it-
also
All right.
I'm okay with paying mulatto stand. I'm okay. I'm just saying.
All right. But
Don't let
sometimes
him slide.
it's more of a liberal tendency to be too okay with things you're not supposed to be. All right.
Exactly. That's what
Oh,
standards
I'll
are
hold
not
myself to the
biased.
same standard. I'll respectfully
This
shut
is
the
so
fuck up
this
and mute myself.
this is so funny because Black Life
Standards
told
are
me
not
this.
biased.
Black Life tell me this all the time. She say I'm too nice. I'm too forgiving. I'm too this. I'm too that.
Standards take away all that.
Did you finish?
Me, almost until Kate had to interject or disagree with what I said. But anyways, I was saying that you can't address universal policy alone because it does not address the loss accumulation of wealth for foundational Black Americans or American freedmen. So yes, these have a compounding effects on American freedmen in America because they're all interconnected. It's also systemic, true. It was definitely created by the founders, and so that's why that's another reason why we don't have universal health care because of unfortunately America due to anti-black racism, also with the effects of the police being slave patrols, the mass prison
You don't have
industrial
universal health care in America because of systemic black
doing it
racism.
again.
I think
Are you
Okay,
out of your mind? Like, what are
have
you even
bad
talking about?
discipline.
Kate,
Right?
let me finish, please.
He doing it again.
This is where I was saying if you're
Y'all
gonna
have no
bring up
spine.
the
If
thing
you
about
don't stick to your standards, then you're being biased.
which is what I was trying to
Standards
say.
remove the bias.
Sticking to the standards would be move into the vote then, as far as our procedures, or maybe we need to maybe innovate our procedures a little bit. If the vote says he should stay, then he keeps doing the same interruptions. Wherever is that like a little bit of a loophole?
No, that's y'all being
How
passive.
is it an interruption? I'm simply stating like that was a crazy comment that you
because he was not done
Because you
speaking.
can mute yourself while someone's giving their response. If
And
you can
you know
avoid
what
saying that.
you know what you could do? Get a pen and paper. If you want
I've
to
heard this
respond,
many
because
times.
You just interrupted again. This is what I'm saying. You either have
write
bad
down
discipline or you
what
don't care.
Like write down a thought that you have if you can't hold it in your brain.
Or put in a
So
private chat.
when we come back around to you, you can address what he's saying, but let him finish.
Thank you.
Look, people in the chat getting mad. Rondo say, "Bro, this is pointless."
I mean, maybe we need
You
to
see what I'm
also
saying?
iterate that it would also help people want to say something in response. We got to try to not go on long-winded speeches.
That's why you have to have parameters like 2 minutes or a minute and 30.
Okay.
Right.
I mean,
Okay.
it's
Well,
not hard.
okay. Well, I'm about to set a timer.
This is working. This is called a work in progress. What y'all doing
Yeah,
right now?
we're trying. We're trying to
It's
figure
okay.
out.
I think it's a great conversation. I think it's not wrong with it.
Yeah, I do too.
I'm trying to do the best I can.
I'm enjoying it. So I'm setting a timer.
Mhm.
So Michael, you have
2 minutes left, cause
2 minutes.
all right. So I'll make it
I'm
quick.
starting.
So anyways, I'll make it quick. So really, it's because the reason why universal policies are not sufficient because the American government created a legal class act against American freedom and chattel slavery that happened on American soil. So that's why universal policies are not enough. They don't address the accumulative effects of stolen wealth for American freedom, because other groups of people had a 400-year head start, whereas American freedmen had a 400 years lag, or American freedmen had to work very hard, 3 times harder than white Americans and other groups of people to try to almost trying to be equal or try to compete on an equal playing field. But even with that, with the equal opportunities, it's still not enough, because the playing field has never been equal for American freemen, and still never been equal to today because of policies. Like I said, redlining, Jim Crow, segregation,
1 minute.
police brutality, and so on. I land my plane. Thank you.
No, you got 1 minute left. I'm
1
just
minute.
letting you know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's why I think why Cage does not understand that classism is not enough to address the root cause of how we got from A to B. Because black and white people experience different things in their lives, and their experiences are not equal. So I land my plane. Thank you.
So we're gonna go to Lance. Lance has 5 minutes. I'm gonna set the timer. 5 minutes. And Cage, I'm not gonna skip you in this counterclockwise. No, that's clock, whatever. I'm not gonna skip you because I know you have things to say. And I don't know where Black Life went. If she comes back, then she'll go next after you, then Michael, and then myself. Okay, go ahead, Lance. 5 minutes.
You talking to me, you pussy?
There we go.
Liz got jokes.
Well, I mean,
for interruption.
I don't know how you could disagree with any of that. That's inherently true. It's self-evident, and it's unfortunately institutionalized in your country.
So you maybe don't need your whole 5 minutes, or
Look, he said he dropped the mic. Lance just dropped the goddamn mic. You want to keep talking, Lance? Come on, you got 5 minutes.
Well, if you want, I wouldn't mind some insights as to what you hear from Black Canadians. I tend to agree with Cage in terms of, well, I can't say for sure because I don't know for sure, but the racism here does tend to be a little more subdued, a little more opaque. I've known lots of Black Canadians, and I've really never ever got a hint from them that they've been discriminated against. I mean, it could be the Black Canadians I've known have all been, say, from higher socioeconomic backgrounds or university educated. I just don't know. But maybe Michelle has some insight into that.
Okay. You got you got 3 more minutes left.
No, I'm good, thanks.
Oh
Okay,
wait,
so
can
now,
I borrow
no,
one?
it's not your turn. It's not your turn. Now it's
All right,
Cage's.
now you sticking to the rules. Look at you. Go ahead.
Yeah.
I love
now
it. I
it's
love it.
It's Cage's turn. Cage, you got
How you
5
get a
minutes.
return and I even get my first round?
No, you right after Cage.
We can let her go first if you like.
Go.
Leah, let Black Life go.
Okay,
Black Life wasn't here to hear that you changed your mind about letting them go again. So that's all I was saying. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah, she was off. I thought she heard. She just
No, I didn't.
She dropped off for a minute. So I think she should be next either way, and then
somebody called me and knocked me off. That's what happened.
Oh, I hate when that happens. Okay, so
Cage
so
is letting you go first, so go
Cage
ahead.
just let you go first, and then it's Cage, then it's Michael, and then it's me.
Okay,
Go ahead. Go ahead, Black Life.
I wanted to really kind of just respond to Michael Michael Pan, and
Musa Mill.
Okay, I didn't know that. I was wondering who you were saying that about, and I was like, who is she talking about? Because I can't see the comments when I'm talking like this, and unless I'm in the chat without this link, it's just different. I mean, my technology is different on my phone. But anyway,
go ahead.
I noticed how everybody kept going back to Canada, and I was trying to stay on point to America, the United States. These questions that these statements right here about black priorities is because I also wanted to ask how many political people even talk about this at all, like across the board. How many people focus on any of these points? And they always talking about identity politics, identity politics. These are like top concerns in black communities across the country. And for people to always want to revert to this is what I want your opinion on, panel. It's like why when we talk about these kind of issues right here, these priority issues in the majority of black communities, it's labeled or grouped in with identity politics by our politicians. And it's like, if you would address any of these concerns, black people would be fucking first to be voting for whoever it is to address these concerns. And it's like, it been at least 15 to 20 years, none of these concerns have been at the forefront for anybody look like me, is what I'm saying. And we are addressing everything. We paying for wars. We doing
You said 15
everything.
to 20 years?
Huh?
You said 15 to 20 years?
Yes.
I'm
15 to
saying
20 years.
70 and 76.
Yeah,
No,
you're right. You're right. I'm
16,
only talking about
19.
since I'm talking about
16,
since
19.
I'm
I'm
sorry, Abby.
sorry.
I'm
I'm
only
sorry.
saying
Go
it's
ahead.
cool. It's cool. I'm only
You
saying
set a timer
since
for
since I've been an adult and been conscious of it. You know what I'm saying? Like been connected to it, paying attention to it. I know it's been at least that is what I'm saying. I didn't say just. You feel what I'm saying? Like I know I've been paying attention for at least 15 to 20 years about how shit is going, and it's not addressing any of these issues at all. And that's my problem. And we can continue to discuss foreign affairs. We can continue to discuss capitalism, but we not all that shit is not addressing these concerns across black communities. And that's what I want to hear your panel and their like I don't want to hear you talk about these issues in Canada. I'm talking about you guys on an American station. You feel me? We talking to American hosts. Y'all listen to American social
Wait,
media.
hold on. My co-host is Canadian.
He is, but he
There's
also is
3
in tune.
Canadians on the panel.
I know, but they're all
They should be able to speak about.
wait. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying they're in tune to social media and the issues that's affecting America because America is a big dog in the drama right now across all social
Truth.
media platforms. So
Facts.
it's not like you are not aware of what's going on for the last 15 to 20 years. I'm saying, when have you heard anybody address these issues? And to be lumping them in with identity politics is
you
Did she
kind
drop?
of you
I think
lagging.
we lost her by accident. I think it's technical error.
Okay,
You might be
yeah.
back any second.
She just dropped. So, Cage, you're next. Let me set the timer.
All right. Well, yeah, great information thus far. So, I think this is an issue of not knowing who we are and what true power that we have. True power is not playing a little game with other people or having a certain amount of money or status in the world. I like going back to the comedic.
And there he goes. What's
Did
going
he?
on?
Was it me?
No,
Because I can't hear him either.
nobody muted him. Just some
Hold
StreamYard
on.
glitch.
Can
Go
you hear
ahead.
me now?
Okay.
Can you hear me
Yeah,
now?
yeah.
We can
All
hear
right,
you.
so I'm saying I don't believe that, or I know for a fact that true power is through knowledge and education that you're not going to find normally given to people, and and hopefully not using that to manipulate and try running game on others. So it's the seven comedic or hermetic principles. The first one is mentalism. The second one is correspondence. The third is vibration, polarity, rhythm, cause and effect, and gender. Knowing these
Would you
things and
mind?
understanding.
Would you mind? Before you keep going, to
Mhm.
like give an explanation of all 3 of those things.
Well, it's seven of them, and the first one is like the universe is mental, the all is mind, and yeah,
Mhm.
these principles pretty much assert that the universe is completely a mental fabrication.
Do we start?
Everything vibrates, and the opposites are identical in nature but different in degree. And the people that run this fucking game, or this little whatever you want to call it, definitely know about this, and they utilize that to their benefit. So true power is knowledge, and it's all available now for anyone to utilize. And once we understand this and educate ourselves, then there's no control, there's no institution or whatever that can go and play this game with people. And it doesn't matter what you look like, who you are, where you're from. Everybody, we dissect you and look at your anatomy. I'm pretty sure everybody looks similar in that way. So, yeah, there you have it.
Okay, yeah. Sorry to interrupt. I was just saying we're just trying to implement this brand new idea about the timer while people talk, and I think we weren't sure. I wasn't sure about if Abby had started it for either of the last two speakers.
I did.
Okay, I just wasn't.
He's good.
Yeah. So
let him keep talking.
I think he was sounded like he was done though. Were you?
Yeah, that's about it. We can get deeper into it later, but yeah, that's about it.
Well, I got some response to some of what you're saying, and I hadn't quite given my answer yet to this. So if you want to put a timer on me, Abby.
Okay. I was doing 5 minutes for everybody, so I mean, he had 2 minutes left if he wants to keep going.
Nobody has to use all of their time if they don't.
They don't have to.
Have to say.
Are you done, Cage?
Yeah. That's about it. We can get deeper later on after this experiment.
Okay, maybe I should do it at 3 minutes. 3 minutes should be enough, right?
I don't know, it depends on the question. So.
Well, it's the same question, and
yeah. I'm gonna need a whole lifetime.
Responding. But go ahead, Michael. You might need a whole lifetime.
So
I'd like that.
Before I answer Black Lives, I think before I maybe forget, I would rather respond quickly to what Cage just said about the universe being mind and these 7 hermeneutic
mental construct. Yeah.
Mental construct, exactly. This is idealism. This is what learning about Marxism and communism has taught me, that there's the method that we follow is called dialectical materialism, which is essentially the philosophical opposite of this idealist argument that you just made.
And I know is that Hegel or what?
No, I know, but let's try not to interrupt because I'm right. So, because it throws off my train of thought. So, this is where you're saying you don't necessarily have an ideology that you speak of, but what I tend to find with people who don't do the work of determining what ideology is the one that actually closest fits their thinking is they fall into one whether they know it or not. So that's all I'm saying is you seem to have gravitated.
I'm very intentional. I know my ideology. Yeah.
Some capitalistic thought processes.
No, it's not capitalism.
Don't interrupt though, because we're trying to establish this more rigid structure to be actually what we're trying to do. The dialectical materialism is a different way of communicating than the way that you're used to. Okay, so because now I'm trying to finish addressing Black Life's comment here as far as do I agree or disagree with the high risk of incarceration, high poverty rates, limited general wealth accumulation, unequal access to quality healthcare, and ongoing exposure to police brutality. It's a little bit of a yes and no kind of not the most satisfying kind of answer. I would maybe, I know you're not supposed to answer a question with a question, but as far as are the words like capitalism and eugenics and stuff, are those too broad as far as what would be the top concern for Black community? Because
no, if you could make a direct connection to the question that I asked you about the Black communities across America and what they're facing on a daily basis, these top concerns, what political people and leaders are addressing them, I'm talking about that. If you can connect what you're saying with capitalism and eugenics, it will definitely help the audience to understand how those top issues in our community are connected to what you are talking about. So if you could make a connection, if you could verbalize the connection, cool. If you can't, then allow the audience to walk their way through it. You got to walk, just like Abby do always tell me. our audience is not always exposed to what I'm exposed to here in Baton Rouge, and the kind of lifestyles that my look right now. This person speeding in
I
a
just heard him.
community, exactly, speeding in the community where they got kids just learning to ride bikes. Like we addressing home issues, but we speaking to an audience that's across the country, across the world. You feel me? So if you could make a direct connection to the question at hand, cool. If you can't, then hold that
Shout
on the
out to
plate.
New York. Shout out to New York.
Hold that on the plate and then
So
connect it in another
Okay,
way that
right,
will
what
help
that's
people
good.
understand.
hold
Thank you.
on. What she's trying to say is
Well, I think I got it.
in all of America, where
I
are the
ain't trying to say.
policies?
You don't need to
Okay.
ask a new question on top of this. We're trying to answer this one first, right? So thank you. I would
Okay.
say that was an interruption technically from Black Life, but I would say that's an exception to the rules we're trying to make here, being that she's the one that posed this question that we are trying to answer. And I kind of just asked for a bit of clarification with the answer I was trying to give. And so
She
she
did,
felt
and
that
that's why
it
she
was
jumped in.
worth clarifying. But then it was getting a little
Well,
getting
it's a
too
yes.
long.
It's sir. It's a yes or a no.
I'm just
So
trying to answer her. So
obviously,
it's not
like
just a
it
yes
doesn't
or
take a
no.
genius to figure this out,
Things
right?
are there's also nuance. There's not necessarily some questions are yes and no, and some of them are not. So what I'm trying to, I appreciate the feedback that I got because now it allows me to say, I would say technically I would disagree because what I would or I agree and disagree because I'm saying Sean
It's
in
a
the
bit
chat.
wishy-washy though. Like, is
Don't
it yes
interrupt.
or
I'm
no?
trying to finish my thought process. Then you can have it back. Okay, for fuck's sake. Okay, so the cause of the high risk of incarceration, the cause of the high poverty rates, the cause of the limited generational wealth accumulation, and the unequal access to quality healthcare, and the ongoing exposure to police brutality are classism, eugenics, racism, and capitalism.
That's what I've been saying.
I wanted to know if those categories were considered too broad, if she wanted a more precise
Yes,
kind of.
it is too broad.
Hey, no,
Stop,
stop, Black Lives, stop. Let them finish.
You said if
You
I
asked
could
the
connect
question,
it to
Abby.
in a way, then so what I feel is that
I'm
I
gonna
just
answer
did
him.
is that I connected that
I
these
got
things,
you.
the reason why they have the power to impose higher risk of incarceration on the Black community is because of the classism of they have a higher like white people have a higher place in the class hierarchy structure, and so you guys are kind of trying to find an argument around this acknowledgement of this simple fact.
No.
Yeah, but it's the sixth kinetic or hermetic principle.
Both
Cause
of
and
y'all.
effect.
I'm muting both of y'all. No. He not done with his minutes. Go ahead, Michael.
No, well, yeah, I'm not sure how much more time I
You
have.
got one. You got another minute left.
I'm essentially was ready to hand it over there, but I think maybe this is also, since I have a little bit more time, this is sort of what
I'm
the
next.
issue with RBN, what they're having, like Nick Cruz is trying to say, we have to focus our organizing on Marxism and not this other kind of way of looking at the problem.
Abby,
And
please
I kind
let
of
me
agree with
respond
that.
to him.
So
Please
now
let
go
me
ahead.
respond.
I'm done with my time. We didn't
I
clarify
appreciate
as
you,
far as
Mike.
who was
I
going to
appreciate
be
it, but Abby,
taking.
before you get your turn, please let me respond one
That's
quick
not
thing.
fair. It's not fair.
Please,
Okay.
one quick thing, because
Hurry.
Michael, I'm not saying what you're saying is wrong, but I'm saying across America.
I am.
Wait, this is what I'm saying. Across
It
America,
wouldn't be
Michael.
your turn.
You can't have exceptions to our own rules because we're the hosts. We have to do our best to try to follow them. So that's where we're. I think the most
All I'm
orthodox
trying to say
following
is
the
you got
rules
to
would be letting her
communicate
go
what you're
first. But
saying. You got to communicate what you're saying to the audience that I'm talking to. I'm talking about, first of all, I want to acknowledge that these are the top concerns. Then after you acknowledge that they are the top concerns, and then if you want to connect them to Marxism, capitalism, any of those things, then you have to let's pick a Chicago and then connect it with real examples so that people can understand your connection. People can understand where you're coming from when you're saying it. You just saying it is you are acting under the reference that everybody got.
she's saying I need Cleodynamic clout. I need to actually be able to prove that argument rather than just make the claim. So I kind of agree.
I'm saying what Abby says to me. If I say something that is local issues or local problems,
let me talk for myself.
Abby, I'm not talking for you. I'm saying what you tell me. When I'm trying to say something about problems that I see on a daily, you say they don't understand what you're saying. Nobody's talking, like nobody can understand what you mean. It's a local problem. So what I'm saying is some things are not just local problems, but you still have to make the connection so your audience can understand. And sometimes when Michael is making points about capitalism, about Marxism, it's not that people need to be dumbed down. You need to make a connection so that people can understand how it applies to their everyday life, their real life. What you're saying is not wrong. It's not none of the negative things that you think I'm trying to say. It's not that. I'm saying if you want people to understand where you're coming from, then sometimes you got to make the connection. And if it's being asked of me to make the connection, then it should be asked of you to make the connection. That's my point.
Okay. Now,
Okay,
Abby?
thank you. Okay, so you and Cage, I'm speaking to both of you directly because what you're doing is like a Jimmy Dore thing in my brain. You keep making it a class issue, but the hierarchy of this society is Black people are at the bottom. So when you make it a class issue, you are trying to include.
Well, that's not true at all. Because
Hold on.
Yeah.
Gage, let
I
Abby
want to
speak, please.
respond to what
Gage,
she's saying
please.
too right now, right? But I got to try and have the discipline of letting her go ahead, Abby.
When you say it's just a class issue, you are Jimmy Doring me, and
What does
I
that
don't
mean?
appreciate.
Sorry,
And I
what
don't
is Gemma
appreciate
Dore?
that.
I'm not even sure what that means.
This motherfucker's still talking.
We will catch you up after she's done her making her whole point. Try to have the patience.
It's when Jimmy Doring is when you try to say, oh, it's a class issue. If we just do this for the poor, then everybody will come up. No, it's a race issue. Like, you cannot gaslight me into not knowing that it is a race issue in this country. Because every time
I'm not in the same country, but I'm saying I know Black people that have way more money than most white people I know, and they live a different way. Like I don't know, it's probably a lot different than they know.
You okay, Abby?
I'm getting really tired of
Mhm.
asking over and over again and stressing, the decorum that we're looking for. And I don't think it's lack of discipline at this point. I think it's lack of respect. So, but I think this guy's got some hacking skills or whatever. I don't even think that us kicking him off or whatever has any effect or whatever. It seems like he wants to fuck with us or whatever.
I'm not trying to kick him off.
No, I know, but
I like him. I want him to stay.
You guys were making a good point about he's fucking broken the same rules, but then you're trying to say because he's got the melanin or whatever, we're letting it happen.
Yeah,
Now I'm saying,
you letting the white boy slide.
So let's not do that anymore because this is getting very tiresome. So let's do the vote because we've ignored so far the chat's opinion in this, which is also kind of wrong of us. While we have our own personal opinions about who we want to keep on the show, the point about that rule of when we disagree about who we want to keep on, because there's only two of us, and then you get, you need, like, because the way that the math works, you need at least 3 people, wherever, to break the tie. So breaking the tie is going to the chat. And then if he wants to come back next week, whatever, our rule is that the chat can say, go away, we're tired of hearing from you because of your repeated rejection of the rules, whatever, and respect. And then we can have him come back next week, and we could do it all over again, and we could ban him for good if he wants to be fucking disrespectful, like we just did with the last few people. That's what I'm saying. I don't want to fucking do this anymore or whatever. This is taking advantage of our efforts to, I guess if I'm going to be the only one trying to be dialectical or whatever, what's the fucking point, right? Like,
he said he's not trying to, he don't. What?
Respect putting people down or ourselves because of what we may happen to be born in.
Thank
We
you.
all have the same amount of power if utilized. At
But
Michael,
that's
And
you
if
ain't
I
let me, he didn't even let me finish.
yeah,
exactly, he was cutting in
Toshi.
the whole time. Hey, peace. As far as it, so it's kind of hard when there is a person like Cage doing that because
mhm.
I was trying to understand where everybody's coming from. Anyways, I get everybody's points kind of so far for the conversation. But yeah, Cage, you got to go one at a time. I think the best thing is to use the controls, honestly, is being a content creator. Like, try to warn people, but then if they just can't get it, probably go next time so we can all understand what's going on. Because when someone's cutting in, like, no one really understands the full point.
And most people just, it's like a discipline thing, like I'm saying. Like he's probably not really doing it on purpose, but that doesn't stop the fact that he's still doing it and it's still disruptive. So let's try to, if we got to work on developing the discipline over time, that's the only way to do it, really. But if you really can't have the ability to have the conversation that we're trying to have, sorry, right?
Look,
But
I gotta put this up, Michael. This is making me sad. Rondo said, "I've been in the stream since the beginning. I still don't know what's going on." That makes me sad. So we got to do better.
I think this is a
Like
sign that people have a hard time actually communicating with each other properly anymore. What does that proper communication even mean? All right.
I don't like this. I don't like this.
So what we want to get back to whatever we were talking about. Let's have him back on. We're not trying to, like, he's been gracious enough to the entire time. I appreciate you, right? But let's try and do our best not to interrupt, and we'll go from person to person so everyone gets a chance to speak.
Miss Maisie said, "I feel like this is somewhat how Congress is set up." Please don't do us like that, Miss Macy. Please don't do us like that.
That's the thing about organizing. It is actually going to require certain things like these rules that you try to set in place for it to actually be effective. Otherwise, it's just, you call it organizing, but it's just a big massive chaos of everyone saying everything, whatever, at the same time.
Well, Abby, why don't you finish as far as what you were saying about the classism? Because I did want to understand what you were saying when you were saying, like, people are saying it's classism, but it's really race.
No, like I see a lot of white people just breaking it down as classism. And I'm trying to understand if they understand that they don't realize it's racism. So when you say classism to me, I feel like you're being disingenuous, because classism to me sounds like, oh, well, we're poor too, so we got to stick together, when I don't trust you. I don't trust you to stick together with me.
I get what you're
Like,
saying. Abby, can I ask you a question when you're done?
God damn, man. You got a impulse control issue. You got ADD at all? Not to
Fuck.
right?
I
Maybe
only said 3 sentences.
Yeah, go ahead, Abby. Yeah, Kate, let Abby speak, please.
I'm gonna give you an example. Like when the in 2008, the only reason white people voted for Obama was because they wanted to be saved. And I stand by that. And then after the economy got better, look what they did. Look what they did. Because white people still want this to be a white controlled nation. So don't speak to me about classism when I know that white people do not want me to be on the same playing field as them.
Big club and you're not invited.
So
My question is this. My question, it's a big club. And my question is this: is there quote black people that are elitists and hang around these people and run game on their own, or no? Or is it just like,
Fuck
or
them
you just a
people.
victim because you happen to be a woman and with a certain skin
Oh,
color?
I'm a victim. I'm a victim.
No, I'm asking you. Do you think there is quote black people that are in a different class, and you know the have or the have nots, like you know people running game? Is it black people doing that too, or no? Mansa Musa was like richer than fucking Rockefellers at that back in the day.
You cannot compare Massa Musa, who had prisoners of war, indentured
It's both.
servants, and feudalists.
So a black person was a black person was
You
doing
cannot compare
slavery.
that to
Oh
chattel
wow.
slavery.
Okay.
So this is some double standards
I'm
that
asking you. I'm asking you a question.
Compare.
I'm asking you a simple question.
No,
Is there
no.
black people that have a
I
lot of
want you.
access that
No. I want
utilize
you to
that? Yes or
compare.
no?
I want you
Okay.
to compare
Yeah.
indentured servitude and feudalism to chattel slavery. Do it. Go.
And nobody's fucking victim. Can you
No,
say that again? You want me
I
to compare
want you
what?
to compare. Do it. Do it right now. Compare the two.
Can you
Tell
say it
me
again?
how
And
they. Tell me how they are the same.
Can you say it again, and I'll break it down for you.
I want you to compare indentured servitude and feudalism to chattel slavery.
Indentured servitude and feudalism.
And feudalism. You tell
Okay.
me how those with chattel slavery. You tell me how they're the same.
What do you mean chattel slavery?
What the fuck are you talking about? What do I mean chattel slavery?
Asking you to define the terms.
What?
Yeah, I
You don't know
need
what
like
chattel slavery
I
means?
need a definition of these terms here, please.
Oh my
Like, what does
gosh.
it mean to you?
Oh my God. You being disingenuous.
No, don't do the
Are
oh my god
are
or whatever.
you
Now
being
you're
disingenuous?
dismissing him before
No,
trying to
You're right.
clarify the
I'm
term.
trying to have
I know,
context here
Michael.
so
I
I
know,
can give you a
Michael.
proper response.
I came back and asked, are you being disingenuous?
I am not. I'm trying
Do
to
you
understand what
not know
that
what
means to
chattel
you. So I
slavery
can,
means? What does it mean to you? What does chattel slavery mean to you?
okay, well, let's start with the first term you said, indentured servitude. So it's like temporary labor in a contract, you know, to repay a debt or a gain, kind of,
Okay.
which you can
Yes.
categorize
And
under
what's
like a
chattel
passive or an
slavery?
opportunity.
And what's chattel slavery?
I'm not sure what that means, but feudalism is a long-term social hierarchy where peasants work land owned by nobles in exchange for protection. So it's like, okay,
Cage.
going
You don't know what chattel slavery means?
We have it right here.
It's in the private
chattel
chat, Cage.
slavery. Okay, chattel slavery is a form of human enslavement where enslaved people are treated as legal personal property, chattel, of the owner capable of being bought, sold, and inherited. Yeah, it sounds very similar.
Basically, it's slavery.
That
but
does not sound very similar. Why
It
would you
sounds
even
similar.
say
It
that?
sounds similar to you know feudalism, whatever.
I'm
No,
thinking
no,
that
it
most
fucking
white
doesn't.
people just refer to
Feudalism.
chattel
Okay,
slavery
I'm getting
as
triggered. Let me
slavery
calm
in
down.
general. And then when people use the word chattel, which is a very old word that doesn't really get used in typical speech anymore, it throws some people off because that is basically just the word like slavery without the word chattel. They understand it as to be the form of human enslavement where people were treated as the personal property of somebody else.
Rondo said,
It's a new
didn't you
term to
wait,
me,
hold
and
on,
thank
hold
you
on.
for
Rondo
teaching me
said, didn't
something.
you have a
Yeah,
dictionary like an hour ago?
yeah, I do. I can
Open
go
that
pull
bitch
that. I
up.
can pull that word up
In
too.
there.
Yeah, I do
look it up.
appreciate that. I'm not being disingenuous. I'm trying to learn because that is not a term I'm familiar with.
So now we got to re-ask the question.
Are you for real? Are you
Yeah.
really being
because
you're
you
really
wanted an
being
answer.
sincere?
Yes,
Now
I am, ma'am.
the
Yes, I
answer.
am.
So what was the question again as far as what you were asking him about feudalism and chattel slavery and indentured servitude? Because I think we're getting away from
I asked him what was the difference between indentured servitude and chattel slavery. That's what I asked him. What's the difference? And he
I'm
is
learning a new
gaslighting
term.
me, and I don't like to be gaslit.
So if I could answer it quickly, I think the difference in the legal terminology is what he's saying. The indentured servitude is when you have a debt to be paid back, and once you finish paying it back through the labor, that you are free to go. You're not the property of the person. Chattel slavery,
well,
you are not
exactly,
free
yeah.
to end the agreement. There is an agreement imposed on you.
Oh, exactly. Like pretty much. Okay. Well, we'll go with classism again, but yeah, like I guess like
No,
being
that's
an
not
indenture.
classism. That's not
Hold on,
classism.
indenture. Let me.
You don't tell me to hold on.
Can you please let me talk or no?
Yeah, Cage,
You're
disrespectful.
asking me a question, but you're not allowing me to. Because now that we have the definitions, right? So yeah, to me it looks like you kind of okay indentured servitude. You agree to work for somebody for a set number of years, right? Most people, I guess, like until you're 65 or retire. After that time, you're technically legally free from it, and you have your pension. If it's often used by people who wanted passage to places like colonial America, but couldn't afford it. So it's like kind of like what do they call it? Like lodge, not like a lodge, like a board and lodge kind of thing. Like just work and we'll supply you a place to be in for a certain amount of years, and then you're on your own. And then yeah, the feudalism is kind of like you're born into a social class, usually like maybe like a peasant or a serf, and you work the land of a lord for life, forever. And your children usually do the same. And it's kind of like a structure of society, not just a job or contract. So the difference between the two would be like a temporary obligation based on a contract. That would be servitude. And the feudalism would be a permanent obligation based upon birth and land ownership.
But you get a little bit more rights.
Is that
some more tied to specifically to the land? As long as you work the land, you get protection from the Lord and whatever.
what have I said? Did I make any sense at all? Because
I
it's like a
think
new term.
I think you were logically coherent now that you've understood how the terms meant. So we're trying to maybe get now to the purpose of the question. You got another follow up with that, or Abby? I think what we were trying to do is get to the.
I want him to tell me what chattel slavery is.
We'll get into that in a minute. But yeah, like a quick example of it, like an indenture is
In a
saying,
minute,
work
no,
for me for
we
6 years, then
get
you are
into it
free.
now. Get
And the
into it
opposite of
now.
it is
What
like
is
you and your family
chattel
own this land and
slavery?
work it.
What is chattel slavery? Answer the question. What is chattel slavery? Answer the question, Cage.
It's probably a mixture of both of those, right?
Are you fucking? You know what?
Well, someone just read the definition page where it said that they're property of an owner as far as it. I would think the main thing, Abby, getting back to the point of what you're saying as far as comparing racism to classism, there's so many nuance when you're bringing up chattel slavery, if I'm going to be honest. I mean, like a lot of people, chattel slavery is like a psyop. Like they can't even.
Slavery is
They can,
slavery
hold
in a
on,
way.
please. I'm talking now. I'm talking. You
Cage,
couldn't
let
answer it
Christina
when I'm
speak,
talking.
please. Thank you.
So a lot of the times people can't even tie themselves to an actual person in their family by name that has gone through this, but there's so much emotion, there's so much tied to it because of the history that the same people gave us. So I think a lot of this stuff is a psyop. A lot of it is just to distract us from us even getting into who we really are by ways of family and understanding our story. So when it
Dolce. So
comes to
I
the
really want him to answer the question.
It's thinking. Okay, I'm gonna answer
what is
right now.
chattel?
It's like
Yes.
thinking you own another human being or a sentient being. My pet, my employee, my this, my that. You know what I mean? So pretty much what it boils down to is another sentient being thinking they have ownership over another, like kind of like livestock or cattle. Kind of like how the Jews call you a goyim, and you have your little fucking social security number. Yeah, kind of like that.
Not like that. It's more like treating a human being like they are not in fact human, that they are just an animal, and they don't.
Yeah, like a goyim. It
Right
means
to
cattle.
human being.
Yeah.
But
Well, exactly what I was saying. It means cattle, a goyim.
To bring
Here's
up the
your number.
thing is to get into the
Okay.
the Nazi propaganda, anti-Semitic kind of framing of the
I'm
thing.
not anti-Semitic. I've lost the Jewish friends.
Okay, I'm just saying
Went to
that
bar bat mitzvahs and
narrative-wise,
shit.
that and also the
He was right by
historical way
saying
that
the
the Jewish
goyim.
people treat the way that Jewish people see the goyim,
Oh, goyim.
wherever have that comes
Wouldn't
from
that be
them,
the chattel
and
slavery,
it's
kind of?
right. So, but that's a whole nother conversation. So we're trying to
All
get
right,
maybe
well-
staying on the we were disagreeing about classism and racism. So I think that
they go hand in hand. It's like, okay, you want an apple and an
right.
orange. Either way,
No, it
there's
doesn't
I
go
think
hand.
no,
It
it does.
doesn't. It
I
doesn't
think
go
you're being
hand in hand.
it
disingenuous,
does.
Abby,
It's like,
when
No,
you
it doesn't.
disregard the
It doesn't.
would you
origin.
like a potato or a fucking carrot?
The
Either way, it's still a vegetable.
the transatlantic slavery was completely bound up with the creation of capitalism, whatever, the birth of that new system. And then when you are disregarding the historical materialism of that part, and then you're saying that racism cannot be classism, racism is essentially
I'm
born
saying they
out of
probably go hand in
capitalism.
hand.
So
Let
I
him
don't
finish.
understand.
Let
So a
him
connection.
finish. Let him finish.
I think that you're not allowing for two things to be true at once. You know, it is
That's
possible for
exactly
you
what I'm saying.
to be discriminated against for skin color as well as for class status. And what I'm saying about when you frame things as the black people are at the bottom, you are making a.
I never said that.
No, I'm saying Abby says that. When you say that, you're saying that black people are the lowest class. You're making
That's
a class
bullshit.
argument.
I know black people have
But you just don't
are
want to
highly
use that
successful.
terminology.
What the fuck? Here.
So I'm
to be honest too about history. Sorry, I have to say this as far as bringing up chattel slavery. At this same time, if to put such a big emphasis on the transatlantic slave trade, there's a Barbary slave trade that's going on at the same exact time, where pale skinned people are being enslaved as chattel, as property. So I mean, like at the end of the day, as far as the psyop is for us to
Not
be
everybody
focused
is,
on
Jenny.
that, for us to say it's a part of our family, even when we can't prove it is, and we have so much emotions about something that we don't even know if our family went through. A lot of people.
This is the link that he gave me in the back chat.
Yeah, so this is for Cage. I want Cage.
But what about what the Belgium did to the Congo?
Right.
Like that's for Congo to deal with, and they probably fought against it and did all kinds of stuff. So why take it on as us when we're not in Congo?
Oh, I'm sorry, Doshi.
No. I'm asking that as a question. Like,
check the link so that you
why
said
did we take it on as the feeling as far as what Belgium and Congo had going on?
Well, because this is why I said that, because he bringing up Ellis Island and all these Eastern Europeans, like that.
Is that like Jekyll, the Jekyll Island thing, or is it?
This is the link that you gave me.
I never sent you a link. That's not my
Actually,
link.
I did. Hold on.
In the private chat.
No, it was
Michael
me.
did, not me.
Oh, yeah, Abby, let me step in. I gave.
Oh, I'm sorry. It was
let
you.
me. Yeah, let me.
You're
Step
right.
in very quickly.
I apologize to you, Cage.
Cage, don't worry, it's not your fault.
Okay.
But no,
You know what happens.
in the private chat, I gave Cage the links, the difference between chattel slavery and immigration, because obviously he couldn't see the clear differences in the beginning. So that's why I had to use visuals. So when people see pictures or visuals, I think they'll have a better understanding.
Depends what kind of learner you are, right? There's audio visual learning. There's different ways of.
Yeah, but I'm saying
there's tactile learning.
Yep.
Tactile,
yeah.
But anyway, yeah. But
yeah,
right.
we can talk about that later if y'all want to.
We're ready to move on.
Because I love to talk about that.
But I wanted
to. Let's talk about different ways to learn. I think that's a new topic.
But before we move on, I think Dulcie made a good point about bringing up the Barbary slave trade. As far as when we're harping on the definition of chattel slavery, I think maybe it might be important to ask if we consider the ancient slave trade before the transatlantic slave trade. There's this 2,000-year history of slavery going east by the Arabs and Asians. I'm not sure exactly about Asians as much, but there's a very well documented history of a lot of slavery happening in ancient cultures, not just Africa, right? A lot of, I think slavery initially really comes from war captives. And then instead of just executing them all, they found it more useful to keep them alive or whatever. And so that's really the origin of slavery. But what was the origin of chattel slavery? Are we only talking about like slavery from the 1500s, or are we talking, is chattel slavery technically this 3,000-year-old kind of institution?
Here's a business card. I know it's kind of off. I know it's kind of off topic, but it kind of reminds me, brother, of your background, you have the flag and everything. Look, the working tools in masonry. So yeah, my buddy over here, they make all the regalia for masonry and that, and it just kind of reminds me of if you look
Okay,
at the
funny.
yeah, if you look at the symbol here, it looks just like what you have over there.
Not just like it. I got no.
Similar
I
to
don't want nothing to do with Freemasons. I think that like a classic communist, consider them to be
33.
a class enemy of the proletariat there. So,
Oh,
but I
it's kind
asked
of
my
very
question.
similar.
I would think maybe you want
I
to
was going to
get
change
back
the
on.
subject.
Okay, if
Yeah.
we want to
But I
bypass
would
my.
say to that quote, as far as not calling it a psyop, it is. It is a psychological operation because an event as catastrophic as transatlantic slavery that affects people and families, it would be passed down through family. Families would
And
be
and
looking for other families across the pond, different things like that. It would be a known thing. But it's not, it's more so something that we tend to go get a book, go get a professor to be like this. What this professor said, look, this is chattel slavery. If this is happening at this magnitude to our families, it would have been passed down.
and Dulcie, who who is in charge of the books that our children learn from
Anna's
in our
archive. I
education
showed
system?
Anna's archive. They have over 30 million different documents that
No,
you
I
can
was
study.
asking a question. Who is
I'm
in
answering.
charge? Who is in charge of the textbooks that our children learn from?
Yep, it's our government, and it'd be the
Three
representative.
letter
And
three
and
three letter agencies
McGraw
that are
Hill.
running it.
Yep,
They're
it
Probably.
does.
running
It
it.
It's
does.
McGraw Hill, and who owns McGraw Hill?
Oxford, a bunch of different people. Who owns them? I guarantee they're probably linked up with like the Rockefellers.
Ghislaine Maxwell's father.
Yeah. I know. She was big in the text was, and yeah, you can see
Right.
that.
So
Those are
it's
the
really
people
the
that are
white
programming
educators
your
who
children.
own the textbooks.
No,
Exactly. That's what I'm talking
she's
about.
How
correct.
do you
I
own it?
looked into that
Private
link.
property.
Actually, she's on point. And Ghislaine Maxwell's father owns one of the biggest companies. It is from Britain, and we're all speaking English for a reason. And yeah, they push that into North America and Europe.
So
Understand what
who?
they're
So
doing, why they want our minds, why they want our mentality to be this way. It's important to
It goes
review
back to the first principle of kinetic or hermetic
very important.
principles, the law of mentalism. This is
It's
how
Very
reality is being
important.
idealism. That's what you
formulated through the mind. So if you can hijack the mind, therefore you get a different result in reality. It's pretty simple.
Mhm. It's pretty simple. Okay, so you weren't here, Dolce, when I did that poem about like we are the ancestors. We are the people that they're going to be writing about in the books for our children's children.
I feel bad for them. We're all
Fucking
living.
right.
Yeah.
We're honestly.
Oh
I feel
wait.
bad for them.
Everybody say goodnight to Jacqueline.
Good night, Jacqueline.
Good
Good
night,
night,
Jackie.
Jacqueline. You know she's in UK, so her time zone is very different.
Yeah, she's about 5 or 6 hours ahead of us, right?
Yes.
Eastern
Jacqueline's
Standard Time.
she's
We love Miss Jacqueline.
she's been with us from
It's
the very.
weird. Like I used to live with a woman named Jacqueline for about 4 or 5 years.
Jacqueline been with us. Jacqueline been here day one.
Same with
yeah.
Rondo and Sean.
That's our boo.
Thank you, guys.
There you go.
So I'll change the subject, but because we all of us understand on the panel
So
that
are we gonna get to visual or audio or tactile learning? I think that was it we're gonna bring up after.
here we go. Wait, let me make it bigger.
What we
I think
got?
this is important.
Different styles of modalities describe how
have to take
individuals best absorb, process, and retain information. The most common framework includes visual, auditory, kinesthetic, and reading/writing (VARC), an abbreviation. Though 11 recognized styles include social, solitary, logical, verbal, naturalistic, reflective, and experimental, often combined for optimal understanding. There
So
we
let's
go.
go through them all.
That's experiential, not to be
Experience. Okay, well, whatever.
Oh,
I'm trying
You
to
read so fast,
experience it.
they do technically mean different
I
things.
know
But
you did read real fast. Like that's too fast.
All
So,
right,
you must
visual.
think
Should I
fast.
continue or no?
Go ahead. Yeah, sorry.
All right,
but slower,
visual, aka
slower.
spatial,
No,
refers using
spatial.
images, maps, diagrams, and color coding to organize information. Auditory, oral, I don't even know how to pronounce that. Learns best by hearing, listening to lectures, participating in group discussions, and using sound and/or rhythm. Kinesthetic, physical, learns through hands-on experience, movement, doing activities, and tactile manipulation. Verbal, aka linguistic, prefers using words both in speech and writing, enjoys reading, taking notes, and discussion. Logical, connected to mathematical, prefers using logic, reasoning, systems, and recognizing patterns. Social, interpersonal, learns best by collaborating, discussing with others, and working in groups or solitary, intrapersonal. Prefers studying. Oh, okay. Prefers studying alone, self-paced learning, and independent work. We got number
Wait,
8.
you just gloss over solitary intrapersonal.
Intrapersonal is inter and intra. It's kind of like
Intra.
intrapersonal.
Yeah.
Inter and intra. Yeah.
Yeah. This is
Naturalistic learns best by connecting concepts to nature, identifying patterns in the environment, and working outdoors. Reflective, number 9, learns by thinking deeply about the material, analyzing and reviewing information. Experiential, learns through direct experience, trial and error, and applying knowledge immediately. Holistic, number 11, focuses on the big picture, understanding how concepts fit together before
so.
focusing on details. So we got the key takeaways if you want to continue.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, it says the VARK, an abbreviation of VARK, visual, auditory, reading and writing, and kinesthetic, are the most widely recognized categories, and there's a combination. Most learners use a combination of these styles rather than just one. And the benefits, identifying a preferred style can lead to better, faster, and more efficient learning results. Get the
So,
best of all worlds.
so we say that to be like everybody learns differently, okay? And our school system is set up where you gotta learn a very specific way, and everybody doesn't learn that way.
It's parroting, really. It's like, just regurgitate this and get like an A on your little test, right? There's no understanding your actual, just like,
There's no like conversation to be had in the class. Like there's no uh it's like, let
yeah,
me
it's,
give you this
it's, it's an
information.
it's
You regurgitate
institutionalization.
you
Yeah.
oh sorry.
I'm
There's
just saying, yeah, it's institutionalization, and yeah, here's the information, regurgitate it back, and go and get your retarded grade, and then be a little slave robot for the rest of your life. It's amazing. I love it. It's
That's where you
ridiculous.
got some little bit of a class consciousness right there. That's some class analysis right there.
But can you imagine if
I'm an entrepreneur.
No, I'm just. It's so funny that you gotta maybe. I implore you to read some of the theory like written by like Marx and Engels and Lenin and.
I know all about Marxism. I've looked
If you
into
ever
all
read
of
it,
That's the
like we just
question,
said,
and I think that y'all can kind of connect it because I did like what Black Life was saying as far as like a lot of times it just ends up being these terms that we're saying racism, classism, communism, capitalism, but we're not tying it to our actual world, sorry, today. And that's where the lack of understanding. So Abby, I was gonna ask you, like today on a macro level, what do you
all
think
that
is some of
bullshit though.
the
What's
racism?
the
wait,
common
hold
denominator?
on,
It's an
Cage. Hold on,
ism. It's
Cage.
all isms.
Hold on,
let her
Cage.
finish.
She's
Racism.
asking me a
Racism. So
question.
I was
Let her
gonna
ask me.
ask Abby, what are some of the things on a macro level that you say are the racism that we're experiencing today? And then I was gonna say, Michael, the same thing, but for classism.
Okay. So on a macro level, macro is high, micro is low. So macro is I would put macro on Iran saying, we don't have no problem with Black America. Y'all been oppressed in your country.
Micro is up close.
Hold on.
That's why it's not hot.
She's not talking to you.
You really got to stop. You got to stop. Just wait. You're going to get to speak. You were speaking before, right before this. So just mute up for a second and we're going to come right back to you.
Yeah, Kate, let Abby talk, please. Thank you.
She asked me the question. Me. And then she wanted to ask Michael the question on a micro level. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think so.
I think
so. Yeah, basically you for racism on a macro level and then him for classism on a macro level.
Okay.
Just so
him for classism on a macro level. Okay. So for me, for racism on a macro level is like Iran saying, we have no problem with Black Americans. Y'all been oppressed in that country for far too long. And I'll take that back to 1979 when they overran the U.S. Embassy and let all the Black people go. Because they said, you've been oppressed enough. We don't want to traumatize you anymore. You can go. That's my macro level. If other countries see that we are oppressed in this nation, that's my macro level. So when they keep talking about classism, the only people talk about classism is white people. I talk about racism.
You're delusional.
Don't interrupt now, and don't
Here you go.
No name calling, Cades. That's enough.
Go ahead, Michael. You next, because you got the macro about classism.
Same question, but in reverse. So, so I think there's a lot of the like the macro would be like the capitalism that causes the micro of the racism, but it would be maybe incorrect to say that all racism is a result of capitalism. I think a lot of what the other racism that is the other root, like, because the Marxist thing is like the radical thing to get to the root of it. So the root of racism is often capitalism, but there could be other roots in like education, right? Like the way that it generationally gets passed down. It is taught as like an ideology in a way that's not necessarily, it can be independently passed down without being tied to capitalism. But I think historically, predominantly, they are so intertwined, it's not necessarily genuine to kind of disconnect them and treat them as terribly separate.
Interesting. Can I ask something? Because if we look into, I asked something and I'm doing it either way. We're sort of retarded. But yeah.
I don't know if it was clear on who we were going to next. So if you got a comment.
I want to go back to the micro and the macro, okay? Because if we look into cameras and camera optics and all that, a macro lens zooms in on an object and the details very finely. That's called a macro lens.
We already established that.
Yeah, but it's kind of redundant though, right? Because like.
No, it's not. Because a macro, like economics versus microeconomics, they're two different things.
Of course.
So when they ask you about a macro level, they're saying on the higher level.
Isn't that the finer details within it? Or?
No, a micro level would be the final details.
No, but okay, so how can they call it a macro lens? Like in cameras, what you want the fine details up close to it.
So we're trying to use the word in like a political context, and you're maybe thinking of the definition in a specific way that applies to cameras. So
like the optic, like what you observe, the observable.
What you say is like the way that I think of macro, I think big picture, and micro as little picture, and then maybe Abby had a little bit of a variation of how she defined it.
So my question is this: when it comes to macro lens, to look at them
one at a time,
but not necessarily. I'm saying when it comes to cameras, The macro lens shows the fine details.
So
Zoomed
now
in.
he's trying to
So why?
gaslight. So
I'm not gaslighting. I'm asking why is that?
macro
How come they use
macro
that
means
terminology?
a larger perspective. Micro means
No, it
a
doesn't.
smaller perspective.
In political theory, it
In
does.
political theory, we're not talking about cameras right now. And then Musa Mill wants to have something to say after you, Cage. So go
Yes.
ahead, Cage.
Well, that's it. I just find it kind of odd how they use these things interchangeably.
Right. So, Dosia, I just want to make sure I understand this correctly. When you said that, what's the biggest issue on a macro level today for today's Black America, correct? Just want to understand this question correctly.
Well, yeah, it can be for Black America or just what we face in America together as a whole. I just
Sure.
wanted to compare the two as far as to see, like, in real world time, what we're experiencing racism versus classism.
Sir, okay. Thank you. Yes, and thank you so much for that question. Thank you for allowing me to clarify. So I think this is definitely not a one. This definitely involves a multi-pronged answer to your question because we know historically American freedmen have always been left behind, due to the effects of chattel slavery, Jim Crow, segregation, redlining, racism, and other policies. And so, what American freedmen have been experiencing for several centuries counting is nothing new to them, right? But I know for other groups of people, on the other hand, for those who are experiencing classism, it's different from what American freedmen have experiencing. And what American freedmen are still experiencing today in terms of macro, or like I said, systemic racism, white supremacy, and economic sabotage. In terms of like banks, still not giving foundation Black Americans low interest loans to buy a house, and so the redlining is still there, and a lot of policies have not really healed American freedmen financially, mostly physically and financially, because of the effects of chattel slavery and also the ongoing policies after that. Like I said before, like convict leasing, black codes, racial covenants, and so what we're experiencing in America, yes, is like on a huge level, but what really changed is the technology, right? With AI, outsourcing, and these trends are really like nothing new, to be honest. They all started since the 1980s. What really makes it more massive this time is automation. And automation has been an ongoing effect since the 1980s. And I know that in today's times, there's
Sorry, Michael. What did you say makes it more effective?
what I'm saying is that the automation has been ongoing since the 1980s.
Automation.
Yeah, like AI, because automation really started in 1980s under President Reagan and Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher, neoliberalism. But what really makes it more massive or more macro is the advancements, right? And so I think some people, I see, both sides. People have an issue of, I'm sorry, debating about what's more important to focus at the macro level. Is it racism over classes or classism over racism? And I say this to both groups of people. Both problems need to be addressed for sure. Classism is not enough to address the lost wealth that American freedmen had lost. I'm sorry, classism is not enough to address the economic and legal pain American freedmen have been experiencing for several centuries in county, because they were at the bottom of the economic scale. I'm sorry, bottom of the economic system first place as a result of chattel slavery, redlining, systemic police brutality, and other policies.
Are you reading off something, Michael? Like
I'm not reading. I'm telling Michael Cades. It says
He's
on
talking to you. Let him talk.
Case, let me finish, please. Case, I never interrupt you, Case. So let me speak, please.
We haven't heard from Lance in a while either. So.
Yeah, right. But what I'm saying is, Case, is that look, it's understanding history, patterns, how people think, how people create policies, right? So yes, yes. So yes, I did read articles and I asked questions for clarification and understanding where people are coming from, and also understand the American freedmen's perspective, who happen to be foundational Black Americans, Cades, because Cades, you can't really get to the root cause of classism. You don't understand race. right? Just like, for example, in your state, Canada, in your country, Canada.
There's one race. It's called the human race, and not to interrupt you, but I do have to get off for now. Thank you very much for having me here. I'll be back another day. And
Thank
yeah,
you.
everybody take care. And yeah, I'll be listening. And yeah, next time.
Right.
Yeah, I appreciate you. I appreciate you all. Yeah.
Cage, we welcome your opinion here. Okay.
Mhm.
Like you've given us very good discussion topics, discussion points. I don't have a problem with anybody being here, as long as
You guys are awesome. You're a great group of people and individuals, and I thank you dearly. And everybody have a great, what is it, Tuesday?
Yeah, it is Tuesday.
Thank you. Have a good night too.
Everybody,
You have a
everybody
good
take
you
care.
have a
Thank
good
you.
night, Cage, and come back.
You all. Of course, I'll be
You
there
be
another
well.
day. Yeah. Thank you.
What you? Well,
Okay,
hey,
me.
Lance.
Sorry.
Was Michael fan done?
Yeah, almost lost my train of thought. I know Kate wanted to provide good points, but yeah, it's pretty much like I said before. It's the ongoing, policies from the past that perpetuates today's, massive problems, right? So that's why I say it's very important for Cage to understand history, read about it, because I know he was coming, oh, you read this, or I'm just, regurgitating facts. No, it's my understanding when I read information to understand how we got from A to Z, right? And as well as like we can't like ignore the fact that classism cannot solve racism. I mean, sure, classism is important, right? But we also understand that racism is also part of classism because American freedmen and white people experience don't experience the same things in life. Given how this country
Racism is the lower level of classism.
right.
But history is a battlefield, as far as what you're saying. So,
I wanted to say this from Miss Macy in the
Sure.
chat. We all living in the projects. If you ain't rich, it's about the work and the struggle.
I think
I just wanted to say that. Okay.
I think maybe it would be a clarification might be necessary as far as what do we agree on what the root of like the origin of capitalism and the origin of racism are, as far as where do you think racism began? Because the Marxist theory is that racism begins very much with the origin of capitalism, and before capitalism, racism wasn't so much the thing that people were discriminating for people against. It was more religious discrimination. Are we ready to go to Lance? You got something to share on this topic, Lance?
I know he hasn't talked in a while. Hey, Lance.
Sorry, I've been munging the Mungera. Who are you people? What was the subject again?
I don't know. I forgot. What was? Well, I was just saying maybe we need to clarify about where people believe the origin of racism and capitalism historically actually starts. I mean, I kind of personally contest actually placing the origin of capitalism so late in like the 1500s, but I understand the theoretical reasons why they say that's when the transition of means of production, like the relationship to the means of production genuinely changed and evolved from a feudalist structure to a capitalist structure. But to me, private property and ownership and money and everything, the concept of currency and the way that it was used, very capitalistic, according to my mind, like thousands of years ago when currency was first invented by the Greeks or whoever it was. So, but this is all about how people have historically defined things, how correct, like people are human beings. They have good reasons why they defined it historically, and there are reasons why they might be like a definition change might be necessary. But I'm getting a little long-winded now, or whatever, because I think Marxists say racism starts when capitalism starts, and other people might say racism started way back earlier than that.
Well, yeah, that would be my point. What I've come to understand, excuse me, about racism is that all human beings are racist to varying degrees. and that it was a trait, a human trait. We're born with it, and it's something that has evolved.
You said all human beings?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
So inside, the theory is that humans have also developed to be the kindest species on Earth, but we have that dark side, that racial discriminating side, and the discrimination, the racism. We tend to take our fury out on people who look or talk differently. So it's been something evolutionarily useful in order to get groups together and cooperate and build empires, that kind of thing. But it's also the root of war, and and I understand, like, almost nobody wants to admit they're racist, but I think you'll find that everybody has, at the very least, had racist thoughts during their life. I think, like with me, I wouldn't say I'm a racist. But I think in part it's because of my upbringing and my exposure to people from all over the world from a young age. But I do have my moments. Like the other day, I got on a bus from Georgian College, and it was right when college life. So that means the bus was literally wall to wall East Indians, and I said to the bus driver, because there was no place to even stand, barely, forget sitting. And I asked the bus driver, I said, "Jesus Christ, did you just drop me off in downtown Amritsar?" And I thought, that's kind of racist.
Lance, may I ask you something about racism versus prejudice or bigotry? So racism, my understanding, is a system of oppression, like where people have power over you. Prejudice and bigotry is just where you might have like some negative thoughts about a group or a people. But prejudice and bigotry doesn't have any power to move the entire nation against those people. Racism does. What do you think about what I just said to you?
I'm not sure I entirely understand it. Are you saying that racism is institutionalized?
Yes, it's a system.
Okay.
It is the judges, it is the teachers, it is the lawyers, it is the doctors.
Okay, so
it's the system.
Okay, so it is systemic. So this is institutionalized racism. But like, what do you call a person who, like, let's say I'm at a bus stop and there's like 2 or 3 Indians and a Caucasian guy, and the Caucasian guy just out of nowhere says, "Why don't you go back to your fucking country?" That's racism too, isn't it?
Wait, who just said that to you?
So the Caucasian guy says this.
When you say go back to your country.
Oh, well, that Caucasian guy can call the police on you, and the police would side with that Caucasian guy.
Oh.
So that's racism.
Yep.
I don't think you could.
When I say prejudice or bigotry, that's people reacting to a system, an institutional system of racism. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
What do you think about that?
It's interesting. I'd have to think about that. Yeah. So,
Jacqueline's back, y'all. Look.
Hey, Jacqueline, welcome back. I thought she went to sleep.
I know. She didn't pop back up.
I gotta take Bella for a walk, and I'll be back. If you guys want to keep going.
Yeah, but
Oh, wait. Hold on. Before you go, you know we got to do our thing.
Mm-hmm.
Turn on the light.
But Lance,
We got to do our thing. Hold on.
what's going on?
You guys do it with the
Hey, Bella. Yeah, that's my Bella baby.
Yeah, you ready to go?
Yeah, she ready to go.
Now she's gonna be nipping at me, trying to put the harness on.
Cause she look when she hears my voice, she knows it's time to go.
Yeah. Just for, when you're saying about the institutionalization of the racism as a system of oppression, my only comment about that is what institutionalized it. How did that system get built?
The Freemasons.
And who were they?
Well, for example,
33, baby. 33.
Bourgeoisie. They were bourgeoisie. So I've got to go.
33.
Okay. Especially the wealthy white people who created the system in the first place, Lance. And by the way, Lance, just because people have prejudice beliefs doesn't mean they control the system. Just want to let you know up front. And chattel slavery, like I said, built the institutions created by American freedmen. Because the white slave masters didn't want to build their own institutions themselves, right? So what they need to do to have prosperity is to find slaves. And that's how we got from slavery to racism, and the effects still continue. By the way, Lance, just because a country has universal systems does not mean that racism doesn't appear or it doesn't permeate because it's systemic, and that's why health outcomes in Canada are wide and big between Black Canadians and non-Black Canadians, despite Canada having a universal healthcare system because of the attitudes, like Abby said earlier, from racist nurses, doctors, CEOs, and healthcare administrators, because it's regional and provincial at the same time, which is basically similar to in America.
Where do you see the most racism in Canada?
Oh, I mean, Canada, like I said, Canada is like
Yeah,
massive.
we were supposed to talk about that.
Right. I'm sorry. Yeah, but I just wanted to give him
And all the
context.
Canadians are gone except for Lance.
Yeah.
Damn,
No,
we missed that whole boat. We were
yeah, because I
supposed to
know.
talk about that.
No, you know this, Avi. I could tell you because I know, like Cage today was very passionate talking about classism, and he wanted to make classism the big picture, and really ignore the bigger issue than classism. You know, classism is important, but others as well. But and then speaking what Adolsi said earlier, right, and it really ties to Black Lives statement, agree and disagree. So it definitely connects to the macro.
Black Life is here.
Right,
She
Black
just
Lives
showed
Matter.
up.
In terms of like what Black Lives said earlier in the comments about agreeing or disagreeing about the high risk of incarceration, poverty rates, limited generational wealth accumulation, unequal access to quality healthcare, and ongoing exposure to police brutality in Black America. And it's all tied, related to what's happening today on a macro level for Black America. And these issues have basically compounded, and there's like no end in sight. And am I right, Black Lives? What makes I address your statement earlier today when I mentioned?
I wanted to add a little something to it
Sir.
because I was listening to Lance a little bit. I kept being interrupted, but I had wanted to comment on it because he was saying that him and I think Cage was saying how they don't really see racism as prevalent in Canada, right?
Right.
That's am I agreeing? That's what I said.
Oh no, it is prevalent here. Yeah, it's just not. It's not black racism.
And this this is what I wanted you to understand. You cannot possibly feel the racism that somebody like myself will feel because it is not like something that I can disclose or itemize. It is something that has been infested in my life since birth. You feel what I'm saying? It's like you might not ever feel or see the racism that Black people feel. And what I did, even though my question was addressed to those specific points to Americans in the United States, when y'all started bringing it out to Canada and across the country and worldwide, Black people are still seen the same way. It don't matter where you are. That's how Black people are seen. And I mean, if anybody disagree with me, give me some examples of how Black people are
How they
seen
not?
the same way.
How they not? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Black Life.
But
I know. I mean, what you're saying, but I'm like, we seen the same way, and no matter where it is, those points that I posted earlier and shared with you earlier, they're never in the forefront of discussions. They're never in the forefront of a united everybody addressing what's going on with these specific bullet points that I mentioned. It's always addressing Asian violence, like whenever they had violence against
It's always
Asian,
everybody else.
it's everybody else.
Yeah,
It's
except
always
for Black
Not
Americans.
us.
wait 1 second. It's always highlighted in front, big bold letters and articles what is being addressed.
The George
Those
Floyd
bullet
bill
points,
has never even been.
those bullet points
It
has
never
not
got
been.
through Congress.
Let me tell you something. What pisses me off, Abby, it's not that it has not even been addressed by Congress, but it hasn't even been addressed by Black leadership.
Yep.
That's the pissed off part. It's like we want to get down to the nitty gritty. You can't really cause change in no kind of fashion without resistance, without standing up to it, without action, and without coming to motherfuckers with the full force. There's never been anything in my 50 years of living that I've seen everybody go full force in any of those categories that affect all Black fucking communities across this country. And if you want to say so, across the world. Nothing has been addressed. And until that shit is addressed, don't tell me fuck about no identity politics. Address anything on that fucking list. Forefront. I'm talking about full force. I'm talking about changing laws. I'm talking about making shit happen. Address any of those fucking things, and then we can start talking about classism. And then I'm gonna start respecting you about other fucking people's problems. Address any of our fucking concerns, and you got me on your side. But until then, don't tell me fuck.
Don't tell me fuck.
Right.
But as
And
to
she not lying.
She is right.
Wait,
100%.
hold on. Lance wanted. I think I heard him.
No, I understand your points, Blacklight, but I think, for example, I wouldn't say that Black racism is universal. I would look at a country like Nigeria, for example, where virtually
Nigeria.
Of course, you wouldn't say. That's what I just finished telling you, bro. You never gonna know.
Hold on.
I'm just still saying the same thing.
Let him finish talking.
look at a country like Nigeria.
I jumped. Nigeria ain't shit. Nigeria is full blown colonized white in their mind. Nigeria ain't shit. But go ahead, Lance.
Well, I understand they have three predominant cultural groups based on language. I think it's Hausa, Igbo, and Yoruba. And so there's a lot of clashes between those groups. Like language is another trigger point for racism. It doesn't have to be about skin color.
Okay, sorry.
So,
Keep going.
but you have to understand that no matter what the ethnic group, there's going to be racism within those groups. You know, you look at places like Ukraine; it's Ukrainian Russian.
But the point is, man, I'm gonna bring it back to the table because I see.
Wait, hold on.
Bring it back to the
I
table.
thought I was next.
You
next.
are, but I still want. I don't like how it always seems to drift out to other people, Canadians, other people around the world. We talking about here, us, Black people.
But we've already acknowledged your point. You gave that list.
So let me jump in real quick. You can come in here. Let me jump in real quick, Lance. Nigeria they have colonized minds. Nigeria is the one country in Africa that is so up America's ass. So for you to bring that up, don't sit well with me. You understand what I'm saying? I don't know who typing. I think that's Michael Payne. I'm gonna mute
Oh,
you.
sorry.
But Abby, even so, would you not concede that black racism is probably not really a problem in Nigeria?
No, black racism is a problem. They are racist against themselves. So I will not concede that as not a problem.
Well, the racist.
There's something wrong mentally in their mind. Like they are whitewashed, propagandized in their minds. I can't do nothing with Nigeria.
Okay. Well, how about Tanzania?
I don't know enough to speak on it.
Congo.
If I don't Congo,
Yeah.
why would the Congo give a fuck about white people?
No, what?
When the Belgians like
No, the question,
did worse to them than anybody could ever do.
we were talking about black racism, so not racism towards white or from white.
Oh, well, first of all, there is no such thing as black racism because black people don't have the power to be racist in this world. They don't have systems of oppression. So when you say racism is a system of oppression. There is no way anybody can convince me that anybody can be racist other than white people.
Well, how about putting it this way? Is it not unreasonable to believe that in any country with an ethnic or cultural or racial mix, whichever group is predominant, whichever group is at the apex that controls the money supply, that makes the laws, that group will be the racist group, and probably all of them always will, all over the world.
No, I think, okay, I'm going to answer your question. So Sean says bigotry, though, yes. Black people, brown people can be prejudiced and bigoted. It is a reaction to the racism.
Okay, so you're saying that racism.
So wait, hold on, Lance. I want to ask you this question. I think a lot of white people think that if they aren't in control, black and brown people are going to do the same things that they did to us. Do you understand what I'm saying? Do you think that way? I think that's what they think. And that's not our nature. Our nature is not to be to just fuck over people. Like left and right. That's not our nature.
So if you're saying that if
I'm sorry, Lance.
Wait, hold on. Let Lance speak. Let Lance
Abby,
speak.
calm down. I said I'm sorry.
Let Lance speak.
You don't have to hold on to me. I said I'm sorry.
But you have to but
okay.
It don't matter if you say I'm sorry. He was talking. Let him finish his thought. And then you can go next. Go ahead, Lance.
Okay, so let's say currently there's white on black racism and institutionalized racism in the United States. If that were to be obliterated and all changed, then illegalized, then there wouldn't be racism. Is that what you're saying?
Hold on. I'm trying to hear it. You said gender wouldn't be racism? What'd you say?
Oh, if all of a sudden the laws were changed, the cultural environment were changed in the U.S., then there would be no racism. But still, you would have white people saying, "Oh, look at that one," there, kind of thing. Like there would still be. What are you calling it again? I forget the term. Bigotry and what was the other?
And prejudice.
Prejudice, yeah.
Yeah.
Discrimination. But what?
No, I was saying that the bigotry and prejudice is a reaction to the behavior of the colonization
of the powerful
and races of the powerful. Yes, it's a reaction.
Well,
That's what I'm saying.
Let's say the powerful were gone, and they weren't giving out racist tones, racist legislation. Would that mean that racism was over?
Can I respond? Can I respond?
Yeah.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Desmond.
Okay, I want to respond to. I think it was Sean or either Rondo and asked about. Somebody asked about if Asians can be racist.
Yes.
Somebody said, and I would say yes, they can, because
Muso Mill said yes.
When we talking about the systems, when we talk about stuff in place, the systems allow Asians to deploy into Black communities and have businesses and belittle and treat and expose Black people to a whole different type of racism that most people don't address. Ask anybody that go to any corner store that's Asian owned what type of treatment they receive from those places. The majority of them.
I want to read this from the chat, and then Musa Mill, I'll let you respond. So Rondo says, anyone can be bigoted towards anyone. You could be bigoted towards someone, and it has nothing to do with their ethnicity. Bigotry is an internal opinion. Racism's a state of repression informed by bigotry.
Irrational.
Have you guys ever?
It don't say irrational. Oh,
does.
Sorry. Bigotry is an irrational opinion. Racism state. Shit, I can't read no more. What's wrong with my reading? I don't know.
Yeah, I think because today you talked a lot and it's taking a lot of toll on you, Abby. But anyways, Lance, let me say this to you, Lance. You know, I know you're trying to paint a broad brush that black people can be racist, but Black people cannot be racist in a system that was created by white Europeans. Okay.
Well, this brings me to my next question, and I'm sure you guys have talked about this before. Let's say world history was slightly different, and that blacks came from Europe and they amassed a lot of wealth.
Well, blacks did not come from Europe, Lance. They came from the African continent. The Europeans, the Europeans. Oh yeah, Lance. Let me finish, please. I gave you time to speak. Come on, man.
Let's say blacks from Europe colonized North America and then started bringing white slaves over from Africa.
That never happened.
That
So
never happened.
why are we saying let's say? Why would we say that?
But if it had, could you?
No.
Could you conceive of black on white racism?
No,
because
Black
people stop it,
cannot be racist, Lance. Lance, let me say this to you. Lance, look, in the private set, I would recommend you please watch African Diaspora News Channel to understand global white supremacy and racism. That's one. Number two.
Well, let me.
Yeah, Lance, let me finish. Lance, Lance. I gave you time to talk. Let me finish, please. This is the problem with white liberals.
Do I need to put the timer back up?
Yeah, you probably going to have to put the timer back on.
Okay, I'm gonna put the timer back up.
So Lance, I'm gonna
give you 3 minutes.
Yeah, thank you. And Lance needs 3 minutes too if he wants to offer his rebuttal. But
his rebuttal.
Yeah, so
Lance, you got 3 minutes.
Okay, I'm gonna make it quick as much as possible. So Lance, Nigerians cannot be racist among its own people. It's because Europeans colonized Nigeria for its resources. Certain Nigerians may have affinity for white people because they see white people as superior, powerful. So of course the Nigerians are going to treat the white people better than they treat their own, but it's not racism, Lance. So Lance, yeah, you got to watch African Diaspora News Channel to understand the global perspective, and it's going to change your thinking a lot. It has, for me, over time. And Black people cannot be racist, Lance, in this country. They cannot. Not even globally, not even Europe, not even Canada. Lance, let me okay?
Ooh.
Thank you, Lance. So like what Black Lives said, what Abido said. Oh, did he leave? I think he did after I said Huss. But yeah, but Black Lives Abido, I definitely understand both of you where you're coming from because
Lance, come back. Why'd you leave?
yeah, because I said Huss, you know what I mean? Probably, right? Or maybe a technical problem.
I had the timer up.
Yeah, I know. I know
Like,
because maybe because he couldn't stand the fact that I was being firm because he kept interrupting me and I didn't interrupt him when he was speaking, right? And I'm not being aggressive. It's not me being aggressive. It's being firm. There's a difference between being firm and aggressive. Are totally different. But anyways, but what you Abby and Black Lives, what both of you said that yeah, black people cannot be racist in any countries that they live and reside in because they don't control 90% of the systems, policies, and institutions. I definitely understood where both of you come from. I already knew, I read what's been documented. What I read. Oh, of course, I myself asking, questions. I definitely understand Black Life because Black Life has the frontline experience growing up, so he understands, or has a pretty good knowledge. Well, I was telling you, like Lance, Lance, if you really want to understand the global
well,
perspective,
he's not here to defend himself
right,
anymore. So
right. But I'm just
we
saying, like
shouldn't even
earlier when
talk about him anymore.
before he interrupted me, I was telling him, Lance, like Lance, you gotta watch African Diaspora News Channel to get a global perspective. What's happening just not only in Canada, America, but globally to understand how white supremacy is like a cancer. It's systemic and it involves control, destruction, control people's thinking, right? Because I know Lance is pretty much similar to Cades. Like they always like to say that that classism is a cure to. I'm sorry, solving classism would solve racism, but it's not. And I don't think Lance has a lot of exposure to Black Canadians in Canada, right? Or he's trying to like downplay the racism in Canada as it's not systemic, but it is. Doesn't matter what province in Canada, whether like Ontario, Quebec, and other parts of Canada, because the racism in Canada is very similar to the racism in America, because it's obviously both of them were European settlers, white European settlers, and that's what I'm trying to get Lance to understand the big picture.
I wish he wouldn't have left.
Right. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry.
I wanted to hear him respond. I wish he wouldn't have left.
Yeah. But you understand. But
see,
Abby,
here.
Yeah, sorry.
Your minutes is up.
It's up. But I'm sure both of you understand. I understand your perspective, Abby, and Black Lives' perspective. And you knew from the beginning, before the show started, we thought reparations over the phone. I'm sorry, offline, and I already had like a perspective.
Yeah, we talk on the phone.
Right. And I understand Black Lives,
Mhm.
Frustration too, because it's been documented and it's like nothing new. I guess because for like some viewers, they have not been really engaged in this very difficult conversation about racism, slavery, and reparations. So, for them, they really need to like read some books, Google, or even like go on or click on pictures on Google.
Or just listen to people's personal experiences.
Exactly.
And
Right.
take those authentic ones at heart. But this is what
Right.
I'm saying. Even though we still talked about racism and all that stuff, I noticed that people are still, I mean, I'm not trying to harp on the dead horse. I'm
Mhm.
just saying how none of those topics are in the forefront to address for the Black community.
True.
By no one, by no leaders from
Mhm.
any race, from any party. I don't care if it's Jasmine Crockett. I don't care if it's Kamala.
Mhm.
None of those problems or issues that affect Black communities across the country
Right.
have been addressed adequately. And I'm saying that's a conversation that always seems to get put on the back burner.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? And
that's
like I
that's
said,
when they say
whenever we talking
when they
about
say
forming unity
classism
in
when
any
they
capacity,
talk. Oh, I'm sorry.
I think those few topics, and it could be one of them, it could be two of them. You know what I'm saying? Like it don't even have to be all of them.
Right.
That would be a uniting factor to a majority of the Black people around the country.
So
Address one of them.
when they say classism, to me, when white people talk about classism, that means to me that they don't want to address racism. They want us to jump in and help them out. But before I can help you out, you got to help me out.
Exactly. It's
Fuck?
reciprocal because it's mutual. And unfortunately, like Abby, and from my experience, volunteering with Bernie Sanders and some progressives, when I brought up about the issue of race, what did most of the members say to me, or how they reacted? They reacted to me in a very negative way. Like I remember one lady said to me, "Oh, how about me? How about me as a woman? I experienced discrimination." I said, "Ma'am, the discrimination experience is nothing compared to what Black Americans experienced for several centuries and counting." And so I had to leave the progressive organization because I felt like there was not going to be a mutual understanding, and also there's not going to be this was not going to be a reciprocal relationship moving forward, fighting for Medicare for and the policies, and they're not seeing the big picture wealth gap that was caused by chattel slavery. So I had to leave, and it was the best. I think I made the right decision leaving the progressive organization because the people who were at the organization were mostly Muzungus and really did not see the big picture, and I became very frustrated, right? And of course, with me, I did research. I had to read books myself to understand what American freedmen have been going through, and I'm still evolving on American freedmen issues, like I said, but I always continue to learn, evolve, because I always told myself, especially like to progressive voters, if they
I want to say hey to Mousy. Hey, Mousy.
Hey, Mousy. Yeah, but Black Life, did I address your statement earlier? Did I cover everything from the whole 9 yards in terms of like when I talk about lineage-based policies, reparations, how I connected the entire dots?
Yeah, I appreciate that, bro.
I did address like your statement earlier, right? When you mentioned like mass incarceration,
Yeah.
police brutality, stolen wealth, etc.
I have to go pee.
Yeah, I feel you.
I'll be right back.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
I need to charge
Y'all
my
talk.
phone. No, I need to charge my phone also.
Yeah.
Oh,
But
so wait. Can you stay and talk to
Yeah, I guess they
Michael
talk to
so I can
Black Life.
pee?
Yeah, I think that's why I'm to Michael.
Black Life.
Black Life, you still there?
Can
She says
you
she's
just
charging her
stay
phone.
for a second so I could go pee?
Yeah, it's on 10%. I'm just
My bladder is like.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Abby.
Thank you.
I'll keep the conversation going. But Black Life, I'll tell you this, I definitely understand your frustration. Even though I don't have the live experience that you went through during racism, but I only understand it through empirical studies. If it sounds fair, what I'm saying to you.
Yeah, I mean, you get it where you get it.
Right.
I'm just saying, like in retrospect to this last big Jasmine Crockett, it's like it seems like whenever we unite to get involved in politics, it's always like I'm living in like a double-edged sword world. It's because on one hand you want to support Black people. I want to support Black leaders, authentic Black leaders that really represent those issues that I told you that is commonly faced around the country. But it seems to always go toward populist or
Right.
I'm not even gonna say ego. It's just always the popular thing, and it's always a superficial representation of the Black community. It's
Right.
not. It's like either she a woman and she a Black woman. You know what I mean? It's like when is she gonna address any of those issues
For Black Americans, right?
yeah,
Because
for everyday people. Like it's like just because you Black, just because you're a woman, just because you want to talk to the cool people and you've been on award shows and you're doing the social media thing. That's not what we're talking about. That's not what's gonna form unity to me.
right,
What
it's
forms unity?
substance.
Anybody uniting on any of those topics?
Right. And also because, and you're right, if I understand this correctly, because Black issues get diluted with
Yeah.
class issues. And unfortunately, when Jasmine Crockett and certain Democrats run on run on populism and class issues, notice that Black Americans get neglected, get put behind, or being put in the
And
back
then
seat
put
as
against
opposed
each
to not
other.
being the put
we
in the
start.
driver's seat.
I'm sorry to interrupt, Michael.
Oh no, that's okay. I was just
I'm saying we start getting pitted against each other because you have some people that believe like us that want to focus on issues, and then you have older people that want to focus on that's a black woman. You better support that black woman. You know, it's like
You
it
know what you
comes at
mean.
you all kind of different ways, but it doesn't. It never comes to you about any of those areas that are
Yes.
affecting us. It's not like they are trying to say you gotta pick one of these areas. If they say if voting was great and voting actually stood for what it's supposed to, then there's all talking about those issues, right? And the people that's coming to you, they're telling you to vote and pushing you to vote, pushing you to vote, pushing you to vote. They pushing you to vote on something that is addressing those areas. But
Mm-hmm.
that's not what they pushing you to vote for. They
No.
pushing you to vote for a fucking party. They pushing you to vote for a black woman. They pushing you to vote for a black man or Latino man or da 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 da. They pushing you to vote for these identity things, but they're none of them. I don't give a fuck what party. They're
Right.
none addressing the issues that
Exactly.
affect
Right.
everyday
Right.
people.
True. Right. No doubt. Right. And that's why Jasmine Crockett did not receive enough support from Asian, Latino, and white voters in the Democratic primary race for Jasmine Crockett. It's so like 30%, 36% of Asians supported Jasmine Crockett versus 72 or 80% supported James Tallarico, and same thing with the Hispanic and white voters. And so it shows to me that what it tells me that the Asian, Hispanic, and white voters in the Democratic Party, they're not really about building a racial coalition. It's more about, hey, put us in
But
office so we can get
Can I
paid.
jump in?
wait, let
Yeah,
me ask Michael this one more thing.
yeah, ask me something. Yeah, Black Lives.
Michael, they have this guy that's local from Louisiana. His name is Gary Chambers.
Yes.
He recently had a conversation with Stephen A. Smith.
Uh-huh.
Now, I'm always gonna be upfront with you, tell you that I never wholeheartedly agree with nobody. I always get pieces of what I agree, and I've put it together to form my own opinions of stuff,
Sure.
right? But I was listening to what Gary Chambers was trying to explain to Stephen A. Smith about the statistics and the breakdown of the demographics, and if Jasmine Crockett would have focused on what I just told you, any of those black issues and united black voters, then maybe she could have won.
Right.
Just like her opponent focused on his people, his issues. He reached out to them, and I understood exactly what Gary Chambers was trying to explain to Stephen A. Smith. But at the same time, I'm telling you that not enough push is to force those leaders who are getting all this popularity, all these votes, not enough pressure and heat is coming to them to stand on any of those fucking issues. How many more people going to enter the
Can
race
I
and
speak
lose?
on Jasmine Crockett?
Go ahead, Abby.
Go
I'll
ahead.
pass it to you.
Yeah, I want to speak on her for a second.
Sir.
She told her draws with me when she sat in Congress and said,
Hey, Michael's back.
What's up?
"Oh, well, Michael could wait for a second. He just got here." Okay. She told her draws with me when we was talking about Hunter Biden, and she was like, "I wish my parents would love me as much as Biden loves Hunter Biden." And I said, "Who the fuck is you talking? Did you just disrespect your parents? What the fuck?" I knew then she ain't right. She ain't right.
Or when they make comments like they're not voting, they're not black, or they're not voting on the black issues. Like whenever they try to isolate themselves from the black community, I don't like that either.
Her whole campaign was, "Trump doesn't like me, so you should vote for me." No, that shouldn't be your campaign. Your campaign should be
substance.
What are the policies that you are going to bring forth for the people in your community?
Right.
That should have been your campaign.
Issues.
Her campaign was, "Trump don't like me, therefore you should
That's
like
the same
me."
as Biden
What
saying.
the fuck?
That's the same as Biden saying, "If you don't vote for me, you're not black."
You're not
That's
black.
the
That means you
same fucking
support Trump. Right.
Same fucking thing.
Right. And and I gotta say this, and Jasmine, unfortunately, Jasmine Crockett was paid by corporations to say those lines. And I did really don't think
And
that she-
APAC. And
APAC,
APAC.
right, APAC, right. But I'm just saying that she was not allowed to provide input in her speech, right? Making those making those speeches, and also it was scripted, right? And I bet it was drafted and created by a white Democrat, right? And also, Jasmine Crockett, and this might surprise you. I think she was the original co-sponsor of HR 40, a proposal to study. I'm sorry, a commission to
We didn't
study.
study that shit enough.
None.
We don't need to study no more.
Exactly. Right.
Cut
Exactly.
the fucking check.
Exactly. Cut the check. I agree. 100%. So when I looked at her issues, right, on her website, she posts those issues at the very last minute. I knew she was going to be like Kamala Harris, a 2.0 to pander to people, right? When I looked
Kamala
at her
Harris
policies,
is married to a handler, by the
is
way.
right. And when I looked at her policies, right, I noticed that she did not mention one issue like Black Lives said about
Not a
Black
one.
issues, Black American
Not a
issues,
one.
right? Regarding reparations, police brutality, not even like one or two. It's mostly like, hey, I'm going to implement universal policies for all American citizens, but she didn't specify what Black Americans needed specifically, right?
Yeah,
And
and
also,
I apologize, Musa Mio, because I've been cutting you off.
oh no, that's fine. Hey, I understand your
I've just
passion.
been getting excited, you know.
Right,
So
right.
Jacqueline says, I'm gonna read this. Is anyone in power going to address the issues that Black people face? Seriously, not just promises that they have no intention of keeping, simply so Black people will vote for them. Thank you, Jacqueline.
This what
Thank you, Jacqueline.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that's a good question. Yes, that's a fair question to ask. Yeah, and bring that question. Let me address to Jacqueline if it's okay, Abby.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, do you have the question? I don't see the question on the screen.
Oh, I'm gonna bring it up. There you
Yes,
go.
I can hit every point.
There it
Jacqueline.
is.
So let me say this to Jacqueline. Jacqueline, in America, most Black politicians, they always have a all lives matter. It's going to uplift everybody, but they never specify who specifically, right? Jacqueline, it's because the Black politicians are paid by corporations.
And
Use
may I
Black
may
faces.
I say that that's the same as talking about being classist
Mhm.
versus
okay?
being racist.
I want to
May
play
I
the
just
devil.
say that real quick?
Wait,
For,
let me
for
play.
you, Musa Mill, that's what we've been talking about.
Right.
Being classist versus them being racist.
I got an
Let me
answer
play-
for Jacqueline too, but if Black Life wants to go ahead.
I was about to play the devil's advocate, right? I was gonna say, now you see those things that I put that are or the concerns across Black communities across the country.
Yeah.
They are also connected to issues that face other people besides Black people, right?
True.
If politicians on either side of the aisle, were to address those issues,
It would lift everybody up.
I'm saying wholeheartedly, like really face those issues. If they would address police brutality, it wouldn't just benefit Black people, but
Benefit
it would
everybody.
fucking substantially. No,
Right.
my point is, you could tell also that they're not in the benefit of it for us as a united people. Because if they were in it for a united people, some of those areas that I mentioned as top concerns for Black communities across the country also intersect with a lot of other races issues in their communities. And I'm saying they're
Drop the mic.
disingenuously talking about they're gonna do this and that for all communities, but they end up never doing it for no fucking body, especially Black people.
Yep.
Drop
They
the
might
mic.
they
Drop
this
the
is what I'm
mic, Black
saying.
Life.
This is what I'm saying. They might throw a little fucking bone to Asians. Oh, you got the Asian blah 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 act. They might
Right,
throw a little
especially the
bone.
anti-Asian hate crime bill.
Yeah, they might throw
the
a
Asian
bone.
hate crime bill.
Yeah, I'm saying they will throw a
George
bone
Floyd crime bill still sitting
Yeah.
on the table.
they will throw a bone to whatever fucking group of people they need the most from at the particular time. But they
Mhm.
never address it as a fucking whole.
Mhm.
And they always put fucking Black people at the bottom. And
Yep.
that's the fucking
Always.
problem.
It is a problem, no doubt.
So, for my little response for Jacqueline, is anyone in power going to address the issues? I would say if we look at Ibrahim Traore and I forget the other names are a little bit more tricky. The Sahel states. There's 3 black people in charge
the
of
whole region.
black nations doing. They're in power, addressing the issues of black people seriously, not just promises. They are in actually doing the thing, and I think that maybe is revealing. I think the answer in the U.S. is what you guys have all been saying, right? But then I think maybe Americans in particular, they think too much, like they think of the U.S. as like like they don't necessarily factor in the rest of the world enough. You know what I mean? Like because the answer changes when you get the broad enough, the macro enough perspective. But for the most part, when you look at Africa, how many African leaders are? I'm just saying, how many African leaders besides the Sahel states are not doing seriously addressing the issues of their own people, right? So, but now this one.
Can you read this one?
I hear the Stop AIDS and Hate movement had corporate and ADL backing. That said, was not grassroots. I'm not sure if it's not grassroots or not, but what I do know is that a lot of Asian people got together and drafted a petition and brought it to Congress to get the anti-Asian hate crime bill passed by Congress and signed by President Joe Biden. I'm saying this as an Asian person myself. I'm not speaking for all Asians, but I know for sure that they definitely got together privately to get the anti-Asian hate crime bill passed into law. Were there corporations who influenced the bill? Maybe, but what I do know is that most of the corporations backed up Asians to destroy to end affirmative action. I'll say that for sure.
Mm-hmm. They did. They did. And you know who it hurt? It
What's
hurt
that?
fucking
It hurt the
Asians.
Asian people, right? It hurt the Asian people more.
Asian people were not allowed into those
Ivy Leagues.
institutions, those Ivy League institutions. So you let this white man, I forget his name.
His name is Bloom, Edward Bloom.
Thank you.
A Jewish guy. Yep, Edward Bloom.
Bamboozle.
So you let him bamboozle you and throw you under the fucking bus.
Right.
To discredit black people, and then it fucked you over, Asians.
Exactly. When as a matter of fact, it's really
I think I sound aggressive. I'm sorry.
No, you sound fine. I know this is very passive because we were talking about, I know, like limits-based policies, reparations, racism. So this is actually the right tune, Abby. And I'm very passive, just like all of you, right? And yeah, and Asian people, right, unfortunately, did not see the big picture. The big picture that Asian people focused on was on legacy admissions. That had more, Muzungus at Ivy League institutions, where most Muzungus did not have to demonstrate merit because their parents were alumni of Ivy League institutions, and their parents gave a lot of money to private institutions.
Legacy.
Admissions. Yep, legacy admissions. Exactly.
Yeah, they don't talk about legacy admissions.
They don't. And I could tell you in my community, when I talk to Asian people about it or have like one-on-one conversations, I think I get opposed. I think almost easily by my own people when I'm trying to give them the receipts, the hard facts, especially when I had a one-on-one conversation with an Asian girl whom I used to volunteer at the Green Party, right? And unfortunately, she only supports reparations in theory, but she only supported reparations in theory, but never supported in reality. And that really, ticked me off. It made me like upset.
I want to
Abby,
read.
hold up.
Wait, hold up. Can I read this?
Wait, before you read it.
Okay.
I just want to ask you all this.
Uh-huh.
I'm getting ready to hang it up and go and take it in, but I want to ask you if you notice that like TV shows that are based on politics, whether it be like on Netflix, how they had what's that molester, that pedophile dude that was
which one?
The pedophile that was
There's
taken
so
off.
many.
It was on Netflix. House of Cards. What was it with Spacey?
There's so many.
The one with Spacey, Kevin Spacey. What was the name of it?
Yeah, he's
that
a
show that he
pedophile
was
too.
on. Huh?
I don't know the show. I'm sorry.
All right, but what I'm saying is that, and also that political show that played on NBC. All of those shows like that, show you how they operate as far as
And how they behave.
as far as like lobbyists, as far as how they get
Mhm.
people on certain political teams to vote their way or do certain things. All of those shows show you the character. They might be fictitious on the show, but they actual. Even fucking Scandal, the lengths that they went to on those fictitious shows show you the capabilities. Now that you fucking have the Epstein files, which is the ultimate fucking play script. You feel what I'm saying? That's the ultimate fucking movie script. Now that you have that, you can go back and look at all these shows in retrospect and see how elements of these shows all came to be. There was one fucking show that was on ABC that it was supposed to be I forgot what the name of it was, but part of that show.
If you are Scandal, that'll tell you
No,
everything.
I'm talking about this one here. It showed how a fictitious character was like George Bush, and they were plotting like the Twin Tower type thing. It was similar to exactly what played out in real life, but the way that this fucking show was just depicting it was fucking disgusting. Just like you would sit there and read the Epstein files. You see how everybody's talking about, everybody that pierced into them Epstein files talking about how disgusting and how that's the same way you would be reading a fucking script from Stephen King or whatever motherfucking movie producer. You would say the same shit. You would say the same stuff. So I'm telling you,
1619.
art imitates life. Life imitates art.
Mm-hmm.
Keep comparing them fucking files to them fucking movies that they throw in our face and take all your money to fucking go see and they support and all these Oscar things. All that shit is connected. You gonna support the Oscars talking about the movies that they make and producing these TV shows and all this stuff. They producing all this shit based off what they really doing. And yet we still blindly supporting it. This fucking whole country disgusts me. I'm not even gonna fucking lie to y'all. It's all fucking connected. And the more they reveal it, the more disgusted I am of it.
Right.
I'm not a player. I'm not a player.
I'm gonna read this from Cowboy Kitties.
That's how they
That's how they pitted
the
the black community against
the immigrants, Jack, by giving immigrants benefits and blacks nothing. Yeah, that's
nothing.
Nothing. Black like zero. And I'll speak to that. And even
And
even
they
like
try to talk about you for saying something. Get
right.
out my face, man.
And even like in, for example, like California, New York, where immigrant communities dominate the local city and municipal governments, especially in California, New York City. And Asians and Latinos unfortunately practice anti-black racism. So, and they definitely gentrify Black American areas by design. And in Black American areas, Asian businesses, Latino businesses are allowed to build in those areas, right? But when foundational Black Americans want to build businesses in Asian Latino areas, what do Asian Latinos say? Sorry, FBAs, you can't build in those areas. So it's a really unfair balance and unfair discrimination. And it's really
Michael, the majority of the
They
convenience
don't like
stores,
us.
the
right.
majority of the businesses, convenience stores in our black communities are owned by Asians, Arabs, and Indians.
Latinos. Don't forget Latinos too, because
Latinos barely own anything in our
well, I mean, right,
neighborhood,
barely,
maybe across
right.
some other states, but in our
It's
neighborhoods,
all
it's primarily Asians.
Right. But I'm just
Arabs,
saying that.
Asians. Yeah.
But the point I'm trying to make is that the immigrants own businesses in Black American communities, regardless of where immigrants come from or the ethnicity.
And they practice racism because
Exactly.
they can. They
Yes.
practice racism because they can. They can control what kind of fucking products people get in their community, whether it be local grocery stores, and then they sell people bullshit ass stuff they get secondhand. So
Mhm.
yes, they practice racism. I would agree, Rondo. Asians can
I
be
agree
racist.
too.
Arabs can be racist. Everybody that can hold a power over a black man's head can be
Chat's
racist.
moving too fast for me.
Economic
The
Yeah,
chat
and
is
also
moving too
right, and at
fast.
the same time, the immigrant business owners benefit from anti-black racist financially, like using Black Americans' money as economic power, even though they treat Black American customers horrible, so that the owners' kids go on to very prestigious universities, right? And even like when I mentioned this to like my mom had a hard time, really like I want to say like believing what I had to say at first, right? I said, Mom, Mom, I know that you have a good heart. I know my mom has a good heart, right? And I said, Mom, I understand you didn't have a great experience with a black owned business, owner, but it's not the majority of black businesses. But mom, you have to understand where black Americans are coming from. You see, mom, when black Americans are so nice and generous and they patronize um foreign-owned businesses, what do these business owners do to their
They
black
take
American
their
customers? They
dollars
get dollars,
and
disrespect them.
and they don't circulate it in our community at
Right,
all.
and they don't hire one black American for that job. They tend to hire their own
No, they
people.
fucking don't.
Right. And so when I told my mom this, she couldn't believe me. And it was I gotta tell you, Abby and Blacklight, it was very hostile and frustration for my mom because she couldn't see how I see it at that time. And this was in like 2020, when the pandemic happened, right? But then when I told my mom about reparations, like I think I saw her through I don't know, I think I maybe used Google to show her the picture because I feel like at that time when I just said it verbally, she maybe didn't get it or didn't want to hear it. It was just frustrating. But once I kept repeating again and again, saw her the picture of what Black America has been through for several centuries and counting, she finally got it and understood where I was coming from, right? But before she said, Michael, I treat all Black American customers with respect. I said, Mom, good for you, but Mom, not a majority of Asian businesses treat Black
Being
Americans.
nice to us, that's
It's
not
not
the
the same
point.
thing, right? But
It's
right,
not
and
the
I
same thing as in like building into the community.
right,
that,
exactly,
that
right,
is
right.
allowing you and your family to thrive.
Mm-hmm.
That's not the
Right.
same thing.
It's not, and
Just
right, and
because you're being nice, well, fuck your nicety.
right, and I told my right, and I said, Mom, you're an individual, Mom, because majority of Asians are not like you or me, Mom. They're not because most Asians still practice anti-black racism, even in the 21st century, despite voting for Democrats, right? And when I had to I don't know, when I had to maybe sift the conversation around or to be specific but to simplify it, yeah, it took her time to understand. I mean, she did embrace where I was coming from and embrace where FBAs were coming from at the time, right? Because I said, Mom, I'm not saying that you're a bad person. I didn't say that, Mom. I'm saying collectively. There's a difference between collectives and individuals who truly want to ally with FBAs. It's the collectives who are against the. I'm sorry.
We weren't allowed to buy businesses in our own communities.
Right, by design.
We were denied the loans. They gave it to Asian people.
Yep, exactly.
On purpose.
Yes.
So if you coming into our community, you allowed into our community,
mm-hmm.
and you just gonna take the money that we give to you, you siphoning that, and none of it comes back to our community. The black dollar does not circulate in our communities.
Right.
Because of racism. So don't talk to me about classism.
Mm-hmm.
Because I need to talk about racism right now.
Right. Exactly. Right. And like I said, Abby, you're definitely 100%, correct. Because when I had those conversations with Asian, Hispanic,
I don't know about 100%.
Well,
I feel like there's a little bit of a liberal.
No, Michael, you don't know. You don't know. You don't know.
No, go ahead.
You don't know.
No,
don't speak on something you don't know about.
Yeah, but Michael, what I'm trying to say is look, from my experience dealing with progressives, they showed their true colors by not focusing on race. So I already knew that universal policy alone was not going to uplift Black Americans. It's because it's been documented. It's also been documented in history, especially when foundational Black Americans were excluded from the New Deal program that FDR signed into law in 1944, and who excluded those FBAs was really the people who work for the government, Muzungus, at that time. So that's why race has to be front and center before we get to classism.
Yeah, the only problem with that is the Democratic Party's fucking strategy.
Right.
Now it just so happens that
it doesn't matter. Democrat, Republican, it doesn't matter.
it doesn't
It's
matter
both.
that you go ahead and not like you can't just say you don't know, and say it doesn't matter. This is the equivalent of saying like checkmate, whatever. I just get to decide the facts. It's not an argument. Like it's not a conversation when
Well,
you
what
just
are you what
declare
are your
that
what are
people
your
do or do
facts
not
then,
know.
Michael? What are your facts? What are your facts about what we're talking about in the Black community and how Asians and Arabs are allowed to? They got not miss a meal. Is it miss a meal?
Yeah, miss a meal. Yeah.
Miss a meal.
Right. When you're talking about
So hold on, let me finish my statement. They were allowed to come in our communities. They got tax breaks for 5 years to build businesses in Black communities when Black people were not allowed to get loans. Am I lying? Am I
You're not
lying, Miss
lying.
no,
Emil?
but I don't know why you're trying to like consciously avoid talking about or acknowledging the fact that if they're given those subsidies to move into those specific neighborhoods by the specific government that is specifically capitalist, that you don't get to weasel out of the fact that there is a class issue there. It's not just racism because of the power structure
What the
and the
fuck
motivations
is
of
it?
them,
If it
right?
ain't racism, what is it?
And they're using the economic or whatever incentives where they know the whole game that they've set up or whatever that they've rigged in
Oh
their
my
favor, right? So
God.
when they have the immigrants come in, they can use them to compete with the Black community because that's the lower the lower price real estate that they can afford to buy. And then by acting racist, whatever, they can climb the social ladder because by being seen by the wealthy whites as being racist and kicking down, they are given a hand up as long as they demonstrate their fucking loyalty to the white supremacist system or whatever. But it is fundamentally economic. You can't separate the economic from the political. And that's sort of what's happening when you say we're going to separate classism from racism. You're trying to do the very thing that's against Leninism, which is Leninism is saying political economy are inseparable.
I
Because
can't.
you haven't read or listened to any of the actual theory, and so you refute it without having to do the homework.
Michael, can I say something right quick? I don't disagree with you, Michael, but you can't get so worked up when you're trying to make valid points. You are making valid points, man. You're making valid connections. But just like I tried to tell you earlier, you can't force feed people your knowledge about what you believe and make them see what you see. If you can't get them to connect with what you're seeing to what they're feeling and understanding, then you're not a good communicator. You're
No, I
just yelling.
appreciate that. I appreciate that. It's a
You're
good
just
criticism.
yelling. It's like I
You're
promise you, you're not
demonstrating. I'm guilty in this instance of the argument ad baculum fallacy about trying to win the argument by force.
No,
Whatever. And I would
I'm
say,
really asking.
try not
I'm
to
really asking
when you're
how
criticizing me
can
about
you
saying
call
you
it
don't
how
know
can you
that,
call
whatever.
this
You're not allowed to talk
classism
on that.
when
I'm trying to
racism is
say what
right
I'm allowed.
underneath
Y'all
it?
both are talking. Y'all both are talking.
I wasn't really done. I wasn't finished what I was trying to say.
Sorry.
But when I get defensive, and
Mhm.
that's where because you feel like I'm being attacked when I try to speak my position or my opinion, and then while it's not the right thing to do to respond with the ad baculum fallacy, whatever it is, potentially understandable that when you're being oppositional to begin with, it makes me kind of revert to that kind of defensive.
I understand,
But
you know what I told?
but hold on.
Wait, babe,
Is
just wait.
isn't under classism? Racism is the bottom of the hierarchy, and then there's classism.
Wait a
Like,
minute.
who
I
can't understand?
understand what you're saying, but Michael, this is why I'm telling it to you like this. The same way I was able, just like Abby do, always goes back and watch these shows, and she reflects and she gets better points and she tries to better communicate for the next episode. What I'm saying is, when I went back and listened to Pan Middle Milano, whatever.
Mulatto.
Yeah. When I went back and listened
Don't
to
bring him back up, girl.
I'm making a point. I'm making a point. I'm making a point. When I went back to listen to how I communicated with him and what I was trying to say, even though I was feeling what I was feeling, And it could have been 100% right. It could have been blah, blah, blah. Just like Michael, you have good points. You have great research. I wouldn't go against you on a lot of fucking fronts because of the research and knowledge that you have. But when you are becoming a communicator, you have to be able to communicate. You can't do it by anger. You can't do it by, by just going ham. That's not always going to work. You still got to make your point. You still got to make the connections if you're trying to. If that's what the ultimate goal is to get people to understand and broaden their horizons and expand their knowledge of stuff. If that's your point, then you got to walk it through people sometimes, even though it feels uncomfortable. You want to know why I know? Because I fucking have to do that with students all the
I was
fucking
just gonna
time.
say this is where your expertise as an educator
All
is
the
really
time.
showing.
But
Yeah.
but even when you get mad, the point is not to get mad. The point is to educate.
Mm-hmm.
You feel what I'm saying? And it's like, if you believe in your convictions and you know you're right, then you got to show it. You got to be able to fucking use a magnifying glass to show that little bitty dot and how that little bitty dot makes the big fucking difference. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So that is a challenge. That's an everyday challenge because every time, every conversation is different. Everybody's opinion is different. But
Yeah.
your point and what you believe will always remain steady and the same.
And Michael, right? And also I'll add to that, Michael, it's the best way for people to understand, to really embrace your ideas is pictures, visual. And this is just speaking me speak from coming from America. Most Americans are very visual. I will tell you that.
I am 100% visual.
Visual. So when people are visual, of course they're gonna understand visually because when you show them visuals, that means that it impacts them daily.
Because
Because
they can
without
put
right,
themselves in the shoes.
making connections, like using graphs, diagrams, right, to understand how the system is dysfunctional, right? Because people just don't have a lot of time to understand, abstract ideas or even like words, right, Michael? So that's why I think pictures are very important. Just like I did with the earlier guest, Cades, right? When Cades did not understand the difference between chattel slavery and indentured servitude, immediately I had to I had to like download pictures of chattel slave from Google. I'm sorry, download two pictures, one about the differences between indentured servitude and chattel slave. Once I posted in the private chat, Cage somewhat got it and finally became more calm about it and said, haha, they're not the same thing. Because I think people respond better through pictures.
Well, yeah,
And I
that
think
seems that's your way. We went through that thing about different ways of learning.
right. But I'm just saying, but I'm just saying, like in America, racism has always been front and center in this country. Unfortunately, it gets diluted because other groups of people, I'll give like other groups of people fighting for progressive changes, don't want to focus on racism in America because they're all about classism, right? Because they want to maintain their racial hierarchical system, right? And it excludes Black Americans. So I understand where Black Americans are coming from, why race needs to be front and center. In addition to fighting against classism, so both are needed, no doubt, because one can't do without the other. So it has to be paired with at the same time. Because I've seen this a lot with progressive organizations, and unfortunately, Michael, progressive organizations have excluded Black Americans, always overworked them for several hours and not paid them equally. And unfortunately, progressive organizations had to lay off Black American employees, and then Black American employees had to sue progressive organizations for racial discrimination.
Right. Well,
And
what's an interesting thought to
And,
me?
and they ended DEI and look at who is running this country.
It's white people.
Anti-DEI. They are deeply unqualified to run this country. But because they are white, they are here, and they are running this country.
Look at Kristi Noem's replacement.
Like, please don't tell me.
What y'all think about him? What do y'all think about Kristi Noem replacement? The Homeland person's replacement.
Oh, awful, terrible. I mean, that
This
person.
man is ridiculous. That's like a fucking frat head out of one of the worst little comedy movies you could ever see.
You know what Donald Trump is doing? Black Life. He's practicing Celebrity Apprentice by recruiting people
in
who
real
are
life.
qualified. to be in cabinet positions because Donald Trump's like, as long as you look handsome, you're beautiful.
Yep.
Both of you are qualified. Join my administration, right?
You could be dumb as a fucking brick. Come
Right.
on in.
Mm-hmm.
Man,
Right.
listening to that man talk is embarrassing, bro.
This is
you
where
just
some visuals might be useful. You guys are talking about somebody I've probably never seen. So,
Right. But I'm
speaking
just
of
saying like how
pictures,
Donald
you
Trump
know,
operates, right? When he
Michael, when
hires
you finally
people.
get to see him, you're gonna be so embarrassed for the world that Trump picked.
I have secondhand embarrassment for America.
I know. Michael, please, we got to show Michael who this dude is. Michael, if you hear him talk, you're gonna be like, "What the fuck is this?"
Right.
I'm not even kidding you, Mike. I'm not even kidding you.
Yeah.
Somebody please show him.
sounds
Somebody
funny. It
get a
sounds
video
like
and
you
show him.
piqued my interest now. A little intriguing.
If you ever seen Revenge of the Nerds, I think him and Hegseth, whatever his name is,
Yeah, Hegseth.
two of the main characters of Revenge of the Nerds. They got to be. I can't imagine these two people in charge of anything, like a fucking McDonald's, let alone the army. And you know what I'm saying? In the fucking,
Yeah, I know. Yeah, it's like
it's insane.
it is very insane. It's like no, it's and to be honest, Donald Trump is not that different from Mitt Romney.
Hold on, baby. Hold on.
You say Mitt Romney?
Yeah. You remember when Donald Trump ran for president second time? He was working at McDonald's for one day. He wanted to show that he could relate to working class people, and he's not that. He's not that different from Mitt Romney. When Mitt Romney said,
I see that.
remember when Mitt Romney in 2012 was trying to sound like he understood the working class, and he was trying to tell like he was from the South. He's like, "You all." Is this how you say "you all"?
It's embarrassing, just like John Kennedy.
You're right.
From Louisiana. It's embarrassing, bro. They try to fucking snake
It
you every
is.
day.
Miss Macy said, "Where are the beautiful people in this cabinet?"
Right. I'm saying like they're like in
Because
the,
all
they're
I'm
like
seeing are
press secretaries.
clowns.
Right, like Bondi. You remember Pam Bondi, who has like
Somebody is so
hair,
funny. I mean, if
blue
he,
eyes.
I
it's
think
so
I think
funny.
I,
hearing
no
her.
no I think Pam Bondi is I think she is a victim. I think
I knew you was gonna say that.
she's a victim.
Mm-hmm.
We've talked about this, Black Life.
Yeah, but victims
I
not
think she's a
arrogant and try to
victim.
victim. Well, she one of them victims that's on SVU that be recruiting other kids. That's what kind of victim she is. A recruit.
Unfortunately, Rondo, I can't click on that YouTube. You would have to like come on and put it in a private chat. That's the only way I could click on it.
Or you can look it up by the name he give you.
Well, I could go on in the because I got the channel called up here. I can talk in the chat. So
Man, you know
I'm
SNL.
I'm about to play this. I'm just playing it.
Michael, you ever watch SNL?
I was looking at the study the other day.
Oh yeah, I watched
put out
SNL.
by
Yeah.
Lancet, which is a scientific journal, and they did a study. This was put out. You can see it on the internet. It was put out in November of 2025, and what the article did was it looked at sanctions, American sanctions, from 1971 to 2021, 1971 to 2021. And it asked what were the consequences of those sanctions. And we murdered 38 million people. 38 million people. The amount of havoc we have brought on the Middle East in recent years is just stunning. If you think about the consequences of the Iraq War, what we do in places like Venezuela, Cuba, Iran, you understand we're using this tremendous economic leverage we have to basically starve people, to make them suffer, to inflict great punishment on them so that they'll rise up against their government. You understand that this is what we're doing in Venezuela. This is what we're doing in Iran. We're inflicting massive punishment on these people.
And yeah, it is 38 million. I've covered that number before. 38 million killed almost exclusively by our sanctions, almost exclusively U.S. sanctions. 38 million. Say that a few more times and try and just begin to process that number. Now, I've also pointed out, he may point this out as well, but that the estimates on how many have died in our, or been murdered in our global war on terror is 4.5 to 6 million. So you take the 38 million and you add that 6 million, And you're talking 44 million people murdered by the U.S. government since that the sanctions since 1970, the global war on terror is just since 2001, but tens of millions of people, nearly 500 million people murdered by these fucking psychopaths. And at what point do we stop pretending they're just politicians? He's our president. He's our senator. He's doing the best he can. Well, I don't like his stance. Why aren't we calling them fucking psychopaths? It's what they are. They're fucking terrorists. Let's call them what they are. There is no serial murderer around the planet who has ever killed 44 million people. There is not a single serial murderer who's killed even 1 million people. Like, yet, does anyone have a positive take on Jeffrey Dahmer? Does anyone have a positive take on mass shooters? No, but it's amazing the number of people around this world who have a positive take on Trump, or a positive take on Joe Biden, or a positive take on Obama or Bush, or like they are psychopathic terrorists who have killed tens of millions. And that's not an opinion. That's math. It's math. It's math. Has anyone heard of math? Jesus. And yet here we are just going, they might suffer a few losses in the midterm. Could you imagine if we talked about Dahmer the same way we talked about, well, Dahmer, sure, he ate some people, but, I think we're going to vote. We're not going to vote him out in the midterm, which is 10 months from now. We're going to vote, but we'll vote some of the people around, like the guy that supplied him the barbecue sauce. We're voting that guy out for sure, okay? He'll keep eating people, but I'm hoping he'll lower my taxes.
The fuck? What the fuck?
Yeah. Funny thing about that Mearsheimer.
Are we here right now?
That John Mearsheimer guy at the beginning, I was just watching a video a couple days ago about how he is wrong about realism. I guess he's come up with this academic theory that he calls offensive realism, which to me is just really plagiarizing a lot of Lenin's imperialism. But he's rejected communism, and he's like a Western academic. He's worked for the U.S. government. I think he is, in a way, just an imperialist at the end of the day, in his heart. But he just disagrees with the tactics that the empire is employed.
Can you respond to like what did you just see?
I saw John Mearsheimer at the beginning being portrayed as an intellectual that's making some statements there about this 38 million, these statistics and whatnot, and then Lee Camp is using it to make his statements. And I was kind of, because I've been having some research going on about conservative realism, kind of tying it into what I see as problematic with independent media as far as abandoning some of this vanguardism of Lenin. So our vanguard is now people like Mearsheimer more so than actual Marxists, and it has some consequences as far as the conclusions we draw when we look at geopolitics.
Like, am I in Bizarro world?
What's that?
Am I in Bizarro world?
Well, this is the thing.
In Bizarro
America,
world?
Everything is a spectacle on steroids. It's bad enough because the spectacles of, telegraphed around the world and forced on all of us, but it's the worst in America. Mm-hmm. And so everyone's always like, is this clown world or whatever? It's absurdism, right? It's like, if you ever heard of, is it Albert Camus, or is that the wrong? Camus is this guy who came up with CAMUS, came up with this absurdism, and now America is like takes it like a drug 5 times a day, These alternative ways of explaining history and reality, anything but the Marxist way, it seems like, and is the American way of trying to understand the shithole that they're swimming in, you know.
I just want to get off. I want to get off the bus.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to be here anymore. Like remember at the beginning, Michael, when I was telling you my aunt 78 was calling me crying and said, I wake up every morning feeling depressed. It's just crazy to me. Where are we? Where are we right now? So remember when I gave that protest video and I said we need to talk about this.
Mm-hmm.
Like we have to wait because in my mind, Iran is fucking everything up, and they are going to destabilize the United States. And once they do, then are you ready? Are we ready?
Well, this is good.
Hello?
You brought this up. I opened up with a video, but you weren't here. None of you were here, actually. I don't think. Maybe Michael Pan saw it. I played a little video. It was like
You
a
want to
cartoon.
play it? You could put it in the.
Yeah, I had to use a quick.
I'll play it.
bathroom. I think I missed the video.
Okay, I played a little.
You can put it in the
video.
private chat, and I'll
Yeah.
play it again.
Yeah, but I was gonna say maybe we can. I still have it here. We can. It might be more useful to play earlier into the video and hear from the commentary from the people, from the hosts of the show. I've never actually knew about this podcast until last night. It just popped up into my feed. They're a channel called Resistance is Fertile. So they're some sort of communist. The guy said in the video, one of them said he was a post-Trotskyist at one point. Not sure what they are now, but they're definitely like pro-Palestine, pro-China kind of like communists. And they seem very earnest, and they have had some good takes. So I'll have to look into them a little bit more. I'm going to share it with you in the private chat there. But as far as you're saying, where are we now? And it's the collapse of the American empire. And it's very tricky as far as to, like, at what point of the collapse are we actually at? And what the one announcer was saying is he's really, for like the first time in a long time in history, he's really at that moment where it is that final like battle, the final end of like the Armageddon, really. It's like the end of fucking the end of the American empire for good. This is the final like war that will do them in, kind of thing. Like the city's trap snapping shut, I guess. But for the rest of his life, he's been a communist since he was 10 or something. He was saying he's never felt that way. So, and there's the thing about revolutionary optimism is instead of this, the pessimism, the hopelessness that we get that he was criticizing Richard Medhurst about with his analysis of the Iran war being America is like actually cornering the oil and gas market right now. And so he was saying that was like reinforcing that learned helplessness, that there's nothing that we can do because America always wins kind of thing. And so that would be a fundamental misreading of history, apparently. So maybe we let them more speak for themselves rather than talk about them. I don't know who they are as far as like Trotsky's being pro-China. I don't know. But if you've ever...
Wait, this is like an hour and 51 minutes long?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We don't want to play all of it. Maybe...
Yeah, I saw.
So you got to give me some. Let me know how long.
Gotta do a timestamp kind of thing.
But
as far as if you want to just watch the, we could
Well, I
maybe
would
watch the funny video because you're mentioning Iran. We could just rewatch the opening video that I had already timestamped.
I'm gonna give you. Did you? No, you didn't stamp it to me.
No, not for you.
Because I wasn't here.
Yeah,
put in the private chat. And while you're doing that, I'm gonna play this.
Sure.
I'm gonna play this. Because we need to talk about this.
let's get one thing straight. We have had protests, we've had marches, hashtags, we've had viral moments, mass outrage, we've had global attention, and we haven't extracted a single dime from the ruling class. Not $1 in redistributed wealth, okay? Not one structural concession, not one forced policy shift that touches capital, not one transfer of power, not one material loss to the people who actually run this system. What we've had is performance. We've had symbolism. We've had slogans. We've had catharsis. We've had feelings. We've had aesthetics. We've had branded resistance. We've had...
Hold on. This is a black man. Okay. He's not talking about classism. He's talking about racism.
Racism.
Because
Yep.
when you get racism out of it, everybody will come up. So here we go.
Protest is content, and content doesn't threaten power. Power only moves when it's forced to move. Power only changes when it loses money. Power only responds when its systems stop functioning. Power only negotiates when extraction is interrupted. But what we have built, we've built stages, we've built festivals, we've built panels, speaker lists, we've built influencer pipelines, nonprofit careers, we've built consultant ecosystems, we've built merch tables and donation funnels. We didn't build leverage. And now, look at what they did to the No Kings protest. They turned it into a festival. Music stages, keynote speakers, professional panels, NGO branding, professional managerial class voices, nonprofit executives, academic analysis, organizers with titles, grant fellowships, and foundation funding. It looks radical. It sounds radical. It feels radical. But it doesn't cost the ruling class a dime. That's a scam. If your protest can be scheduled, branded, sponsored, securitized, live streamed, and managed, it's not a threat. If your resistance has keynote speakers, it's not resistance. If your movement has a VIP section, it's not a movement. If your struggle has a stage manager, it's already absorbed. They didn't repress it. They didn't crush it. They didn't outlaw it. They absorbed it. They turned rage into ritual. They turned anger into art. They turned resistance into resume lines. They turned struggle into social capital. They turned suffering into speaking engagements. In the professional managerial class, like always, are the middle layer, not the ruling class, not the working class, the translator class, the manager class, the credential class, okay? The nonprofit class, the consultant class, the foundation funded class. The class that doesn't own shit, but manages the narratives, okay? They manage the organizations, the funding, the language, the optics, and the structure. So now we have movements that feel radical, but function safely inside the system. We have protests that express anger, but protect capital. We have activism that produces awareness, but not redistribution. We have resistance that creates visibility, but not vulnerability for power. We don't threaten supply chains. We don't disrupt logistics. We don't interrupt profit flows. We don't destabilize extraction. We don't touch assets. We don't touch property relations. We don't touch ownership structures. So nothing changes because nothing is forced to change. And this is what all the people in the comment section hate for me to say. If the ruling class can ignore you, you're not a movement. If the ruling class can fund you, you're not a threat. If the ruling class can platform you, you're not dangerous. If the ruling class can absorb you, you're not disruptive. If the ruling class can wait you out, you've already lost. No kings means nothing if their wealth goes untouched. No kings means nothing if their power is uninterrupted. No kings means nothing if their system is still running. Revolution is not a vibe. It is not a festival. It is not a stage. It's not a panel or a non-profit. It's not a brand. It's not a content strategy. It's leverage. It's disruption. It's extraction. It's pressure. It's cost. It's consequence. It's forced negotiation. Until the ruling class is losing money, control, legitimacy, and stability, everything else is performance. And performance is safe. So Don't tell me about awareness. Don't tell me about representation. Don't tell me about vibes. Don't tell me about the conversation. Don't tell me about no goddamn symbolism. Show me loss. Show me concessions. Show me redistribution. Show me power transfer. Show me structural change. Show me material wins. Because until then, we're not challenging the kings. We're entertaining them. Let's get one thing straight. We have had protests, we've had marches, hashtags, we've had viral moments.
Hold on. I'm sorry. Hold on. They having a No Kings protest again here in Baton Rouge, and they asking people to give them $25 for fucking what? So you could have another festival? No, absolutely not.
Exactly. You know, as a matter of fact, Abby, guess what? Wes Moore, who's running for re-election in Maryland, asked me for a donation, and I didn't bother to respond. He said, "Nope, don't have any money. My money's more valuable for other things." Besides, someone begging for money for re-election but has not materially delivered for his constituents. Yeah, No King's protest is it's really going to be like what the guy said earlier in the clip. It's going to be performed and nothing really substantial. It's not aiming at the root cause of the problem and not challenging the king, especially like in Congress, president, Supreme Court, governors, state assemblies, mayors, and city council. And I think people just need to really move beyond protesting because protesting, yeah, what my colleague said before, is really people who are paid to perform, to perform. I'm
I
sorry,
don't think they're paid.
I think
I
there are.
think
There's some who are paid.
no, I don't think they're paid. No, I don't think they're paid.
No,
I
from
just
I mean,
think
I'll tell you from my friend.
they are
There are some. There are some who are paid. I can tell you from my friend's experience, who work with who worked with the protesters in the past, in Colorado, and he really thought that they were legit and real, and he found out that they were actually paid actors and never.
Crisis actors, yeah.
Right, they never showed solidarity and they never like followed through. And he learned like over that time, don't never rock with people who don't want to rock with us. In other words.
Michael, do you want me to go 2301 first, or because I got it set at 15
Well,
11506.
You could play the 11506 first because that's only like a 5 minute. It's like a little propaganda clip. I think it's from China. That seems like those Lego cartoon whatever propaganda explaining the Iran war to kids kind of thing. So and then they do an analysis of that clip if you wanted to watch that afterwards. But maybe for the sake of time, you just jump to the Richard Medhurst thing. Ironically enough, you were talking about the No Kings thing. This Benji guy also said this thing about the No Kings in this video at some point. That it's funny how they're fighting over a thing that they don't have.
I'm so tired of them.
You guys are fighting to get rid of something you don't have, and then in the places where they do have kings, they change the slogan for the local population, so it was
you know
no
what?
tyrants instead of no kings.
I'm gonna tell you what pisses me off, Michael. They keep asking black people to come out and protest. Okay, when black people are out there, then the police start busting heads. When the white people are out there,
nothing happens.
They just let nothing happens to them. They just let them motherfuckers go.
Mm-hmm.
It's so fucking obvious.
Yep, and not only that,
who is not looking? Who can't see this?
Well, you have to try and not paint things with the broad brush. I mean, and then you have to.
I'm not painting anything with a broad brush. Don't gaslight me, Michael.
No, I'm saying
don't gaslight me.
When you think of the only American context, this is what I was saying earlier. When you look at different movements around the world, you have a different situation that your narrative doesn't really apply to anymore, right? Some protests do bring down governments, No, exactly. You don't even believe what I'm saying. You just dismiss it out of
I
hand.
don't believe what you're saying. I am dismissing it.
Protests now are very different in the modern age. They have a different like history or whatever. The historical moment in time that we're in now, they're no longer really very effective. But in previous generations, because of the lack of the internet and everything, they were like a much more effective means and only kind of alternative as far as organizing sort of thing. It's a different world now. And so you're just being a little bit too making statements without
I'm being a little too black. I'm being a little too black.
You're making statements without actual data. And you
I
don't
know
want to
you
do the
fucking
process.
lying.
You don't want to do the process of figuring out what you're actually right about.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Sometimes.
Okay.
Right.
No. I'm gonna
Because this
push
no
back.
king
I'm
thing, as far as
I'm gonna push back on you.
people need to get rid of. We need to
Hold
depose the
on.
king in Canada.
Hold on. Let me give me 3 minutes. I'm gonna put the timer on. Give me 3 minutes.
Okay.
Let me get the timer. Shit. Okay, 3 minutes. Trump brought back segregation in federal buildings. He was trying to poke black people to get out in the streets. Whoever that dude was, Michael Pan, I forget, helped them remove affirmative action.
Edward Bloom.
Thank you, Edward Bloom. Trying to poke black people into the streets. Roll back DEI, trying to get black people into the streets. And black people, our ancestors told us, sit your ass down. I've said this before to you, Michael. White people should be happy that we ain't in the streets, because the moment we get in the streets, this fascist ass dictator would probably call martial law.
I'm not advocating for protest at the moment either. I think it's way too late for that. I'm just saying that there are times and places where they have been effective historically, and they're not necessarily completely the wrong thing to do in the future, depending on changes of circumstance. But when we're in this turnkey tyranny that they've turned the key already, of course, protest is a waste of time.
I had my 3 minutes and I wasn't
Sorry. Go ahead.
It's okay. Go ahead. And I'll respond. Go ahead.
I'm done now. That was my response.
People in America aren't even realizing that the fact that black people are not in the streets is a good thing for them right now.
Mm-hmm.
Because if we were in the streets, this fascist dictator would call martial law. So we stay home on purpose. It's like we always try to defend this land as much as we can and do as much as we can, and nobody even recognizes it. You understand what I'm saying?
You mean Michael in Canada?
Well, I think maybe the video that we're gonna, if we play the 23-minute part first, it might be more relevant considering what we're just discussing here now, as far as the idea that Richard Medhurst's argument is somewhat counter-revolutionary. It's going with the narrative that no matter what we do, the U.S. is going to win. So if you go out and protest, the empire is so strong, it's not crumbling at all. Now is not the time to take advantage of their weakness and blow them over with a fucking puff of air because that's how weak they are, whatever. No, you got to fear them because they're as strong as ever. So maybe now, if you want to go ahead and play it, we can touch back on the other side.
Play it. We'll catch back on the other side.
Just chat. I mean, we love to chat.
周金谷乃天下咽喉，这古道之下埋着天下至宝玄铁髓，入刀
炼药、生火、续命，样样离不开它。而白鹰盟立了一条铁规，买随只收白鹰金票，控住了。
So now you are seeing here the Chinese are telling you petrol has been essential to the world political economy, and it has been based on.
They're gonna play it nonstop after they make this last comment, but just make it full screen. If we have to read the subtitles.
I read really slow. So, like when I'm a slow reader. Okay.
Might have to slow it down a bit.
Is essential, I think.
Yeah, I have half an hour, I think.
Yeah, let me slow it down, because I'm a slow reader. So speed timer.
But after they say these last few words, then they just let the video play in entirety, and then they do like 20 minutes of commentary on it. But we can skip that.
Speed. Let me pull it back. Okay.
Well, not too far. If you do like 75 to start, 20%, that's going to be super slow. Or 0.20.
75. I'm a slow reader.
If you go to 75.75, it's like 3/4 of full.
That's good.
That's
good.
Half an hour. Let's do it.
Do I?
Yeah, we're supposed to know what's good for the chat. You know, the chat is just chat. I mean, we love.
出京府乃天下咽喉，这古道之下埋着天下至宝玄铁锤，铸刀、炼药、生火、续命，样样离不开它。而白鹰盟立了一条铁规，买随只收白鹰金票，控住了。
So now you are seeing here the Chinese are telling you petrol has been essential to the world political economy, and it has been based on, what does it say? 1 million.
That's like AI writing. What?
AI writing.
Why don't we just watch it once through and then we can analyze it?
隋便控住了钱，控住了钱，便控住了天下。 佛子在圣所无深处炼制邪火，还有胆拒不拆除地下核心炉，着持可恶。
报告盟主，属下已截获波斯寨最高命令，现下正是拔掉这颗眼中钉的最好时机。
好，我白鹰盟坐镇武林，今天就要替天下清理门户。听着。 没人比我更懂斩首战术，我要这地界，从此为我白鹰盟号令侍从。谁在那？
白鹰盟，你们。
君旨，吾死之后，各自为战，圣火不灭，亦可燎原。不应该老寨主已死，波斯寨群龙无首，早就该乱作一团。他们这两不过是回光返照、虚张声势罢了。 他们的破烂家底儿绝对坚持不了3天。来头鹰，接下来我可就不客气了。
报，波斯猫疯了，放了一堆破木板做的木筏。
破铜烂铁，何足道哉？把我们的防空军阵全给他们打下来。 一只苍蝇都不准飞进来！盟主，不能再打了。怎么？我刚才算了一下，他们的破木鸟造价 顶多2两银子，可咱射出去的一根防空金枝，造价数百两啊！这不是打仗，是拿银库喂狗啊！
你闭嘴！堂堂白鹰盟，岂能被几只破木头吓住？继续射，射到它没有木头为止。
盟主，对面山头出现大量攻势和人影，像是准备要强攻。
摸黑偷营，天堂有路你不走，地狱无门你闯进来。传令，夜空惊雷准备，对准那些碉堡，给本座炸平了。
就这么12枚惊雷，8400两，炸了一堆稻草人。
白头鹰自诩名门正派，竟对无辜之童下此毒手，此血海深仇，我波斯猫全族不死不休。
为了报仇雪恨，波斯猫族封堵了西域玄铁髓的唯一交易通道，断了白鹰盟的买卖。
波斯猫，你疯了！道锋两断，这是与天下所有生灵为敌。商会的各位，助我剿匪，除此大患。
白头鹰，你一刀再快又如何？手里一线天，我就能断你活路。谁敢帮他，我连着一起打。
凭什么？神仙打架，凡鸟遭殃啊！先交钱的是我，先入股的是我，为什么先断供的还是我？
饿了半个月，商会那群软骨头也该熬不住了吧？骆驼他们是不是已经在门外跪着，捧着金子求本盟主出兵护航了？
盟主没来，一个人都没来。
当家的，商会那边静的不正常。按理说，商会应该急得跳脚才对。难道全饿死在外面了？
会长，走这条路上新道虽然慢了几天，玄铁髓不走一线天，从北面草原绕过来，但再也不用看白鹰的脸色，只是不用白鹰盟的金票，咱们用什么？江湖从来不是打打杀杀，江湖是人情世故，更是买卖生计。商会内部早就通了气，以后买卖直接物物交换，或再铸新币，天大地大。咱们找新的盟友，走新的道路。
白鹰盟以为刀快，便能胁迫天下，殊不知青山不改，绿水长流。武之极致不在歌，而在止。
Anybody want to respond?
Well, I think I already made my commentary at the beginning of the video, so you guys go ahead.
I couldn't read it. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Like,
That's the trouble with Chinese. It will be much easier to build bridges and stronger ties with them if there wasn't such a language barrier.
well, I explained to you in the private chat that I can read faster when I'm speaking than I can read for myself.
But even if you just look at the visuals of the cartoon battles and everything, you see it's a
yeah.
simple illustration of the Iranians against the Americans, and how they're, even though they're an underestimated, much poorer and weaker foe, they still just defeat the, you know, they're the brown, poor, whatever, sand people tearing down the empire with their defiance, and then there's the they try and blackmail the world. Like, they explain how, like, if you just keep playing the video from at the end of it, whatever, you could just listen to the breakdown that the two commentators make, and they explain it basically like I am now, sort of, about how the whole voyage at the end with the camel train there is the, like, Chamber of Commerce, which represents, like, the global economy, like the world, all the traders of the world who are blackmailed by the Americans into doing whatever they want. And so, but they specifically use the reference of, like, the Hormuz Strait, and how they use these cheap drones to wear out the enemies, like the Israelis' more expensive Iron Dome defense capabilities, and they're winning through economic warfare and kinetic warfare, but mostly.
Jack asked a question. She said, "Was this clip showcasing the stupidity of the people in power?"
It was showcasing exactly the situation of the Americans being their typical arrogant imperial selves, about how they think like they're the supreme white overlords, and that they dictate everything to everyone else in the world, and then it's above their thinking that these petty lowlings would actually be able to mount a sufficient resistance. And as much as it's stupidity, it's just fucking narcissism and that kind of, like,
We have another one. Michael wanted to Miss O'Meal.
So, but that was nice little cartoon.
Before we could go into his, we gotta finish with this one.
The other one was, if you want to go to the other part in the video or whatever. I think it's kind of, because Richard Medhurst I have a lot of respect for. He's a great journalist. Oh, there's this too. Yeah. But I was a little confused to hear him saying such a thing. He was the only person not being more like, Iran is winning this thing, like Americans are stupid. So I was like, this is weird.
Well, Americans are not that smart.
No, but Richard's made an argument that they're being their conniving selves, where they're more devious than you think they are. Don't count them out just yet, right?
Let me, Musa Mill, do you want to say something before I play this? Or are you good?
Say about what exactly?
Oh my gosh, not.
About the video, right?
Yeah. Do you want to say something before I play it, or you good?
I didn't watch the video, unfortunately. I got caught
You
off.
sent it to me to play it.
Wait, which video?
It's just like 14 seconds long.
The one up here.
No, this one I thought was from like Rondo or somebody in the chat. I don't know.
Oh, I didn't. No, I didn't. Oh, that was not me who posted that video.
This one's from Rondo, yeah. This should be this one.
Let me see. Let me check.
Just play it. I'm sure it's probably fun.
That was you. Okay, whatever. All right, I'll just play it. We'll see what happens. It's just 14 seconds.
Well, who bet the whole town on a kickball game?
Okay, maybe it was a wrong decision to bet all of our economic futures on a kickball game. But we're Americans. We don't quit just because we're wrong. We just keep doing the wrong thing until it turns out right.
Yeah, my comment about that clip is that Yeah, I gotta say that hard work, unfortunately, in today's,
Who gave us that clip?
I think it
That
was
was
Rondo.
Rondo. Yeah. Here.
How was he in the back chat?
No, I mean,
I
I
don't know
think he
how
did was
that came up,
he
but maybe
came
that
up
was
to post the video and then he left so he could continue making comments. I think that's what he did.
Okay.
Yes.
My
Hey,
bad.
oh
Okay.
no, that's okay. Hey, I understand. No worries. But anyways, yeah. Anyways, in that clip, I'm not surprised with that mentality. We're not. Oh, the reason we can't get ahead because we just don't work hard enough. But it's not really focusing on the big picture. Like we had to look at today's dynamics and the power and the changing of the guard. And it's keep saying to the same telling the person, just continue working hard. But then it's not telling that person you got to change your game. You got to change adjustments and work smart, not work hard.
Mm.
And unfortunately, we believe in that myth, the American meritocracy, collectively. I'm not saying individually.
Mm.
Yeah, Rondo. I shared it in the private chat because Abby saw that you shared it in the group chat, and she wanted to see what it was. She said, "We're not going to be able to click it, so if you wanted to send it, you'd have to join the show and put it in the private chat." And I said, "Well, I got the show open, like you're telling me. I should comment over in the chat instead of use just the StreamYard, but I get lazy. I don't want to take the time to have to go back and forth. It's just easier because I can just post a comment over here as you, right? A little faster. But anyway.
Mm. Y'all getting tired?
Getting time to wrap up?
Oh,
Yeah, I'm getting pretty tired. How about you, Abby? You getting tired yourself?
No, I'm straight.
Straight? Yeah. What time did you wake up this morning?
I'm straight. I'm stressed. Michael knows.
Mhm.
Michael knows how stressed I am.
Yeah.
And
Yeah. And by the way, Abby, what is your? Go ahead. Sorry.
this is my this is my relief.
Mm-hmm.
Michael knows. Me and Michael talk a lot.
Well, I didn't know this was exactly your relief. I apologize because I can make it a little stressful for relief, right?
No, I'm good.
Well, if you want to keep going,
I'm happy.
I was talking about from the old video. You're gonna have to go back to it again. It was the one with the cartoon. The video was called "Straight Sun Tzu: Let White Empire Retreat." So you might have some appreciation for some of their.
Is it in the back chat?
Yeah. You just have to click on it again, but then we'll have to go to. I'm not sure which. I think it probably would be the latest, the very latest link.
Okay.
But go to 2301 instead of 115, and we can hear the commentary about Richard Medhurst as far because you're saying
that same thing.
Iran, so I
the
brought
same
up the
video, but go to a different go to 2301. You say
right because you were talking about Iran and where are we now, and this is exactly what this guy was talking about in this clip, and I just watched this last night, and so I figured I wanted to bring that as an opener. I thought that the cartoon was nice for a good opener video, like we like to do for the show, but there was a lot more that they said that I found interesting, compelling at least, whatever, worthy of discussion. Maybe I'm maybe curious to see what you guys would think.
okay. So I'm about to play it. Let me share it real quick. Share.
If you're getting a bit tired here, anybody, feel free to take off. I understand. Thanks for hanging out with us, Michael Pan, Black Life.
Black Life is listening in the background, but
Yeah, you're welcome anytime.
She
I'm
has to
still
go to
here.
work in the morning. So here we go.
Sort of days for them. It's not Nowruz. It's not Ramadan. It's not any sort of holiday
need
that goes
speed
to
it back
anything
up.
higher
Go
than the
Is
dollar.
that right?
But they're
I
just
think you got it
moving
at
stuff.
slow-mo.
Oh,
You got to put it back to normal.
okay. Give me a second.
And if they're talking still too slow, maybe speed it up, right? If you're getting bored.
So like one is the is
Normal,
normal,
yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Here we go.
Stuff pumping and dumping the entire global market. But the class structure has changed. And even with, say, like crypto, you could see that for a long time they knew there was no industrialization, there was no real gains, there's no real productivity gains happening in their economy. So they kept looking, they had all this money they make up just sloshing around. They've kept looking for places to put it. First, they started putting in crypto, which just generates waste heat. Ultimately, it's just waste. Then they thought, oh, the metaverse, that's also like a place we can just funnel money. And finally, with AI, they found something that works because people can use it as a sort of bad hallucinating Google. They found something and it shows them picture. So that gets people, that gets the belief back in the system. But it's just, they're just got this money sloshing around. And it's just, at this point, it is only producing waste heat. So
Abby?
industrialization does produce waste heat, but as a byproduct
Sean
of
has
doing
to
work for
say
some
something here. You
human
wanna
in the process.
pause it, Abby?
But now it's not really doing any
Oh,
productive
sorry.
work. I think there was a study in the FT or some.
Somebody want to say something?
Sean says, "Thank you all. Seriously, I got to go for the night. I love and appreciate you
Hi,
all.
Sean.
Both guests and chat. Love you too.
We
Thanks
love
for
you
being
too.
here. And always good supporter. One of the best. Thank you."
One of the best. And he knows music. Don't nobody know music like Sean.
Oh yeah, thank you for
So
that.
yeah.
Sure.
So look for him in the Discord under the music channel.
Speaking of which,
he got all the smoke. And
we have
and I should be playing some music too.
we don't plug the Discord enough. We don't really have all that many viewers, but for anyone watching later on, there's the Discord link. Feel free to join. You can sort of see a little bit more the show behind the scenes. You can talk to us more directly, leave us some show suggestions and that sort of thing. So maybe consider it. You want to get back to the video? Sorry for the interruption.
It's okay. Okay, here we go.
One that like AI has actually contributed nothing to the economy besides
Exactly right.
construction. So it's just producing waste heat. But I think what you have to understand is at the bottom of all that, you need energy. You need, and it's not, and they've obviously given up on any climate goals or whatever. They're building coal, natural gas. It needs energy at the bottom of it. Now, in the comments, Alex is talking about the Richard Medhurst argument, which I think is important to pick up. We can pick it up now. I have no intellectual beef with Richard Medhurst. I think he's taken his lumps. I think he's been arrested at the border, and he's done some really good reporting on Hezbollah.
Well, he's put out the greatest video on the subject of the Zionist entity, right? It's about 20 seconds long, and it goes, fuck Israel today, fuck Israel tonight, fuck Israel yesterday, fuck Israel last year, fuck Israel 80 years ago, fuck Israel, fuck them and fuck Israel and fuck them and fuck them up.
Yeah, okay.
Which is the deepest
He just said fuck them 3 ways to Sunday.
But I want to actually take this point apart. So with all due respect to Richard, and I just pledge my respect by calling, by quoting.
What she said, co-host?
I'm just saying, just like
he
these
said,
guys.
Fuck Israel 3 ways to Sunday.
He's just saying about how he's before we get into this criticism of Richard, let us both just say how much we love and appreciate everything you've done, whatever. And I agree, right? But criticism is fair as long as it's valid, right? So that being said.
With that being said, okay. All right, so let me go back. I'm trying to pull up something I want to end on at the end of this vid. Okay, here we go.
Is
most significant. Should I read some of his stuff on the subject?
If you,
I
let
have
me
something
just
open. Yeah, go
can
ahead.
I just preface it and then you can read it, because it's an important argument and I think we can answer it. Number one, let me put it this way. I've said it before and I'll say it again because I know in my bones I'm right. Yeah, that's me. And
You know, in his
this
bones.
is it. This is the final struggle. This is the 500 years inflection point. I know this for a fact. Like,
You know, in his
I've been
bones.
anti-imperialist. I will keep on repeating, you know, since I've been 10 years old, 9/11, 1973. Then I learned, developed an analysis. I was a post-Trotskyite for a while. And believe you me, brothers and sisters, I was never on the brigade. It's the final struggle. It's here. Never, ever. You know, I was like pessimism of the intellect, optimism of the will, as Gramsci said. And I never thought things were looking up for our side. So I'm saying it now, not because like I'm but because of a very long time observing empire and even thinking for a while it wouldn't go away. This being said, you know, having been defeated for so long, having had the whole of our intellectual production, our theory industry, as analyzed by Gabriel Rockhill, firmly in the hands of professional defeatists and people who are here to explain to us in the most sophisticated theoretical ways why the left always loses and will always lose. We have defeatists absolutely etched into our political DNA. So many of us, and I can see my mind trying to do this, you know, all the time, are always trying to work out how defeat can be snatched from the jaws of.
Hold on, Michael. Why is he trying to justify his what's going on in his brain? Why
I don't know what you're saying.
Why is
But
he?
say it. Say it.
He's gone
What are
like
you doing?
5 minutes trying
He
to.
is saying it. If you would actually slow down and listen and let him cook, right? Like,
I'm trying.
you're interrupting him again.
Am I?
He's
Can't he
saying
just fucking say it?
and he's taking his time.
He's not saying it. You know what he's doing?
We give you the time to say what you're trying to say. You have to give him the opportunity to say it. But what are you saying? That what are you object? You already have criticism. What he's saying, whatever.
No, I don't have.
Him the chance to finish what he's saying.
I don't have criticism of what he's saying because I know what he about to say is about to be. He about to lay the hammer down. But I'm just asking him, don't spend 5 minutes trying to convince people that what you are saying is the fucking truth. Just fucking say it. That's all I'm saying.
I don't know. I think sometimes shoe might be on the other foot.
Am I the only one that feels this?
I think you could be a little long-winded sometimes to make your point. You might be, hang on, give me 5 minutes, or wait, right? It's like you can't be more concise than that. It's like
Cowboy Kitty said, Abby don't. Abby don't.
I don't know this guy anyway. I'm not gonna go sitting here defending them too much. Right? I literally just found them last night, so I'm just saying I just feel
like he wants to say something that is against the grain, and he's trying to justify what he's about to say. Baby, if you feel it, just fucking say it.
But what's against the grain? The whole thing of like being like the socialist, everything we're saying is technically against the grain until it's not. You know, so we're always doing that with against the grain of the capitalist. Not sure if that's.
Let's see what he.
I don't know them well enough to understand whether your critique is valid. To put it that way.
Okay, well, hopefully he'll get to it.
Let's give him some rope. See if they hang himself.
And that is a mistake at this particular moment in time. Make your analysis and say there is this danger there. Therefore, to make sure we ensure victory, we have to address it in this particular way. That is very useful. But to go, this is all a plan by empire, and they're trying to do this, and they're going to F us over once again, because that's what they always do, is to actually intellectually become subservient to white supremacy, to this idea that they will.
He just said it. He took 5-10 minutes to get to the point about white supremacy. You see what I'm
The whole
saying?
video. Remember, look at what the video title is: "Straight Sun Tzu Let White Empire Retreat." So I don't know. Maybe these guys are. He's saying post-Trotskyist.
Why did he
Does that
take
mean
so much time to
Trotskyist
say
again?
it,
If he's a
Michael?
Trotskyist, then I'm definitely.
If that's how you feel, stand on business.
I don't understand where he's criticizing white supremacy, but you have a problem because he's
But
white.
no, I don't have a problem with it. I have a problem with the fact that he is belaboring the point, going on and on to try to make no, the fuck I'm not.
Sorry, go ahead.
He's belaboring the point, going on and on, trying to make people feel comfortable with about what he's about to say. So you're not really standing on business. That's what I'm saying.
I think you're judging him a little bit
fucking say
prematurely.
it.
I don't know.
Just say it.
I think you're gotta give him a time to finish his argument before you judge it fully.
It took him long enough to fucking say it.
Well, how much patience do you have? You know, this isn't necessarily, if you want to sort out more complex problems, you can't be expecting them to be able to come up, like, you want Einstein to present general relativity in a fucking, whatever, a sentence, like, all wrapped up in a bow for you, whatever, in 30 seconds or less.
Michael,
like, give us some credit for the difficulty, the complexity of the topic.
Michael, if I have a problem with white supremacy, I'm just gonna say it out loud. Period. Point blank. What he was doing, this is from my perspective, what he was doing was trying to make everybody in the audience, everybody on the panel feel comfortable with saying what the fuck he had to say. Just fucking say it.
Maybe let's let him actually say it. I think we're judging a person based on listening to them speak for about 3 minutes. It's pretty unfair.
No, it was.
I think if you think you're that such a crack shot or whatever with your, you know,
okay,
I'm a mile away, whatever. I think that's a little bit high and mighty.
Okay, I'm a press play. I pulled it back a bit so he could say what the fuck he was really trying to say, and then let him go.
Defeatists and people who are here to explain to us in the most sophisticated theoretical ways why the left always loses and will always lose. We have defeatists absolutely etched into our political DNA. So many of us, and I can see my mind trying to do this, all the time, are always trying to work out how defeat can be snatched from the jaws of victory. And that is a mistake at this particular moment in time. Make your analysis and say, there is this danger there. Therefore, to make sure we ensure victory, we have to address it in this particular way. That is very useful. But to go, this is all a plan by empire, and they're trying to do this, and they're going to F us over once again, because that's what they always do, is to actually intellectually become subservient to white supremacy, to this idea that they will always have the upper hand intellectually, materially, psychologically, narratively over the forces of life. That is not the case, brothers and sisters, and the moment has come of the tipping point, and it's tipping over. So let's not go, oh no, it's not really tipping that way. It could still be that way, because as we do this, narratively speaking, we are actually giving ammo to empire, and we shouldn't do this. And I say this with all the love and respect for the comrades and the brothers and sisters who do this out of concern for the movement, but you are actually objectively being counter-revolutionary. And unless you have a PhD in the subject and not from a Western university, because we know what that means, you probably don't really understand the dynamics of it. So that was my preface of it. Now you can read a little bit of him, and then we can...
Yeah, let's read what Richard said. Yeah. I don't know if I'd even call him defeat.
I'm going to pause for a second. This white man went 3 ways through Sunday to fucking say is white supremacy. He tried to belabor the point. He tried to gloss it over and make it seem nice and make it okay for him to actually say what the fuck it was. Is anybody else picking up what I'm putting down?
Well, he probably comes from this kind of academic background. He's referencing Gabriel Hill. Maybe we should check out that video one of these days. I'll put it in the Discord. About, he did some research about how the intellectual left, the academics are defeatist or whatever for a reason. You know, the CIA have been pumping us full of like fake
Why can't
leftism.
you say it? Why can't you
So-
just say what you feel? Why can't you do that? That's what I'm asking, Michael. Like, if you feel this way, why do you need to make all the white people in the audience feel comfortable?
Maybe
Before
it's
you
more
say
about
the
trying to do the
you
more
got to
dialectical
say.
process. Sorry, maybe it's more about there's this established method, this this way of argumentation that is more maybe exact and like hammers more nails in the coffin, but takes longer to do it. And people are used to the TikTok shutting them down with insults, kind of. Why didn't you just say it already? You know, I got better shit to do, whatever. Like what? Consumerism.
Jack is going back to sleep. Tell her good night.
Yeah. Thanks for tuning back in. I hope you get some better sleep.
We love you, baby girl.
Yep. Love you. Smoke
I
my
don't
cigarette.
care if he's a PhD. I don't care.
I don't even know.
You have an opinion. Just say it.
This is where I don't understand. I think it's bigotry and reactionary to be so caustic when we don't really know anything about these people. And you may be right. If you do a little bit of research and your instincts are right, then by all means, right? But instinct and like feelings and facts are different things. Go figure.
I think this is just another example of a white person trying to not speak on the fact of what is happening with white supremacy in this world. Like stop. Just shut the fuck up.
Well, but what this is also what about you're asking us to put more of a racial argument as opposed to the class argument. So is that not what he's trying to do? And so is there a catch-22 here where we're damned if we do, we're damned if we don't? If we try to make our class argument, you shoot us down for not making a racial enough argument. And if we make a more racial argument, we can't ever do it right because we're not what? I don't know. Of the right class.
I don't know either.
I think that maybe the problem is
I guess none of us know.
with race
We
when we're
don't know
talking
what's
about
going
race,
on.
it may be because it's a system of classification at the end of the day. You're classifying people based on skin color or ethnicity, and then classism. It's another type of classification. We're just kind of bickering over semantics over which lens to view, whatever, which type of classification is more qualified.
I'm not gonna let nobody gaslight me. No, I'm not doing
This
it.
is what I was gonna. One thought that had occurred to me now that you bring that up or whatever. If you try to stop addressing classism as an issue or whatever, you just focus on racism as the problem or whatever, then what do you do about classism within your own Black community as far as you try to get assistance from the wealthier, the Black bourgeoisie, and then they discriminate against their own fellow Blacks for being
I'll
poor?
tell you about the Black bourgeoisie. The Black bourgeoisie are race traders because
Just like class
they.
traders. Sorry, go ahead.
You're fine. No, I just laughed at what you said. You said just like class traders. The black
Two sides of the
bourgeoisie
same coin.
will
I'm cool. I got
they
cool.
they are not going to they're not going to offend the white race for black people, because if they do, the juicies or whoever they are going to ruin their lives. So they just go along to get along. I don't give a fuck about black billionaires. I don't care about them. Just to make that clear. Let me see what's going on.
What's going on in the chat? Yeah.
I know.
Well, one comment that sticks out to me, I was trying to do the same thing.
Okay.
XD saying, at the time I didn't read Richard Medhurst as being defeatist during the stream they're referring to, so he was actually making the argument it's hopeless. I'm not. Maybe you're right. That's putting words in his mouth. He's probably not being defeatist. He's probably being more the realist, the conservative realist problem I was maybe mentioning before about if. But Richard is more of an imperialist. He's a socialist, from what I can tell. I'm not sure what kind of. He's like this kind of internationalist, like quite literally. Like he's the sort of reporter who will travel the world, and so it makes me wonder what kind of a system. I guess he would vote in the UK for. And so, what kind of a socialist is he at the end of the day? That sort of is a more nuanced question that never really gets talked about with a lot of
Yeah,
people.
sorry, I left the show by accident. I think what happened, by accident,
Well, he was still talking.
Oh, that's okay.
Yeah.
That was the end of my.
Sorry.
No, that's fine. Welcome back.
Yeah, I think happened by accident. I typed in NFL.com on the live stream, and I thought to myself, I thought I left I left the live stream by accident, but apologize.
You good,
Okay.
baby.
Yeah, so Abby, if I understand correctly, so you're trying to say that the guy earlier wanted to say something direct.
He kept like it took him 5 minutes to get to white supremacy.
Mhm.
And I'm just trying to figure out why he kept glossing over the point and trying to make people feel comfortable and like
Right.
like nigga, what are you doing?
Mhm. Right, and
Just say what you want to say.
Exactly right. And like I said, it comes from people in academia, especially liberals, because liberals like to make it so abstract, right? So when they make it abstract, they want to make it comfortable. When they make concepts comfortable, people understand. That means they don't want to go in depth of how white supremacy was created in this country, and also not don't want to expose the unfortunately the brutal truth.
Musa Miller. Am I saying that right?
Musa Mel, just say you could call him Musa Mel.
Musa Mill. Okay,
Yeah.
Rondo asked, explain to me how he was trying before he said white supremacy. We was on this live for like, I played him for like, do you want me to roll it back? Let's roll it back.
Yeah.
Cause am I lying?
No, I think you make great points, Abby. Because I know that you're a straight shooter. You want to go straight to the point. Rather than like
I'm just trying to figure out why he needs to make white people comfortable before he says white supremacy.
and this is the guy in
It doesn't make any sense.
Mm-hmm. You talking about the guy who's drinking the mug, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm trying to look. You said what was it? 2301 or something?
Yeah, you cannot.
I'm looking back in the private chat so he
Right. To be honest,
2301.
You want to start from the beginning?
Yeah, I'm gonna start back to 23 for Rondo. For Rondo.
Give them that
Because
fair.
I want you to see this, like, and explain to me, like I'm 5, how this motherfucker wasn't going on and on before he actually got to the point. It was like 6 minutes later.
So
Here we go.
you got to look out for Fridays and Mondays. Those are the big sort of days for them. It's not Nowruz, it's not Ramadan, it's not any sort of holiday that goes to anything higher than the dollar. But they're just moving stuff, pumping and dumping the entire global market. But the class structure has changed. And even with, say, like crypto, you could see that for a long time they knew there was no industrialization, there was no real gains, there's no real productivity gains happening in their economy. So they kept looking, they had all this money they make up just sloshing around. They've kept looking for places to put it. First they started putting in crypto, which just generates waste heat. Ultimately, it's just waste. Then they thought, oh, the metaverse, that's also like a place we can just funnel money. And finally with AI, they found something that works because people can use it as a sort of bad hallucinating Google. They found something and it shows them picture. So that gets people, that gets the belief back in the system. But it's just, they're just got this money sloshing around. And it's at this point, it is only producing waste heat. So industrialization does produce waste heat, but as a byproduct of doing work for some human in the process. But now it's not really doing any productive work. I think there was a study in the FT or someone that like AI has actually contributed nothing to the economy besides
Exactly right.
construction. So it's just producing waste heat. But I think what you have to understand is at the bottom of all that, you need energy. You need, and it's not, and they've obviously given up on any climate goals or whatever. They're building coal, natural gas. It needs energy at the bottom of it. Now, in the comments, Alex is talking about the Richard Medhurst argument, which I think is important to pick up. We can pick it up now. I have no intellectual beef with Richard Medhurst. I think he's taken his lumps. I think he's been arrested at the border, and he's done some really good reporting on Hezbollah.
Well,
Here you
he's
go.
put out the greatest video on the subject of the Zionist entity, right? It's about 20 seconds long, and it goes, fuck Israel today, fuck Israel tonight, fuck Israel yesterday, fuck Israel last year, fuck Israel 80 years ago, fuck Israel, fuck them and fuck Israel and fuck them and fuck them up.
Yeah. Okay.
Which is the deepest ever.
Ramadan's over. It's Satan's obviously out the cage now.
But I want to actually take this point about, so with all due respect to Richard, and I just paid my respect by calling, by quoting his most significant
Should I
work.
read some of his stuff on the subject?
If you,
I
let
have
me
something
just,
open. Yeah, go
can
ahead.
I just preface it and then you can read it, because it's an important argument and I think we can answer it. Number one, let me put it this way. I've said it before and I'll say it again because I know in my bones I'm right. Yeah, that's me. And this is it. This is the final struggle. This is the 500 years inflection point. I know this for a fact. Like, I've been anti-imperialist, like, we'll keep on repeating, since I've been 10 years old, 9/11, 1973. Then I learned, developed an analysis. I was a post-Trotskyite for a while. And believe you me, brothers and sisters, I was never on the brigade. It's the final struggle. It's here. Never, ever. I was like pessimism of the intellect, optimism of the will, as Gramsci said. And I never thought things were looking up for our side. So I'm saying it now, not because like but because of a very long time observing empire and even thinking for a while it wouldn't go away. This being said, having been defeated for so long, having had all of our intellectual production, our theory industry, as analyzed by Gabriel Rockhill, firmly in the hands of professional defeatists and people who are here to explain to us in the most sophisticated theoretical ways why the left always loses and will always lose. We have defeatists absolutely etched into our political DNA. So many of us, and I can see my mind trying to do this, all the time, are always trying to work out how defeat can be snatched from the jaws of victory. And that is a mistake at this particular moment in time. Make your analysis and say, there is this danger there. Therefore, to make sure we ensure victory, we have to address it in this particular way. That is very useful. But to go, this is all planned by empire, and they're trying to do this, and they're going to F us over once again, because that's what they always do, is to actually intellectually become subservient to white supremacy, to this idea that they will always have the upper hand intellectually, materially, psychologically, narratively over the forces of life. That is not the case, brothers and sisters, and the moment has come of the tipping point and it's tipping over. So let's not go, oh no, it's not really tipping that way. It could still be that way, because as we do this, narratively speaking, we are actually giving ammo to empire, and we shouldn't do this. And I say this with all the love and respect for the comrades and the brothers and sisters who do this out of concern for the movement, but you are actually objectively being counter-revolutionary. And unless you have a PhD in the subject and not from a Western university, because we know what that means, you probably don't really understand the dynamics of it.
That's
so that
maybe
was
a good
my
place to pause.
preface of it. Now you can read a little bit of him, and then we can.
Yeah, let's read what Richard said.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'd even call him defeat. I think that
that's pretty ironic considering the criticisms. I don't think you guys. I don't know if maybe we did hear all the way to that part, but because you guys are making fun of the PhD stuff, right?
I don't think I was, but.
Oh yeah, I guess we did make it to that part, but so this is one of those things that people, the PhDs, this is the part of the technocracy that I criticize, right? That unless you have a very well read background on the subject, you don't have a right to speak. And so only the engineers, only the scientists are really qualified. It's a eugenic kind of mindset, I think, at the end of the day. Only the smart people are allowed to make any decisions or are allowed to even talk about anything.
Okay, if you guys don't agree with me, that's okay. That's how I feel. Okay.
You know, Abby, I always agree with you. Almost like 90%, almost about 90% of the time.
They are academics trying to critique academics. The thing with Gabriel Rockhill, if you haven't been following it, I've been hearing them talk about this for a little while. They've done the academic thing of studying academically the fucking infiltration of academia by like the CIA and stuff, and so they're presenting like academics why the left has been compromised, you know. And so there's a importance to what they've done, but at the end of the day, this is like a kind of the anti-intellectualism that's taken root all over the place is a little bit of a grain of salt to keep in mind here. You know, we're not trying to be against intellectualism. We're trying to be against over-intellectualism of academics who are know-it-alls and potentially influenced by eugenic thinking, whether they know it or not. So it's looking at me side-eye.
No, I'm not. I'm not, Michael. No, I'm not. I'm just trying to calm myself down. That's all I'm trying to do. I'm just trying to calm myself down.
I mean, academics bore the hell. I understand they for good reason, but at the same time, like fucking watching sports bores the hell out of me. All of a sudden, I don't know what happened to Abby here. She'll be back, I'm sure, in a minute. But no, I know there's I have a strong critique of like the school system and everything. I didn't know. I shouldn't say. I didn't know that Germans invented the PhD. Interesting. Thank you for that. But what I mean by I know is I know of like the German influence on the education system, about how it's really about like training good subjects for the military and treating the working class more like kind of like a military with like a military kind of mindset, you know, as far as we're just disposable soldiers, you know, for production. And so they really did invent this modern education system that we have. I've always been a very solid critic of this forced education system that we have. I think ultimately, if you really want a real education system, we need a voluntary education system, as hard for that to grasp for people, because they're so indoctrinated with this. You have to put your kids in school. If you don't, you're some kind of right wing, whatever nutbag who doesn't want people to be educated. It's like, no, I want education on voluntary terms. It's more of an anarchist thing than a fucking right wing conservative thing. So go, welcome back, Abby. I don't know what happened there.
My Google just shut down. I don't know why.
No.
And so, Mike, when you say that you want education on a voluntary basis, what do you mean by that in terms of like students completing up until high school or students
This
only
is
completing kindergarten?
This is a pretty radical thing I've not actually talked about maybe
Mm-hmm.
much at all, but I mean, like children, if they don't want to learn something, is it right for us to say, I don't care? You don't have the right to say, no, I'm going to make you learn. Is that the way to teach them something? I think maybe a healthier, more effective, a more wise education system is to just let the children choose what they want to learn, when they want to learn it. And if they
Mhm.
suffer the consequences of not wanting to know how math works until they're ready, then they can learn it when they're ready. I don't understand what's so hard, what's so awful about that.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, I'll say this, different countries educate I'm sorry, people in different countries have different ways of educating I'm sorry, different education systems, right? So like I mentioned before, Finland does not force young people as early as I think 5 years old to start kindergarten immediately. And because most people don't enter, I'm sorry, most kids don't enter kindergarten until they're like 6.5 to 7 years old. So during that, between birth and about 6.5, it's about play, explore the environment. So it's not a rush to get kids academically gifted. You know what I mean? And whereas like in America, it's totally we have a different mindset. Oh, we got to get kids enrolled in kindergarten by the time they turn 6 years old. Oh, they got to know they got to know their vowels, alphabets, numbers, words. It's because America's education system, K-12, is tied through several funding from federal, state, and local governments, but the majority of funding comes from the local government. And also the standardized testing too also plays a role in how kids I'm sorry, plays a role in shaping kids a learning experience, and also because it's the test. The problem is the test, right?
Right,
When you
the
do
compulsory stuff.
right,
That's
compulsory test, right. And the problem with the compulsory test is that it's not allowing students to be creative, right? And you're right, because not all children are going to learn the same way. And unfortunately, because in America, we don't take a holistic approach to how students learn. And it's putting a lot of pressure on teachers to meet quotas. Because if the teachers don't meet quotas in America, they
So
don't.
so um so you weren't here when we went through the 11 stages of learning.
Mm-hmm.
You weren't here, right?
Who, me?
Yeah,
Oh, he
you.
was. Yeah, he
I
was.
think I was. I think so.
Oh, okay.
He
If
was
I
maybe just
recall.
Sorry.
commenting as much at that time.
I'm sorry. Keep going. Sorry.
So what I was saying is that so the teachers, so teachers are forced or pressured to meet quotas in terms of giving students standardized tests, but not really identifying their students' potentials in areas where they need to work on. But it's not making students really. It's not really making students the center of the attention. It's making more teachers the attention, right? And and I just think that I just think that the teaching paradigm needs to be modified for students' needs. And yes, I agree that students shouldn't be forced to learn. But if we want students to learn, then we gotta I do think teachers have to be creative, you know what I mean, to get students to learn, because you're right. You know, not all students learn the same way because we don't know what students face at home. I mean, outside of school, it could be emotional, physical, or even their parents' financial situations, right? So it's really about bonding, and this is where I think social work comes into play. And unfortunately, most teachers don't want to work with social work.
So may I speak to this?
Yeah.
And by the way, after
Because
maybe he might want to respond to Volontair's comment. By the way, Volontaire, feel free to join us if the link should still be pinned to the chat, right?
it still is.
Yeah, if you like, you can come on up and speak your piece.
So Michael and I talk a lot. I mean, you know, we talk every week, right, Michael?
You mean me?
No, Michael.
Oh, him. Right.
And we talked about this. Like I said, oh my gosh, not only am I going through stuff with my family, with their medical issues, Black Life was going through shit. She had 2 deaths over the weekend that she had to go to different schools to try to counsel these children to make them feel or help them in whatever way she could. One, it was medical. This child had a kindergartner had a heart problem, and the child died. Okay. Then she had to go to high school because a child got shot and killed this weekend. That's a lot. So Michael and I was trying to figure out, were we even going to be able to do the podcast today because of all the stuff I've been dealing with my, not just my personal family, but like her extended family. You know what I'm saying? That should be, it'd be real. It's a lot. Like I try to do it. I try to do the best I can with what I have. And I'm not saying this for sympathy. I'm just saying this to say, what is happening? Go ahead and talk, Miss Amir.
Just having a moment. Sorry. No, it's okay. So maybe Michael Pan was talking about Finland's educational system, and then Volontaire, I feel like you like cheap shots. Maybe you're one of those people who like to take some cheap shots. Finland's among the top countries for antidepressant use. It's all I need to know that their school system is garbage too. This is, I think, a little bit of the topic of the late night show is quick to judge, jump into conclusions, baby you out with the bathwater. I wouldn't say their school system is garbage. I'd say there's probably a lot of reason why everyone around the world talks about it with such praise. But when we talk about present use, the thing with the Nordic countries, I'm just going to try and social democratic fucking relying on American imperialism really to exploit the global South in the name of providing this welfare state that provides a very highly subsidized education system and whatnot, but really is ultimately at the end of the day part of that white supremacy shit. Sorry to be an academic about it, but there's a higher argument that explains why the antidepressant use is happening and why the school system is also one of the best in the world at the same time, and it's part of the blood money of imperialism.
And there's an issue with Project 2025 where they're trying to privatize schools. They're trying to make schools, the public school system, fail. And driving Miss Macy, this comment. Thank you very much. There is a big issue with they put sugar in everything, in ketchup, like in just random condiments. We don't need sugar in condiments. Why is there sugar here? And then they say your children have ADHD or whatever. We got to put them on drugs. What happened to recess? What happened to letting kids go outside and run around? Processed foods. It's just they don't like us. And we have to be real about that. We have to understand that they don't care about us. They don't care about you. They don't care about your children. They want you to fail.
So as far as
let me walk away for a second. I'll be
yeah.
right back.
Oh, okay, you're gonna be right. I was gonna say
Yeah.
we could readdress another comment, but I think we'll wait till you get back for that then.
Well, I'm still here.
Okay.
What
well,
comment?
Just,
What comment?
all right, I'll just tie it a bit together here. He's saying best in the world according to what standard? So that would be the imperialist capitalist standard of this genocidal fucking Epstein class, and then we got the irony about this is the thing about if you want to make jokes all day, whatever, we can't really actually get to know what you actually think. So as far as Abby can't even say bourgeoisie or whatever. As far as you, because I wanted to know about because you come across as maybe a bit callous, Volontaira. You're saying I love supremacy no matter what color it is, 100%. Is this tongue in cheek or are you being serious? Because I asked you if you're a fan of white supremacy or empire. Because you're talking about how this boring guy, whatever. You can be an ally with Abby to criticize that guy while she's lambasting him. But if he's anti-imperialist at the end of the day, or whatever, the reason why Volontaire is criticizing him if he supports white supremacy is different than why Abby would criticize him. So I want to know what you actually think, Volontaire, about white supremacy, imperialism, more in particular, as far as the dominance of whatever empire deserves to win. So Volontaire is racist. I know. That's what I'm saying. I've seen him in fucking Hardlands media chat as far as the right wing that he likes to cultivate over there. And so you criticize Finland and whatnot. It makes me wonder where you come from. You know what I mean?
Where who's the guy who criticized Finland? I'm just
Oh, wait,
curious.
hold on.
He's saying,
Can I pull up this? Can I pull up this?
He was just saying,
He said,
sorry.
What's
Finland is? This is what he's saying. The garbage is. He's saying they're garbage because they're on antidepressants. Just to answer my. Go ahead, Abby.
Oh, I apologize. I'm sorry.
My bad.
You can go.
No. My just
I just saw this. He said, "What's wrong with supremacy? You want everyone to be equally mediocre?"
Definitely not.
What is he talking about?
I don't think you make sense with that. I don't think you.
No, Voluntero. Why
why
don't you pull up Voluntero and make your argument? Why don't you do that? That would be good. Pull up and make your argument.
What do you mean? What's wrong with supremacy?
Who are you talking about? Who are you talking to?
Right.
So you're supportive of hierarchy of capitalism, of the weak dominating the strong. What's wrong with that? You mean? Is that what you mean?
Yeah, his comment. I think I'm not saying he probably could be talking about both. I think white supremacy and capitalism.
Yeah, I think he is an imperialist at the end of the day. He's one of these people who looks at the situation and just whoever loses, there's not much of a moral problem here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if you could pull up the standards, I saw someone mention about standards. Whose standards? You could pull that. If you could pull up that comment.
Which one?
The person said that whose standards are you measuring? I'm not so. I think he might be referring to like Finland standards or comparing Finland to other countries.
I don't know.
Well, we know. Yeah, I think it was after that
That's not
comment.
that one. That's not. That's the wrong one.
Yeah,
Sorry.
that's okay. Let me see.
According to whose standards? As far as
He
that was in
said,
response to something I was saying.
he said, can't some people dominate? Why do you feel the need to dominate someone? Are
This
you a
one.
bully?
Best in the best in the
No,
world.
no, this one.
Okay.
No, yeah.
Are you a bully? Why do you want to dominate someone? People on the panel, do any of you want to dominate someone else?
No, definitely not. It's crazy and it's just wrong to dominate others who don't feel. To dominate other people is telling them they don't have the right to self determination. That sounds more like a white supremacy. It sounds like this person who's making this comment sounds like a white supremacist.
So,
Sounds like
Michael,
somebody would say,
do
"Can't
you
some
want to
people really-
dominate someone?
Can't some people just be rapists? Isn't it normal? Isn't it that Darwinian kind of explanation of how things happen?"
Yeah, and I think that when the same person said that, oh, by treating people equal, you want to be mediocre. No, it has nothing about being mediocre. It's the fact that we're trying to tell people just be equal so that the people at the top can stop exploiting people at the bottom, because this has been going on for so many decades and centuries.
Well,
And
I
the
find
time,
this. Sorry, I just think this is a ridiculous response to say. So when we say, "Can't some people be rapists?" We ever say, "No, people cannot be rapists. People cannot be dominators." Oh, so there's no winners and losers allowed? That's an oversimplification. Or that's a ridiculous
So,
response.
what makes you a winner?
right?
I want to know that answer. What makes you a winner?
Yeah, that's a great question. What makes people a winner? And yeah, unfortunately, in this system we have, people think that winning means you got to dominate over others, you got to have more resources than people at the bottom. Otherwise, if everything is equal, that means people at the top have to give up what they earn or give up power. So to them, give up power means losing, so that people at the bottom can be lifted from the bottom to almost be at the top or near at the top.
That's where we're in a socialist agreement, Michael. That's where I like to hear from you.
Right. Yeah. But going back to the standards, I want to address that same person saying whose standards you're measuring, because I'm trying to understand if he's talking about
Right.
what I said earlier about Finland's education system.
Because in my commentary in response to what he was talking about Finland's school system being garbage, I was trying to explain why you might find a high use of high antidepressant usage, as well as what is considered, spoken by many people around the world, to be one of the best education systems in the world. And so then what his response is, best in the world according to what standard? And then he contradicts himself as far as having this kind of arrogant attitude about these people with their standards about who's the best or whatever can fuck off. But he likes supremacy at the same time. Whatever. What kind of square that circle, buddy?
Right. And also I want to address that comment.
He responded to y'all about what a winner is.
Right. Oh, I know. We'll get to that. But I want to respond to that question about who stands.
I gotta go pee. I'll be right back.
Yeah, so I want to respond to that when he mentioned the stands. Who stands? Well, I got to tell the audience. Standards in Finland are very broad. It's not like it's just one size fits all solution for all students, because Finland not only considers the students' academic needs, but it also considers their socioeconomic and emotional needs, because learning just does not happen in the classroom. It happens outside the classroom. So it's not basing students' academic results based on tests. It's really based on like cooperation, training, um, student-centered learning, right? So it's really holistic. And I don't think the guy who commented, I don't think he understands the holistic side. So Finland measures everything based on like happiness, in addition to meeting educational and healthcare needs. So I think he needs to really reassess what he means by whose standards, because each country measures standards differently, right? Yeah, some countries might measure everything based on the overall educational needs, including like students, financial, emotional needs, right? Or just educational needs alone. So I think the measures are just different from one country to another.
Well, not only it reminds me of the McNamara fallacy. If you've ever heard of the McNamara fallacy,
No, I have not.
it's maybe I should. Um, it's because I think it's really important. Actually, it's one of these things. So you could learn about it, but it appears all over the place. It's named after Robert McNamara, the U.S. Secretary of Defense from 1961 and 1968, involves making a decision based solely on quantitative observations or metrics and ignoring all others. The reason given is often that these other observations cannot be proven. So basically what it is this heavy emphasis on we only really consider valid what can be measured, and whenever people make a point that is interesting that isn't really backed up with statistics or something provable, then what they're saying is basically irrelevant because you don't have any data to back it up. So
Right.
the thing about education systems, whatever, being having all their standardized testing and everything, and being compulsory, it's all about measurement of the individuals, pushing them through this measurement process, and which of course completely prioritizes metrics above all the other important things about education that cannot really be quantified.
Quantified, right? Because because measuring students' achievement is more than numbers. It's really about quality, right? And if they're going to do numbers, fine. The numbers need to measure how students learn, where they where they excel in, and where they need improvements in, right? Because it's continuous, and education just doesn't stop with tests. And also because, unfortunately, schools in America, to continue to receive funding from various levels of government, they have to measure up to the results. Or if they don't measure up to the results, they lose funding.
Right. As far as like he's still going criticizing. No, if you're a top antidepressant country, it's because you're traumatizing youth. That's a fucking
No,
hasty generalization fallacy.
that's not
I
it.
mean,
No, it's not
you got
traumatizing
you. Not to
at
mention, you
all.
got a northern country. Depression is higher with people who have a hard time getting that vitamin D, unless there's some complete bullshit about that kind of connection between depression and sunlight, vitamin D levels and whatnot. But
Right.
beyond that, I'm saying the argument is they are still servant of empire, and we don't really have sovereignty in countries like Finland and Sweden and Norway, right? Like a lot of these European countries, all of them, right? They're the ones in the European Union, especially, like they're not really any small country really. They have to. There's a term called Finlandization, which basically really explains this. Whatever you have to. You're in the sphere of influence of Russia, or you're in the sphere of influence of America. You don't really get to dictate your own policy
Right.
because of fucking imperialism that is not allowed to be part of the conversation unless you're fucking like Marxist.
Right. And I'm going to play this clip in the private chat. I think this is very important. Why people are feeling frustrated, and this is definitely relevant.
You want to play a video? You got something a link to share?
Yeah, it's in the private chat on my Cal.
Okay. Oh, you already shared it. Okay. Let me call it up here then.
Yeah.
Just one moment. How war makes everyone more violent.
Yep.
All right. Here we go. Oh, gotta.
Oh yeah, sorry, the volume.
It's always muted. Anyway.
Bombs fall abroad, domestic violence and homicide goes up at home. This is a well-studied yet not talked about enough phenomenon known as the brutalization effect. And we've known about this for a long time. 1976, Archer and Gardner published a study called Violent Acts and Violent Times in American Sociological Review. And it studied 50 post-war violence increases across 30 control nations and saw that unequivocally violent incidents went up between male and female offenders in the nations that were perpetuating violence and in wartime scenarios. And then a more contemporary study published by Bunt and Connell in the journal Social Forces about war abroad and homicide at home confirmed this, and they studied a data set from 1928 to 2014 and saw the exact same pattern. The brutalization effect goes up when it comes to homicides in the nation that happens to be at war. But they found one interesting phenomenon. It super spiked when the perception of the war in the country that was involved was seen to be unjust. Unjust wars make people more violent. So what was actually behind this? Well, this is where things get pretty interesting. Turns out the brutalization effect is driven by something called moral deregulation. It signals to the society and the people in it that morals and norms no longer apply, because when the war is perceived to be illegitimate, violence seems to be more legitimate, and the macro infects the micro, and we see it showing up in the numbers. How's that for collateral damage? I feel that it's so pertinent for us right now to be checking our hearts, checking our energy, checking how easily triggered we are, because everything from domestic violence, homicides, car accidents, you name it, all sorts of knock-on effects that people don't even think are connected could affect us here because of the war in Iran. Now, here's an interesting thought. What if the brutalization effect works in the other direction? That because our social cohesion is down because of the fact that we're mean to each other, it creates social circumstances that has us elect people more likely to start wars in the beginning. And then because of the wars that they start, the brutalization effect ends up affecting the society, and the cycle just continues. We don't have proof of that, but I bet you that there's a link. Either way, right now, your spiritual work is so important. Your inner centeredness and your groundedness and your being intentional about kindness and pro-social behavior matters now more than ever. Y'all be good to each other. Know the data and know how you play into it. Until next time, I'm Theo E.J. Wilson, aka Brother Tez. Be peace, y'all. For real. Did you know that when American
Damn, I wish I would have been here for that.
Yeah.
I had to go take a piss and check on my mother.
Yeah. How's your mother doing?
Her bad ass is in there being bad.
Okay. Yeah. So I was trying to. Yeah. That's great to hear. Yeah. So I was making
It's
a
great to
connection.
hear. It's great to hear that she's bad. That
No,
she's a
no, no. I'm
badass.
glad she's doing okay. Making sure that she's doing fine. That's all.
Yeah, thank you. I
You're welcome.
appreciate it.
Yeah, but I was making a connection earlier, right? About when you like how like when we focus when we're so focused on going to focus on foreign conflicts, but not focusing what's happening at home. It really translates to it really applies to how like okay if you don't focus on what children really need early on when it comes to learn or first to learn, it shows that it's ignoring their social emotional needs early. Just focus so much on academics. So that's how I see the connection between we're focused on like what's happening out there, but we're not focusing on what's on the inside, right? And yeah, people are going to express, of course, people are
Wait,
going
wait,
to.
wait. Slow down.
Sorry.
Slow down. Cause I'm picking up what you're putting down. Like when you focus on like how people show themselves on the outside,
Right.
not focusing
On
on
the
what's
inside.
going on in the inside.
Exactly.
That was a word.
Right. Sorry. I'm sorry to talk so fast, right?
No, it's okay.
Yeah, because
I
like
just wanted to point that out.
yeah. Oh yeah, no problem, right? Because I think this is very important, right? Because
Very important.
when we, because I noticed like what Michael said earlier, when schools are trying to force kids to learn at an early age, right? It's not looking at the kids' inner strength or inner qualities. It's so focused on, hey, we got to meet the test results. We got to meet standards. So that's how I equate to what Theo said in the clip. Because when you focus on the outside too much, you're ignoring on the inside.
Oh, I didn't see the clip, but
Yeah, but I
I
think
can
you probably like
understand
in the
what you're
middle.
talking about because
Right.
Black Life is an educator.
Right. And I just noticed because I have a degree in social work with a concentration in
Oh, you do?
communities, policy practices, administration. But I haven't not practiced direct social work, but I have worked in like administration, more like credentialing. So I read books about child development learning, took courses in human growth development, abnormal development, human general perspective, and social welfare. So I'm just speaking from generalities, but I can't really speak what social workers have
I did
experienced
not know that.
personally because I didn't have like the direct practice experience. I'm just coming more from like a macro perspective. If nothing, if not,
Yeah.
if I'm not talking about at a micro and meso.
And thank y'all, because I had to walk away, not just because I had to pee and check on my
Mhm.
mom, but the, what we were talking about was getting heavy for me, and I needed, I needed a minute to walk away.
Yeah,
Right.
we tend to always talk about heavy shit, whatever. Like,
Yeah.
I want to respond to a little bit of this about all these Finns or whatever. It's such a fucked up whatever. He's fucking attacking my I'm a diaspora in a way of these like these are my people, sort of. Not quite, but
Right.
the whole thing, they're just like we've been like the thing about being blonde haired and blue eyed, everyone blames us for being like fucking Nazis or whatever, and like that's what when you think describe a Nazi, people think of a blonde haired blue eyed person or whatever. There's a lot of
Right, and not
bullshit about that shit.
necessarily.
They were not really in a powerful position to resist the Germans or whatever. It's the maybe more calculated thing to do to be the vassal state for a smaller state. Like there's a lot of that kind of, unfortunately, to be a realist, you have to actually understand what makes them decide to make their allegiances and whatnot and how this affects this. They've always been trying to establish their own independence from Russia and from Sweden and then from Germany for a long time. They finally managed it after, based on how they played the situation. But it's
I
sovereignty
definitely
at
want
what
to speak
cost?
on that when you're done.
I'm just saying, people don't really understand Finland. Like a lot of places, nobody really understands a place unless they come from that place and they learn the history. They have the best kind of understanding of it being from there. And I'm not really able to speak on it. I was never really from there. And like Abby was saying about a long time ago, whatever, earlier in the show, about how people don't teach their kids that third language, that their homeland, whatever. I was never taught how to speak Finnish, but it's not necessarily because, like, it was because of material conditions, because my mom didn't have the time or energy, and because of the specific situation with my grandmother with her mental health, right?
Right.
Which we don't need to get into right now. So.
Right. That's totally.
But
Yeah,
but
that's
I
understandable.
want to speak.
I
want to speak on that because as a black person and my co-host is a white person. Okay, it's like I'm gonna take you back to Muhammad Ali when he was like, if there's 1,000 snakes coming at me, and like 2 or 3 of the snakes are abolitionists, why should I like welcome the 1,000 snakes when only 2 or 3 of them are for me? You know what I'm saying? So I understand what Mike was talking about. How he's speaking about how he don't feel that way, but because he got blonde hair and blue eyes, people will assume things about him. You know what I'm saying? We have to look at that and think about that.
Right. So in other words, you have to make split-second decisions. You cannot assume that everybody's good unless they show otherwise.
Michael will tell you. I told him myself when we were put together, and I was like, "Who is this white boy you didn't put me with when we were at RBN? Who the fuck is this white boy?
Right.
Why did you put me with him?" Fucking know him.
Well, this is where
That
they're
was
probably like, who the
and,
fuck
and
are these white people trying to be our? We're looking for black co-hosts for a black channel, and all these white people applying.
exactly.
That's what we're trying to do, or whatever. We're trying to overcome this anti-black racism. You know, we're trying to do the walk, whatever. You want us to participate. You know, I specifically got involved because of my background with radio broadcasting. That's what I dropped out of college for. So I would not have volunteered. I would not have got involved in any of this had I not had that interest.
Oh, cool. I didn't know you started in broadcast. I didn't know you started in radio broadcasting, Michael.
Yeah, it was like technology is moving too fast. This is where I've always been kind of a Luddite in a way, whatever, sort of conservative.
It's moving really fast.
Yeah.
It's moving really
But
fast.
You did radio.
the career I chose or whatever, by the time I was enrolled in college, I didn't even have to finish my degree to realize radio is kind of
I got a
passe.
degree in computer science and software development, and it's moving fast for me.
For you?
Hell yeah.
Like, what do you say fast? Are you talking in terms of like developments and softwares?
Like AI and all this shit, TikTok, and like all this shit is.
Just
I feel like
specifically for radio,
I'm old.
the internet just overtook radio, YouTube, and everything. It just made it so that nobody really, if you really want to be making a difference and being heard by the people that, you know, by the actual population of people that are interested in stuff. I don't know how you define that. Maybe there's some eugenist kind of, but like who qualifies for who's the right audience or whatever. But I'm saying like the audience for radio is basically boomers. And then people in the car, like
in the car.
Yeah. So Michael, are you Gen X or millennial?
I'm millennial, 1991.
He younger. Wait, you were born? Wait, were you born in 1991?
Yeah. October 1991.
Holy shit.
I kept thinking like you're probably like the same age as I am. Like I think you're probably like born in like 1982 or 85.
82. Most people think I'm more of a like I'm younger. Most people think I'm like in my 20s, not in my 30s. You know what I mean? So I'm flattered, Michael. Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. Because I was born in 86. That's why I asked.
Cool.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, no, that's all, man. Interesting. Yeah. So
to both of you,
you
both of you need to have young people in your tribe and elders in your tribe because they're going to teach you something.
Yes.
From the youth and from the elders, you're going to learn something from them.
Yeah, for sure.
I stay with younger people and older people in my tribe.
Yeah, when you say like younger people, are you talking about like people who are like 2 years younger than you are?
No, no. I got friends that are like 21, 22.
Wait, 21 years old.
Yeah, absolutely.
Wow.
Absolutely.
Yeah, wow. I'm pretty
Why
sure
not?
Good to listen to everybody. It's just I think with the young people, we have to try and as older people use our judgment and discernment about what their youth is. Their naivety might be limiting some of their wisdom. Just because they're young doesn't mean they don't have insight that is extremely valuable.
Right. For me, it's like I'm okay with like, you know, young people as long as they're like within the same age group or a little bit younger than I am.
Because younger people are going to like keep you young. They're going to make sure that you like have an understanding of the younger dialect, like how they speak, what they talk about,
when I
how
say
they
younger,
feel.
It might also try and get you to do drugs and be more hedonistic and just enjoy
and
life.
when I say younger, I don't mean like
I like that,
people
Michael. Michael, I like
like
that.
10 or 20 years younger than I am. I meant to say like people maybe like 5 years younger than I am. I do have some friends who are older, or I used to have an older friend who was like twice my age. Like
I'm about to be 50.
she was born in 1963, and I thought that she and I had a connection, and it didn't work out, unfortunately. And she and I used to be co-workers, and I gotta tell you, I had a crush on her. I did at
Yeah.
first.
No, I like older women too. I think
Yeah,
men
unfortunately,
should
yeah,
pursue
unfortunately, she
older
put
women.
me. Yeah, unfortunately, she put me in a friend zone.
No, it happens a lot. I get that.
Oh man, I hate. I was so mad
Of
because
course, a older woman is gonna put you in a friend zone because they do that on purpose.
what do you,
Because I'll tell you why.
why
Because they don't want to prey on you.
prey on me?
A older man will grasp onto a younger woman because they're predators.
Well, yeah, but I'm
An
not like
older woman is not going to do
18-year-old
that.
anymore.
An older woman is usually an older woman is not going to do that.
Right. I mean, yeah. So yeah, I was disappointed, frustrated. Felt like she was playing games with me. Keep canceling on last minute events, and unfortunately, we were just friends just for what? Probably like 6 months.
I'll tell you.
So I learned like
I
next time
will
I'll just make
tell
friends
you.
about 10 years
She
older than I am. Definitely not 20 years older or
she
30
she
years.
she liked the attention, but her in her mind, in her understanding, she knew it wasn't right.
When you
And
say
so
not right,
she was trying to leave you alone and let you go be free. You understand what I'm saying?
I think so. Are you saying that because of the age differences
Yes,
that she was gonna get
absolutely.
that she was concerned that I might get too close to her in terms of like going beyond a friendship?
Older women do not prey on younger.
Man,
Well,
and
that's not
there's
true.
some there's some older
There
women
there
who
there
prey
is
on
some.
younger men.
There is
Different.
some.
Is
There is
my
some.
experience with women is that they are all different. You have to get to know them each one
There
by one.
is some that will prey on you. But for the most part, older women do not prey on younger men.
Right.
Like they might, like um have a talk to you for a little bit just
Mm-hmm.
because it makes them feel fun and whatever. But in the meantime and in between time, they gonna think about it and say, no, this is not right.
Right.
And
Yeah, I learned.
that's why she left you alone. It had nothing to do with you. It had everything to do with her and her integrity of
Right.
not preying on a younger man.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because right, because I was there for her when her brother went down physically. And yeah, and I learned from that, yeah, I'll never ever make friends with someone who is 30 years older than I am. And it's just gonna stick with someone like who's in my age group or someone maybe 10 or 20 years old, but definitely not 30 years.
Yeah, 30 years is a bit much.
Almost 30 years. I mean, almost 30 years. She was born in 63. I was born in so about 23 years. Definitely not more than 20 years
Yeah, but I guess
for
to
friendship.
be honest, I've made moves to be with someone 20 years older than me. Didn't
Uh-huh.
end well. Didn't work out, but I can't fail a guy for trying.
Oh man. It was just friendship, right, Michael?
Well, it could have
Y'all
been
need to find somebody
had I
your
maintained
age. Find
my
somebody your age.
I did. As a matter of fact, I did try to find some of my age before in school. She and I were friends for about 4 years, and I thought that okay, I was ready to take the friendship to the next level. And when I asked if she wanted to, move beyond friendship and go on a date, and she declined and said she just wanted to be want to remain as friends or put me in friend zone. And then from there, I just got upset and never talked to her.
She did you a favor.
Yeah, but
She
yeah, I
did
mean, she
you
was
a
like 2 years
favor.
apart,
Find
2 years
somebody
younger
your
than I
age.
am.
You don't want to talk about relationships forever? I guess maybe
We can talk about
I like to make
relationships
class
now.
arguments all the time, class
Let's talk
consciousness,
about
whatever.
relationships
Yes,
now.
women come from a class or
Let's
whatever,
talk
but
about relationships now.
at the end of the day, I think I stand by the statement that women are all individuals. They're all unique, but they have their own nuance. You have to get to know them before you judge them. Just everybody. We always have to. I mean, we all have little tribes that we belong to, whatever, little groups that we want to be a part of, whatever. But we are all individuals, no matter how we try to deny it. So,
Right.
but
Yeah.
yeah, let's talk about relationships. Why not?
Yeah. So, I never had like I said, I never had success. I was not very successful trying to move from friendship to boyfriend/girlfriendess. And so I realized, I'm not gonna ask any girls on a date anymore, never in my lifetime, because
Are you
I
done
hate.
with
I mean,
dating?
I don't like it when girls say, "Let's just be friends." I'm like, no, I don't want to be friends forever because I've waited so long to be friends. I'm ready to take it to the next level. And the girl I really liked was from school. She was about the same age as I was at the time, and
Mm.
she was so focused on her career.
You know what?
I think you might have fallen in love with maybe the wrong person.
Muscle meal, like
Like she and I had something in common. We talked
if
about
you just
politics.
hold on, you the right one is gonna come to you. Just hold
Right.
on.
Yeah, don't give up on women in
I got a
general
song for that.
because of one individual, right? I mean,
Yeah, so I'm like, I won't make friends with females ever in my lifetime because they'll always like most of them, not all of them, like to play games with guys. You're not always very
Hold on,
honest.
you my friend.
Oh,
Wait a minute.
I know, right. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. I didn't say all of it. I said majority or minority are totally different. But I'm just saying that from my experience, I would never ever, you know, make friends with my coworkers or even like my colleagues. I mean, classmate from college. Never.
You're not supposed to make friends with your colleagues. Why are you doing that?
Oh, I did
no,
because
this is why. No, this is the socialism is the different. Like, come on, guys. Like, you got to make friends with your colleagues. You gotta. And
No, you don't. No.
Well, if you want to really understand, have some class
No.
solidarity, this is where you could be you could claim to be a socialist and not a
Uh-huh.
communist. But if you don't even want to build relationships with your coworkers, with your neighbors, this is not really showing any kind of class solidarity.
No, you don't.
No, but this was
You gotta. You can't just like the bourgeois mentality to act like we gotta leave the politics at home. When we come to work, politics stay at home, whatever. That fucking plays right into the ruling class's hands.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but it's the thing. One time I remember at work, my colleague asked me about my opinions, right? And I
Not to
just
say
said,
every
as it
colleague is
is,
good. Yeah, they can be garbage people for sure. Sorry.
right. I mean, she was good. I mean, yeah, she and I hit off well as colleagues/friends. But I almost wanted to ask her out, but I was like indirect. Didn't want a bar to ask her on a date. Not at all. So I figured I'll just keep it to myself. But then she noticed that I guess, kind of like, I guess too close. Taking the friendship to the next level too quickly. Even though I didn't say it directly, you know what I mean?
They're tricky. You gotta earn their trust and respect, and basically, I think a lot of women just want to be in control the whole time, and they want.
Right, and that's why I have an issue with women controlling the game. You know what I mean?
There are
And-
times. I mean, it's not to say that it's all women or most women. I'm just
Right,
saying that there
I'm
is
just
this
like some.
response to men being always the dominant one, wherever. So a woman, maybe she's being overprotective about the types of man she's willing to engage with, so that she is very controlling about who she is willing to get to the next level with.
Right, and not to
I
mention,
could spend like 8 months with a woman trying to get in those pants, and I can't never her fucking. She's got to have too much control. You know what I mean?
right. Uh, and I remember, yeah, I remember that she got she was in a relationship, I think, for like what 2 or 3 years, and there were times that she got married, almost got married, but she called the wedding off. But yeah, but well, after that, I was like so
You
over
saying
it.
you almost got married? Sorry.
No, she almost got married to some her own age,
She
almost,
did.
but
Okay.
she called off the wedding.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
It sounds like you had a brush too close to the sun with a
Yeah,
stunning
I mean,
woman.
because what she wore at work, it was like attractive. I mean, I tried to be distant, you know what I mean? But when she wore something that was, attractive, yeah, it's natural for men to not to take their, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
I got my own relationship problems. Where this is the thing about should we talk about relationship? Well, how versed are you, or whatever? How much are you willing to talk about yourself, whatever? But,
Who, me?
no, I'm saying me more. Like I'd
Oh,
love to get out there more. I think the reason like lately is more just don't really have the resources to be spending the time doing what I would like to do. And then I have another thing that's very much limited me is I don't want to be using the online apps or whatever to be
mhm.
what defines how I the gateway for how I get relationships. But refusing that outright, it makes it with when you have already antisocial personality kind of problems,
Mhm.
very hard to get out there.
Right. Yeah. Like I
But yeah,
said,
and as far as having your heart broken, whatever, I'm not sure what you've heard about me talking about my own personal
mhm.
situation, but I had a situation with my ex.
X.
I'm going through my ex girlfriend, whatever, common law wife. We were together for like almost 10 years,
Mhm.
about 10 years, probably off and on, or more than maybe, depending on how you measure things, whatever. Hard things that are not so easily qualitatively measured, like we were saying, right? So it's
Right.
but now we've been going through child custody for like 4 years, and someone that I love for the most of the time that I've ever known her for these past 4 years, whatever, she put
Mhm.
me through a whole lot of shit that makes it a little bit more difficult. I've always been this more lefty, maybe a little too much of a snowflake, acting like women are putting them on the pedestal like they're so fucking amazing or whatever. And then this woman fucking puts me through hell through court. Makes it hard for me to be like, oh, all these misogynist people who, I don't know if it's fair to, if Voltaire would willingly call himself a misogynist, but
Mhm.
um, a lot of this misogyny on the right or whatever, there are women out there, however they've internalized whatever, however you want to academically explain it, whatever. Like
Right.
you can have your fucking your life destroyed by a woman, just like a man can destroy a woman's life or whatever. But
Right.
statistically or whatever, men do far more damage to women.
Mhm.
Right.
Right, and I'll say that the only difference is that women, most women, not all of them, are more covert in their ways of hurting men.
Well, based on historical necessity or whatever, as far as like, how do you
Like when I
master
say,
the art of being at the like we were getting into about the
mhm.
typical male perspective of where are women objectively weaker or whatever. So then they have to come up with objective ways to get around their disadvantage. So then they have to be
Right.
sneakier, and then we blame them for that. Whatever. But we've always used our natural upper, like bigger male strength that we're endowed with through evolution or whatever to dominate them.
Mhm.
And so what do we fucking expect? It's a fucking boomerang.
Right, and especially like, from my experience, when two females I had a crush on, played games in front of my face, not being honest, cancel at the last minute or closer to what I had planned out. Yeah, it's just a slap on the face to me. And it shows that, yeah, I don't trust a fox anymore. I would rather deal with a wolf than a fox in a relationship.
Yeah, I don't know about this. These are like stereotypical ways to refer to women. I wouldn't be
Oh, I'm not stereotyping. I'm not saying
Yeah.
all women are like that. I'm not saying not
They're
most of them,
vixens, you know.
but a
But
good
men can be
majority.
foxes too, whether they're gay or not. You know, uh, men can be too crafty for their own good, as much as
Right, but
they're
I'm
the
saying like men, at least
stereotypes
like
that we're stupid.
right. But at least like men, they're more honest, right? But whereas women, I know women want to be honest, but then
Women, I wouldn't say are less honest than men. These are all stereotypes, right? So
right. But I'm just saying that the women are more honest in a different way. In other words, women wait for wait for the right time to say it. You know what I mean?
they might have a higher awareness about when it's acceptable to be honest.
Right.
It's a waste of time.
But then it's too late because why they didn't say it earlier? You know, to men.
Well, the manly thing about being honest is often you have to be willing to sacrifice your social status in order to prove your honesty and all that. And social capital has to go out the window to prove honesty. And that seems like a manly kind of confirmation bias, you know?
Hmm. Yeah, and so I told myself, like I said earlier, I told myself never ever date a colleague at work or even make friends or even make friends with a classmate in college. Never in my lifetime. If I had to turn the clock back. And I would rather find a woman at a bar. I would rather date a woman or get to know a woman at a bar than getting to know a woman at work.
Yeah, I would like to maybe prefer to meet a woman at a bar, but I also don't really like going to bars anymore. I'm kind of stuck with that.
Yeah.
'Cause I don't like how expensive they are, and I don't really like how noisy and
Hmm.
the atmosphere is kind of toxic from my latest experiences, where like people are like getting into this more
Hmm.
like immature, brutal behavior as opposed to like the bar. Like the bar is more like people just want to get crazy instead of you don't have what happened to just going to the bar to meet people or whatever without
Right.
getting dangerously drunk or on drugs and stuff.
Right. Because every time I have every time I have a crush on colleagues, whether it's at work or school, it's like I go too far, right? Or I go ahead of myself. Because yes, I mean, like, yeah, I mean, obviously, it's very natural for men, to get closer to women, because of their, like I said, because of their beauty, right? And it's interesting how the person said that he or she prefers a fox over a wolf. I would say fox, you got to be careful because a fox can come in different forms, different shapes, and you don't know what she's going to be thinking, behind your back.
Yeah, the foxes are sexy. I mean, you can't deny that.
Oh yeah, not right. Don't deny. Right,
But
right,
as far as
right.
like the sustainable relationship, whatever, like the cute versus the sexy, or like there's the same thing. Analysis happens with women versus men. You know,
Hmm.
there's the you want to play it safe or you want to go for the bad boy.
Right. But I gotta tell you, the colleague I had a crush at work, she had a child when she was 19 years old.
Yeah.
In the 1980s. And her daughter is 4 years older than I am.
Yeah,
But
it's a whole thing about getting involved with people with children. It's something of a it's milfs are hot, whatever, but
hmm
children are a lot of work, and you can't just be there for the woman and not for the child.
yeah, right. It's so true. And so that's why I see not that's why my former co-worker slash friend have a hard time, meeting up. It's funny because she invited me to her place multiple times. And I thought to myself, let me be reciprocal. Every time I have a plan, I'm sorry, event planned out, and she never calls me. I remember she didn't call me until I had to call her.
This is
What is
something
he
I found a problem with me too. Like, how
Yeah,
do I
and
read when I'm being the one always reaching out? How am I
mhm.
supposed to take that?
Right, and I took it, me, I didn't take it very well, and I took it, like, very angry, you know what I mean? Like,
Hmm.
I literally, like, yelled at her, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
Because I'm a
well, you need some kind of validation that like, hey, you actually care about me. You got some kind of respect or whatever, right? Like, you don't fucking, you're not just like treating me like a man would use a woman, would you? Like,
Right, and this was just friendship, you know what I mean? Because she invited she invited me to her place multiple times, and, I'm just trying to be fair and so damn reciprocal and not just me going to her place so many times. And yeah, so yeah, vent out my frustration.
that's part of the catch-22 that maybe it's perceived and maybe it's not really all real, but it just feels
Right, and she
kind of
didn't tell me.
like no matter how much we try to be
Mhm.
not misogynistic, trying to be equal and trying to I don't want to make you come to my place. I want to come to you, and like I want to show that I'm one of the good men, or whatever. It's like, but if you don't trust me, no matter what I do, how does being the better man work for me? If
Mhm.
like that's why it seems it's weird as far as when you look at how men who are misogynistic still get laid probably more than people who aren't. How does
Right.
that happen?
Yeah, and so when I yelled at my former friend, I sounded like Donald Trump, you know what I mean? Because I'm about let's let's take it head on. Like I want to go straight to the point. I don't want to sugarcoat things because as men, we don't have time to play games. We don't have time to like, hey, let's reschedule another time. No, like tell us ahead of time, as opposed to telling us like
May,
at the
may,
last
may
minute.
I may I ask y'all something?
Sir.
Because
Yeah.
I was trying to hang back,
Uh-huh.
and let you
Let the
men
guys
talk.
talk.
Yeah, let the guys talk. Um, do you see a trend of men and women just don't even fucking like each other no more?
Pretty
Yeah,
much.
pretty much. Yep.
I don't even have to hesitate. Yeah, no, this is. I think we're in a problem here. I don't
All right,
understand.
I'm gonna mute. I'm gonna mute myself and let y'all talk.
As far as how
Yeah.
I understand it, it's got to always come back to the capitalism, whatever. It's that fucking alien. The consequences of the alienation of capitalism, if you let it continue, whatever, to its logical conclusion. This is exactly what we should have expected to happen, but people
Mhm.
don't follow the theory, whatever, and they don't. It just kind of sounds like a nice academic way of explaining away what the fuck is happening.
Right. And like nowadays, women, if they want men to approach them, I think it should be the reverse. Women need to approach men, not men approach women, because times have changed, right? And
Oh
which is
wait, hold on.
I'm talking in today's economy.
Miss O'Meal.
People don't want to
Okay,
get trapped in with kids
hold
or whatever.
on, Miss O'Meal. In today's economy, it's still a patriarchal system, is it not?
I mean, yeah, it is. I mean, sir, it is some ways.
So yes or no? Is it or is it not
I mean, it
a
is.
patriarchal system?
Yes.
Okay, the system that the patriarchy set up says that men are supposed to protect
Provide,
and
dominate.
provide for women.
Mm-hmm.
So why are men in a patriarchal system saying that no, we're not doing this no more? Well, we'll break the system. If you don't want this system to exist anymore, then it is the men's job to annihilate the system. If you don't want this system to be here anymore. You understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I'll let you respond.
Right. Right. And like I said, because I was alluding to today's economy, how it's very patriarchal, and men are just not going to take it anymore from a woman to always provide, protect, and dominate. No, if woman wants,
That's not what I asked you. I said, if it's a patriarchal system that men set up
Mm-hmm.
and you don't want it anymore, and you are demanding women to protect and provide 50% in a system that is still patriarchal, you cannot do that when the system is still patriarchal. You have to annihilate the system first.
We're gonna have to get to Volunteer's question after.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying to end the patriarchal system, so that way men are not being pressured to provide everything for women, and so that women do not expect a lot in this patriarchal system. But what I'm saying is that you have some women who are still okay with the patriarchal system, and they don't want it to. I'm sorry, they don't want to see it to be eliminated.
I want to answer Volunteer's question. You
Mhm.
put it. I'll pull it back up. So
I just didn't mean to
Volunteer
interrupt.
says,
You're asking him his question, but yeah.
how is it a patriarchal system if it's the man's job to basically be a slave to women? You created the system. That's what I'm saying.
That's so unfair.
We didn't. No, it's not unfair.
No, I mean
the
to
system was
say that women
created
by men.
Men are slave to women. That's what's unfair. That's like such a
okay.
distortion of the facts.
Mm-hmm.
So go ahead.
Okay, I understand what you're saying. Okay, I'm asking him. It's a system that was set up not only in United States of America, in Canada. Like, y'all set the system up. So why are you complaining about the system that you put in place?
Yeah, we're
Right.
If
slaves
you
to
don't
women.
want this system,
When we didn't give them the vote for how long, and we still complain about the consequences of giving them the vote.
and they're still trying to take the vote away from women right now. Like,
Right.
what are you talking about?
Inversion of reality in order to make your claim justified.
Right.
If you don't want a patriarchal system, then it's your job to end the patriarchy.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't want to do that, then stop fucking complaining about it. Do what the fuck you supposed to do in this patriarchal system, which is to provide and protect. If you can't do that, then what the fuck is wrong with you?
Right.
Men are whipped by other men. So what is the problem here? And they're also homophobic often,
Mm-hmm.
and counterintuitively, whatever, homophobic and gay at the same time. Some of them, like Lindsey Graham. So what is happening here? It's like this imperialism or whatever, that when you understand its effect on gender and whatnot.
Are you seeing his comments?
Right, I'm saying imperialism has warped the fuck out of our understanding of gender relations, and we want to correct that issue, but people are like, no, this is what's normal. It's like, it's so not normal. You know, this dominating,
Mm-hmm.
you know?
If you don't like the system,
End
change it.
And it's not on a superficial level. It is on a structural, extremely oppressive, very real level.
Yeah, like that shit is bullshit to me. Okay, so you're not saying that it's a patriarchal system. It's on a superficial level.
It's
Okay,
ignoring
so
the history
are
of the
you also
matriarchy.
saying that the hierarchy of America is on a superficial level? That black people on the bottom? Like, what are you talking about?
He's acting like we're in this matriarchal system that used to actually exist in history, that has been obliterated by the violent establishment of patriarchy thousands of years ago by these Abrahamic religions. That doesn't get talked about often enough because we can't, unless you're kind of woke about it, I guess. When you talk about it, you deny it.
You see what he just said? Women don't have to register for selective service. Nobody in America has to register for selective service.
Yeah, it's just not only women.
That's
Men
not
don't
an
have
American. That's not an American thing.
Mm-hmm.
That happens in North Korea or I'm just gonna leave it alone. Nobody in America, it's all volunteerism, and women volunteer to go into service just like men do. So what are you talking about?
He's living like it's the 1950s.
Like this,
1950s.
Like
what the fuck
fucking
is this dude talking
women
about?
have to work now. There's this whole thing about how they push divorce on purpose in order to break up the family so they could exploit the woman even more.
And does he not realize that in World War II, women were in service?
Mm-hmm.
Like what
He's probably thinking about. He's probably thinking about
you think you're
the.
talking to a dumb person?
I think he's talking. I think he. I think he's talking about the masculinity of men, or the image of men being masculine, doing heavy duty. I'm sorry, doing heavy duty, whereas women, their role is uh, to be a subordinate to men.
Because there are physical constraints as far as how we naturally evolved over millions of years, as far as men being the hunters more and women being more the gatherers, whatever. But things change.
There are tribes in Africa where women were the hunters. So
even though
it
things change,
doesn't
whatever, there's still
even make
differences.
sense.
According, if you find if you do the actual history, the historical materialism, you can find like the Scythians that everyone likes to sort of put a lot of faith in with the horse culture that sort of established what they consider white supremacy or whatever in ancient times, or whatever. They fucking had a very culture that respected women or whatever in ways that people don't understand because they want to. The presentism makes them want to think of ancient cultures with the misogyny of today.
Look, I'm a woman, okay? I love men. I love men. And I love women. And if there was a man on this chat that doesn't love women the way they love men, you can bounce. Like it doesn't make sense
This
to
is
me.
where Volterra seems to be very opinionated, but he doesn't want to come up to defend his opinions with his voice.
Yeah, come up to defend yourself.
He says yes. Almost all. He said yes. Almost all male U.S. citizens and male immigrants living in the U.S. who are aged 18 to 25 are required by law to register with the Selective Service System. Let me respond to that.
Women also. Okay,
Also
I'm sorry.
serve in the military,
I'm
right?
sorry. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Because
Go
even
ahead.
like when I applied for jobs before, right, as government or not, especially government jobs don't ask you if you're male or female. They ask you, have you registered with Selective Service between ages of 18 and 25 years old? They never ask up for gender identification or sex.
We got to give him his props. He said, Abby, you're what did he say?
You're just wrong about
Oh,
Selective
he said
Service.
I'm wrong about. Oh,
You want to give him his
I thought
props
I was
about
gonna give him his
how you're
props.
wrong?
No, I'm not giving him his props. No, fuck that. No, fuck you and your mama.
Yeah, I don't know what
Because your mama
selective
didn't
service.
raise you right. Your
This
mama
is an
didn't raise
American
you right.
thing. I don't know what you mean exactly by selective service. If you want to maybe briefly bring me up to speed.
Yeah, Selective Service like recruiting people to join the military. Anytime you can be deployed, like you sign a contract, and they pay you. They also give like bonus, and you have to meet like physical. You have to meet like physical standards to be in the military.
But you don't have conscription, so he's acting like there's conscription. He's maybe conflating selective service with conscription.
I mean, could be, or maybe he from his.
Conscription is when you are obligated to go into service. So
required by law is what he's saying.
Required by law, yeah.
Right.
America doesn't have conscription. It's all voluntary. It's all voluntary unless they have a draft.
Right.
Which I think is something is a very important conversation that should be happening. I think they are looking to implement one out of what they consider necessity to save a dying empire.
Volunteer says women in caps do not have to register for selective service. Nobody does in America.
What?
Nobody
Reinforcing
does. It's
what-
all voluntary.
But what would, even if
So what
he's
is
right,
he talking about?
we could steel man the argument instead of straw man it, which would be act like he's got the best argument in the world, and we could say, so what if you're right? What does this mean? It means that they're actually trying to reinforce the patriarchal psychology by saying that men are the ones who have to do men's work, and women, by virtue of being women, must be constrained to this activity that men dictate is their sphere of influence.
Hey, can I say? And I'm gonna add.
Musa Mill,
Mm-hmm.
am I lying when I say women were bringing water to
The soldiers?
To the soldiers. They were taking care of them. They
Yeah,
were
you're not wrong at that. You're not.
administrative. Yeah, they were in the administration. They were out there in the fields.
Fields like supporting like the soldiers, like providing like medical
Right.
support.
And they could have got bombed just as much as the men could have.
Mm-hmm. Right, and so because I think
So what is he talking about?
I think Montero is talking about like once both genders sign for when they answer the question yes that they're above 18 years old for selective service, right? And then once you get called in selective service, that there are different physical standards for men and women in the military. I think that's what he's trying to say, right? Or that's what I think he's trying to convey.
So if Trump does a draft now, they could draft me because I'm older, but they could draft me for administrative work.
Right.
And you know what I'm doing? I'm going to jail.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck that.
Right. Because
So
right.
I'm gonna have to make sure my mama taken care of. I'm going to jail. I am not going
to fight a war that does not respect.
That don't have shit to do with me.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry.
No, that's okay. Hey, I understand.
I'm hyped. I'm so hyped. I'm sorry.
Because
let me
like
mute
I said,
myself.
because when like I said, when I applied for government jobs in the past, right, it never asked about the sex of the applicant regarding selective service. It just asks, are you 18 and up? Yes or no? And it's a very simple question. It never asked for like the sex of the applicant. So when I read the question, it means it really applies to both male and females.
It's funny that there's this focus on about how men are the ones who are supposed to die to protect the women and whatnot. Ironically enough, maybe we're coming to that point in history where it's becoming made moot because of the advance of robot soldiers. And now I guess it's not about men or women dying for the so-called country. It's just about these fucking robots or whatever, sucking all the value, whatever, making us all live in poverty so that the robots can fight each other.
May I read this for you guys?
Sure.
Volontero says, men are the ones who have to die in the war to protect the women and children in case there's a draft. Women have to volunteer. That's a fucking lie.
Like it's 1950. I feel like he's just not really.
That's a lie. That doesn't even make sense.
Not living.
Women are in the military right now.
Mm-hmm. And women are still fighting too.
Is in the military.
It's not even about women anymore. It's about trans people in the military. We moved past the issue because women are so accepted in the military, except for the fact that actually we have to come back. We have to pull back about the patriarchy, the misogyny, whatever. Women are still getting raped like fuck in the military. In the West, at least. I don't know about everywhere, but even though they've been allowed to be, and they've been, they use their labor in the military, they let them be soldiers, wherever, but then they still think that they have the right to rape them as fellow soldiers. And they're not there because they volunteered. They're there for the same fucking economic conditions that are forcing men to recruit because they find that when they work for the military, that it's better benefits, better pay than for them to work in the civilian
Right.
movement. All the other women that are not in the military, they don't want to be a whore, so they would rather be someone who knows how to defend themselves, who knows how to be lethal and kill a man if need be. And so, but we still have to look down on them because they're never going to be a man. Whatever. Well, get over yourself. So we've been at this for 9 hours. It is 1 a.m. for me. We got a good little robust conversation about misogyny going on. I don't know about if Abby's wanting to be wrapping up anytime soon, or we want to keep going if you're feeling good.
I think I'm gonna. I think it's time to wrap up. I think all of us getting sleepy right now.
Yeah, it's getting. I don't want to. I've said before, I don't want to be trying to go till 3 in the morning.
Yeah.
I'm gonna throw off my day tomorrow. So I think Abby might have taken a break. We have to wait for her to get
I'm right here.
Okay, good.
I'm right here. I ain't went nowhere.
No, cool.
I was trying to calm my body down because Volunteer got me too fucking hyped.
Are we gonna be looking like we're running away if we wrap it up now, or do we need to be?
I feel like it. I
think if we got a fight to fight, I don't know. Volunteera feels. I don't think he got much of a position to defend, but
No, he doesn't. I think he probably left. So I think it's about time to close this.
He didn't leave. He's still in the chat.
This is just what I've seen him for, I guess, years now at this point. He's in the other like Hardlands media chat that I see him in. I don't really see you anywhere else, but I think that he's got a closed mind on this. I don't think he's going to be dialectical about it. So you ready to?
Volunteer will say, "Hey."
He's stealing the show. Come on up if you want to.
He ready for the smoke. Volunteer, come up.
Do you have the equipment
in the chat?
to talk with us?
Yeah. By the way, I'm familiar with Hardlands Media, Michael.
Oh yeah. I'm more of
Miss Macy agrees with him. She said he's talking about if there's a draft. Okay, but we've been talking about that. So
they will draft men, but not women. You mean, as far as he's right?
Right. Like, what are you saying? Because they
saying
will draft women too.
At the end of the day, though, that even if he's right about that, he's still wrong. What that means, though, at the end of the day, is that they're still reinforcing the patriarchal mindset by acting like men are the ones who are supposed to be conscripted because they are men, and women are not allowed to be conscripted because they are women. That is enforcing a bifurcation on society that is not normal, but is treated as if it is by people like Volunteera here.
He asked me to look up selective service, so I'm going to look up the definition, and we'll read it right here. Selective service.
This is where a lot of
I'm going to share it. I'm going to share it, and we're going to read it together, so we'll all have an understanding. Okay.
Yeah, a lot of my arguments about I don't know what kind of category it makes me fall into or whatever, but I guess I prescribe to the social constructivist argument. So gender is a social construct, race, social construct, capitalism, all this stuff, right? There's a whole lot, is a very far-reaching thesis, right? And a lot of people reject that. I bet you Volunteera does not or believe, or maybe I wonder if you understand the argument being made that gender is a social construct, meaning what you're saying about what a man is or what a woman is socially constructed. So it doesn't have to be what we say it is. It is basically what we say it is. It can change over time, basically, because we make it into what it is. What a man is today is not what a man is in the future, basically.
Should I read this? Or
yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead, read it.
let me make it bigger. Okay. Selective Service System. So this is sss.gov official. Okay. Do your part, register today. When you register with the Selective Service System, you're helping ensure a secure future for your community and the United States of America. Federal law requires nearly all male U.S. citizens and male immigrants to register at 18. The agency permits males up to age 25 to complete their registration with the social services system and a national security. I'm sorry, in a national emergency. Selective Service System will use the registry to provide personnel to the Department of War and alternative service for conscientious objectors if authorized by the President and the Congress. So I think he's talking about why they're talking about only men, but women
Have served in the military before.
are in the military. Like they go into the military.
And these are adjustments to the law that are
Signed by President
class
Trump through.
warfare. This is class warfare.
And this is the Department of War.
Eligible
So
for jobs.
Yeah.
It says at the bottom there, you're eligible for social services and jobs only if you register. And so then
Registration for
they make
men.
your access to upward mobility and capital based on
Oh, here we go.
your national allegiance.
Here's women.
Let me see if I can click on it. No, the law requires that only men register.
So he's right about that.
He's right about that. But women are in the military.
Military as well, right?
So what are we talking about? I would really like him to come up and, and
I don't think he's going. I
explain
don't think he's.
himself.
I don't think he's going to come up to defend his position because he has nothing to really back up, further with.
Yeah,
But I do think.
Does he
Not a lot of people like to
does he
be.
even understand that the Department of War don't even want black men in the military anymore?
I don't think he understands that.
They are actively trying to dismiss black men from the military.
Right, and recruit white men to join.
Yeah, I'm not wanting to be like a lot of people who are saying, unless you're willing to come up and talk to us face to face, you're not valid. I'm happy at least if you want to continue to engage in the chat, as long as you're going to engage in good faith. I think he has so far. He's defending his position as far as he sees it. He's not
But
being.
he can come up. If he can't come up, then stop talking.
One thing worth mentioning as far as the way things have gone earlier tonight is he's not been feeling the need to be too attacking us personally. He's just saying
He's not. He's
so
fine.
good for you on that.
He's welcome here.
Yeah.
Sorry. You're always welcome here.
But back to what you're saying about addressing his arguments, right? So it's...
Oh, yes, I'm going to head out anyways. I'm getting tired. Gotta wake up next.
We all leaving, I guess.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Thanks for joining us, Mike.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, because I gotta wake up early the next day to do some errands. But thank you so much.
Thank you.
We'll see you next time.
All right.
For hanging out.
All right. Yeah, you're welcome.
You have a good night.
You too. Good night. Good night,
Peace.
Mike.
Good night.
Good night, Abby.
So Volunteera, I really want you to come on. Maybe next Tuesday, if you want to, because it's getting late. It's getting late.
Yeah, it might be about. Seems like the natural time to be wrapping up.
You have to be here.
But although, as much as we'd be happy to wrap up, if you still want to join us, maybe we got time for one last little Oh, yeah. If you want one last little engagement, are you up for it, Abby? Because I think you probably are. But after this, we got to
Oh,
call it a night. You know what I mean? I hope not to be going on for 2 hours after.
yeah, you can join by your phone.
Yeah. I don't know how we would do that.
No, he could do that. He can go to StreamYard
Yeah, if you just use it, you don't have to come on
on
a
his phone.
computer. You just use your phone, and you can. We got the link posted still to the chat.
He said we just gonna think he crazy. No, Voluntero, we don't treat people like that.
Even if we do, I'm sorry. If we do, we try our best to actually give you your space to speak your piece, even though we have our own biases, right? Sounds good. We can wrap up either way. Not trying to peer pressure you too much. So, but thank you for your commentary.
So I want to play a song. Oh look, wait.
Should have
look
seen how agitated I got
What he said
earlier.
How agitated Abby got.
You know,
I did,
Oh.
and I apologized for it, didn't I?
No, I know, but I yelled. I apologize. I yelled at you earlier tonight because I got really upset or whatever about because we were everyone was harping on for like an hour about people interrupting each other, and then we just ended up not being able to rein it in. And
we reined it in.
By example.
We apologize to each other. We good. It's okay. we're human beings, and sometimes we get loose. It's okay.
That's true, Cowboy. He's pretty mild compared to some of these clowns we've had on lately.
Yeah, Voluntero, you're always welcome. You're fine. So I do have a song I want to play. To end, we might get a copyright, but I'll just take it off. But I want y'all to hear this because I want everybody to know on the panel and in the chat that this is a safe place. And that's what the song is about. So, do you want to say something?
As much as we can provide. I mean, I do know some of the more right-wing mentality is some scorn for the leftist woke attempt to provide a safe space no matter what, and that can be kind of at the expense of actually having a real conversation or getting to the real root of the matter. And we're not trying to provide a liberal safe space. We're trying to provide that sanctuary from that fascism that's essentially essential for us. So
Voluntero's good with us. We good with you, baby. We good with you.
Until there's some other reason for real beef. You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying about the thing, right? We're good with you, but like if you're gonna be if we need to
don't do it. Don't do it, Michael. Just let it go.
All I'm trying to say, if from the dialectical thing about being the Marxist thing or whatever, we're not willing to leave that engagement that is necessary. But people, no, that's what I'm saying. That's a liberal tendency to act like these engagements are not necessary. But a lot of this stuff is important for people to sort out what's misconception, what's stereotype, or what's bullshit, whatever. You have to get dirty with the people spreading the dirt. But we don't mean to just fucking become these people who like to be slanderer, throwing the mud at the wall to see what sticks. That's all I'm trying to say, right?
Okay. Well, do you want to say your goodbyes before I play this? You go first, and then I'll go last.
Thank you all whoever managed to watch this towards the end, and those of you who are most loyal supporters. We appreciate you all, no matter who you are, how you found us. Hopefully we'll see you next time. Hopefully we'll see you on Thursday. Check us out.
5 Central.
Yeah, 5 Central.
6 Eastern.
6 Eastern. Every Thursday, every Tuesday at 3 p.m. Central, 4 p.m.
Wait. You gotta fix that.
Sorry, this
Thursday is 5 p.m. Central, 6 p.m. Eastern.
Right.
Tuesdays is whenever we can figure it out. It's usually around 3 or 4 Central.
Yeah. We've been doing lately. Tentatively, our Tuesday show starts at 3 p.m. Central, 4 p.m. Eastern. However, we may shift that back, start a little bit later. We don't need to do a 9-hour show every Tuesday, basically, is the way to put it. So.
I love the 9-hour show.
I appreciate these shows. These are fun. This is a good way.
I love that shit.
On Thursdays, we can formulate our nice, more scientific approach, or whatever you want to call it. Our more we provide our sources. We provide our reporting. You see what you think about it. On Tuesdays, it's more of an open. You come and bring us what you want to talk about. We're not trying to give you something to think about. You know what I mean? So either way.
On Tuesdays,
yeah,
it's an open discussion. Anybody can come up, pull up, talk to us. We want to hear from you. On Thursdays, it is a closed discussion. We try to do our research, and we're trying to explain to people what we learn about all kinds of things, domestic and foreign. And then, hey, that's what we do.
But thanks for joining us. We'll see you guys next time.
I just want to say to the family, my goodness, you guys have been loyal supporters of us. We super appreciate you. Like, our subscribers are growing organically. Like, we not doing shit.
Sometimes
like, we not buying viewers. We not doing any of that.
What did we do to deserve this? I appreciate you. Thank you so much, all of you. Yeah.
Okay. Bye-bye now.
We'll see you tomorrow or on Thursday. So, peace.
And this is my message to you.
Oh. You wake up checking your phone before your feet hit the floor, carrying everybody's feelings before you walk out the door, smiling in every picture, even when your eyes feel tired, posting strength to the world while your heart feels uninspired. You tell everyone I got it, even when you don't know how. You've been holding life together, but who's holding you right now? You don't gotta earn my love. You don't gotta prove your worth. You don't gotta hide the battle you've been fighting in the dark. You don't gotta keep it together. You don't gotta stand so tall. You don't gotta be unbreakable. You're unbreakable. You don't gotta do it all. You can breathe forever with me. You don't gotta hold your chest. You don't gotta fear tomorrow. You don't gotta fear your past. You are safe to be soft here. You are safe. You are safe to let go. You are safe. You are safe to be loved fully. You are safe. More than you've ever known. You are safe. You can fall apart in my arms. You don't gotta pretend to be strong. When the world feels loud and heavy, I'll be where your heart belongs. I'll be your safe place. I'll be your safe place. I know you're tired of heartbreak, disguised as almost love. Tired of giving everything and never feeling enough. Tired of late night overthinking every word they didn't say. Tired of reading old messages, trying to find where love changed. They called you independent, so you learned to never need. But nobody told you independence doesn't mean you shouldn't be seen. Oh, you are not too much for me. You are not hard to love. You are not a burden. You are more than enough. You are not your past pain. You are not your mistake. You are not the lies they told you. You are everything they couldn't take. You can breathe forever with me. Oh, you don't gotta hold your chest. You don't gotta hold your chest. You don't fear tomorrow. You don't gotta fear your past. You are safe to be soft here. You are safe. You are safe to let go. You are safe. You are safe to be loved fully, more than you've ever known. You can fall apart in my arms. Be strong. Oh, when the world feels loud and heavy, I'll be where your heart belongs. You don't gotta check your phone. Check your phone. Wondering if I care. You don't gotta beg for love. You won't chase it here. You don't gotta shrink your voice. You don't gotta dim your light. You don't gotta fear abandonment. You don't gotta fight for your life. I'm not going anywhere. I'm not going anywhere. You can breathe forever with me. You don't gotta live in fear. You don't gotta guard your heart. You are finally safe right here. You are worthy of gentle love. You are worthy of peace. You are worthy of forever. You are worthy of ease. You can fall apart in my arms. You don't gotta pretend to be strong. When the world feels loud and heavy, I'll be where your heart belongs. I'll be a safe place. I'll be your safe forever.